Hey, are you a chef, baker, or foodie who loves to cook and wants to share their recipes with the world while also earning a passive income online? Well, stick around because this video will show you how to become a successful food blogger. Hi there, I'm Ben from blogwithben.com and welcome to my kitchen and to this tutorial on how to build, grow, and monetize your very own self-hosted WordPress food blog. This video is an updated version of my previous two food blog tutorials because yet again there have been multiple updates to WordPress that have changed the way that you build a blog. But rest assured that this tutorial is filled with completely new content that will walk you through step by step everything you need to know in order to start and monetize a WordPress food blog. Now, if you're new to my channel, welcome. I'm glad you found me. Here you'll find full-length, step-by-step tutorials on how to build, grow, and monetize WordPress blogs. And if you haven't done so already, I encourage you to subscribe to the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. That way you can stay up to date with all the videos that come out in the future. I also encourage you to subscribe to my mailing list. You can access it in the show notes below this video. That way you can gain access to my new guide, The Ultimate Food Blog ebook. So with that being said, I'm so glad you're here. We got a lot to cover. So let's take a sneak peek at the blog that you're going to be creating with this video. What you're looking at right now is Kale. And this is the free WordPress theme that we'll be using to build your food blog. It has some pretty amazing features out of the box. Plus, with the recent updates that were made to WordPress and the theme, there are even more customization features that are available to help you easily create a beautiful food blog. The Kale WordPress theme is a fully functional website with blogging capabilities and comes standard with some pretty amazing features. For starters, the homepage allows you to present your content with a minimalist yet attractive feel. And the one thing I really love about this theme is that it comes with a full-width banner that allows you to connect to a landing page. This is a great way to build your following and grow your email list at the same time. Additionally, the homepage, logo, colors, sidebar, blog feed, and background are all easily customizable and can be built to match your particular brand. Plus, this updated version of the Kale theme has some really cool new features that give you even more flexibility over the design of your blog. It's one of the main reasons why I chose to create an other blogging tutorial around this WordPress theme. Now, the blogging features include a 2-column layout that allows you to publish great-looking content and earn money at the same time. This free theme lets you easily implement affiliate marketing offers, Google AdSense campaigns, and you can even sell your own products from your blog. The sky's the limit, and the Kale theme gives you the opportunity to earn a passive income online. Now, another bonus feature of this tutorial is that I'm going to show you how to beautifully display recipes on your blog and create a recipe index page. This feature is a must-have for any food blogger, and with the help of a few plugins, you'll be able to easily display your step-by-step recipes on your blog. Now, the flexibility of this theme is pretty incredible. Kale has introduced some new page options that give you even more creative control over the design of your blog. Additionally, the new WordPress editor, which was a huge update to the core code of WordPress, is completely different from what we used in the past two tutorials. The new backend editing experience streamlines the design process and lets you create unique blog posts a lot easier. Another added bonus of this tutorial is that I'm going to give you access to my CSS cheat sheet, which saves you the headache of having to manually code everything yourself. My CSS cheat sheet lets you easily copy and paste the ready-made code and gives you the ability to customize every aspect of this theme so that it fits your style and overall brand. Finally, no blog is complete without having a way to build your following. This theme allows lead generation capabilities, and it can help you build and grow your email list. And I'm going to show you how to set up your email marketing campaigns using the Constant Contact email marketing platform and their amazing campaign builder. I'm also going to show you how to create and install an opt-in form and contact form within your blog. This is the perfect launchpad for any digital food blogging business. Plus, I'm going to show you how to build everything you've seen so far step by step. This tutorial is truly a free masterclass on starting a professional food blog, and I pride myself on bringing you as much value as I can in order to help you be as successful as possible. And one final note, people nowadays are spending an increased amount of time on their mobile devices, which means they'll expect your site to be responsive. And having a responsive design not only helps you meet and exceed these expectations, but it's also a ranking signal put in place by Google. So if you want to be found on the search engines, your blog needs to be responsive. And as you can see, the free Kale theme is 100% responsive and it looks beautiful. The user experience on the desktop is mimicked on any mobile device or tablet, and the responsiveness of this theme ensures that you're meeting the mobile requirements of Google's search algorithm. And that's the great thing about WordPress. They offer some pretty substantial free themes whenever you compare them to the premium themes on the market. For example, this premium theme is going for about $130, and that's just for the theme alone. That doesn't even include the professional services to install the theme. And as you can see, this company is charging you $400 to do what I'm going to show you how to do in this very video. Plus, this tutorial includes some web design and development aspects. And many WordPress freelancers will charge thousands of dollars for custom design and development. So if you think about it, you're saving thousands of dollars if you follow my video and just do it yourself. So with that being said, let's get started. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you step by step how to set up your very own self-hosted WordPress food blog using Bluehost web hosting. I personally use both of these services for the majority of my web properties, and just know that after this tutorial, you're going to have an extremely powerful digital platform that will allow you to scale and monetize your blog very quickly. And speaking of monetization, as an added bonus, you're also going to learn how to monetize your blog so that you can start earning money with your digital platform. Specifically, I'll be teaching you some of my most successful strategies that helped me earn over 6 figures in 2020 and 2021. And this is important because blogging has become a billion-dollar industry, and the sooner you can get your foot in the door, the quicker you'll be able to start generating revenue with your blog. Now, this tutorial will be taking you through my Bluehost affiliate link, and all that means is that if you decide to make a purchase, I'll earn a commission. But by doing so, you're helping me keep my blog up and running, and you're helping me provide for my family. So for that, I truly thank you. Plus, this link is an exclusive offer for WordPress users. Bluehost has partnered with WordPress, and as you'll see here in a few moments, this offer is packed with some amazing features for WordPress bloggers. It really is a phenomenal partnership that they developed. And one final note, this offer comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So rest assured that you can get a full refund if you need to. So with that being said, let's get started. All right, the first step in this process is to sign up for web hosting. And in order for you to take advantage of Bluehost's exclusive offer for WordPress users, you have a couple options. If you're watching this video on YouTube, simply open the show notes below the video and click on my affiliate link. It'll be the first link listed there, and this will give you access to Bluehost's exclusive offer. Or if you happen to be watching this video on blogwithben.com, simply click on the Resources tab in the menu at the top of the screen, and this will take you to my resources page. And as you can see, I list out all the tools and resources that I use on a daily basis that have helped me find success online. And whenever you have some extra time, I really encourage you to take a closer look at everything on this page. But for this tutorial, we're going to be setting up your web hosting account. So to get started, simply click on the Try Bluehost button. And again, this button is also an affiliate link. And as you can see, this is a special offer for Blog with Ben viewers. By using my affiliate link, you'll get a free domain, a free SSL certificate, an automatic WordPress install, access to Bluehost's new user dashboard, which is an amazing new feature, over $175 in free advertising offers from Google and Bing, and 24/7 technical support, all for only $295 per month. I should also mention that the $295 per month price is exclusively for Blog with Ben viewers, so just know that you're saving a ton of money on web hosting by using my affiliate link. Plus, because this package is optimized for WordPress, your web host servers come with proven performance, reliability, and functionality that will give your website a strong foundation for long-term success. Bluehost web hosting coupled with WordPress.org software is by far one of the strongest website platforms available. So to get started, simply click on the green Get Started Now button. And that's going to take us to the Select Your Plan page. And as you can see, you have a few options here. The Basic, Plus, and Choice plans. Then there's even a Go Pro plan. And again, this is all personal preference, and your choice really depends on how you're running your website and online business. But for this tutorial, we're going to be using the Basic plan, which allows us to host one domain. And I should also mention again that Bluehost gives us this domain for free, which is pretty cool. However, if you plan on having multiple domains and websites, then I highly recommend going with either the Plus or Choice Plus plan. These plans allow you to host unlimited websites and also come with over $200 in advertising offers from Google and Bing. Then, if you have the budget for it, I also highly recommend going with the Go Pro plan. This includes all the features in the Choice Plus plan, as well as a dedicated IP address, a high-performance server, and much, much more. However, for this tutorial, we're going to be using the Basic plan. So once you've decided on what plan you're going to use, go ahead and click the green Select button within that plan. And that will take us to the domain setup page, where you have a couple of different options. On the left-hand side of the screen is where you'll sign up if you don't have a domain name, and on the right-hand side of the screen is where you'll sign up if you do have an existing domain. Now, I should mention that if you're signing up with an existing domain, there are a couple of extra steps that you'll need to do in order to transfer that domain. However, for this tutorial, we'll be signing up with our brand new free domain name. So if you have an existing domain, you'll still follow along in this video, but after you're done with this tutorial, there's still a few extra steps that you'll need to do in order for your blog to be hosted with Bluehost. Luckily, I've made a separate video that walks you through that entire process. It's titled How to Point a Domain to Bluehost, and you can access it in the show notes below this video. Alright, so we're going to be using our brand new free domain. So on the left-hand side of the screen under New Domain, just type in your desired domain name and click the blue Next button. And then if your domain is available, you'll get a green notification on the next screen letting you know that it is, and you can begin to create your Bluehost account. So this is the account information page, and it's pretty self-explanatory, but this is where you'll enter your account, package, and credit card information. Now, if you have a Gmail or Google account, you can bypass this part and just sign in with Google, but for this tutorial, I'm going to create a new account through Bluehost. So I'm actually going to blur it out while I enter in my personal information, but I wanted to take a second to reiterate why Bluehost is so helpful to the WordPress community and their users. For starters, Bluehost has a 24/7 WordPress support system in place, so if you ever need any additional help or have any questions, they are there for you. They also have a one-click WordPress installation feature, which we're going to go over in a couple of minutes, but this makes getting your blog up and running a cinch. They also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. So if for any reason you're unsatisfied with the service, you can get your money back. And finally, Bluehost is actually recommended by WordPress. Bluehost and WordPress have worked closely together since 2005 to create a hosting platform that's ideal for running a WordPress website. So you honestly cannot go wrong. Now, the next thing you're going to select is your package information. And as you can see from the drop-down menu, you have a couple of options here. One thing to keep in mind about the pricing is that the longer the subscription, the lower the monthly price. So if you opt to purchase the 36-month plan, your monthly rate will only be $295 per month, and you'll lock in that rate for 3 years. However, if you purchase a shorter monthly plan, then your monthly rate will be a little higher. So for this tutorial, we're going to be going with the 12-month plan, which is only $495 per month. But that's still a great deal. You're getting a ton of value for less than a cup of coffee per month. Then once you've selected your plan, you have the option of adding some additional features to your plan. These are 100% optional, but I highly recommend that you at least select the Domain Privacy Protection add-on. Reason being, anytime you purchase a domain, your personal information is viewable on the Who Is directory, meaning anyone can find your personal info online. However, with the Domain Privacy Protection add-on, it will keep your personal information safe and secure and will make it undetectable in the Who Is directory. So it's totally worth the 99 cents per month, in my opinion. Now, the site lock security, CodeGuard, SEO tools, and Office 365 mailbox are all optional, but for this tutorial, we're only going to add on the domain privacy protection. So you can uncheck the boxes next to the other add-ons. Now, another thing I want to point out is that Bluehost is extremely transparent with their pricing, which is why I use and recommend them. And as you can see, they display your price as you're deciding on which package to purchase. This also gives you peace of mind, and the upfront pricing assures you that there will be no surprises with your bill. Alright, next you're going to select your payment option and enter your billing information, and you can either pay by credit card or PayPal, which is pretty convenient. But one thing I should mention is that you'll be billed annually, and all this means is that you'll be billed once a year for your hosting plan. And as you can see from my Bluehost email receipt, I purchased the basic 12-month starter plan that comes with a free SSL certificate and a free domain name, but I purchased the domain privacy protection add-on, and my total cost is only $71.28 per year, which comes out to $5.94 per month. That's less than a cup of coffee per month to have your own website. And there are design companies and freelancers that charge anywhere from $400 to $10,000 to build a WordPress website, but we're doing it for less than $100. That is unreal and a huge savings. And once you've entered all the required payment information, click the small box confirming that you've read and agreed to the terms of service, cancellation policy, and acknowledge the privacy policy, and then click the green submit button. And it may take a few seconds to process, so let's give it a few moments. Then the next page is the account confirmation page showing you your receipt. And you can download the receipt here. But Bluehost also conveniently emails you all this information, and as you can see from my confirmation email, it provides all of the specifics of your hosting account. So be sure to keep an eye out for it and always keep this information in a safe and secure location. Now, the next thing you'll want to do is create a password for your account. So to get started, click the Create Account button. And then you'll be taken to the page where you'll manage your password. So where it says Create Password, simply enter your desired password and be sure to make it strong yet unique. And if you're having trouble coming up with a password, Bluehost has a Suggest Strong Password feature where if you click on that, it'll auto-generate a strong password for you. And then right below that, retype your new password. Now, I highly recommend that you copy and paste the password in a safe and secure location like an Excel spreadsheet, separate file, or a Google Doc. It's just a good idea to always have a backup of your password. Plus, you're going to need it in a few moments to log into your new account, so keep it handy. Alright, after you've created your password, you should get 2 green checkmark icons letting you know that the passwords match. Next, go ahead and check the small box confirming that you've read and agree to the Bluehost privacy policy and terms of service, and click the Create Account button. And beautiful, your account is ready to go and it's time to log in. So click the Go to Login button. And this will take you to the Bluehost login portal. Now, anytime you want to access the backend of Bluehost and your WordPress blog, you'll do so through this portal. And to get here, simply go to bluehost.com and click on the login link at the top of the screen. And that will bring you to the login portal, which is what you're looking at right now. Now, one thing to pay attention to is to make sure that you have hosting login selected. There's an option to log into your webmail, but we haven't set that up yet. So if you're wanting to access your blog, make sure the hosting login button is selected. Then simply enter your email or domain name as the username, and then enter the password that you created when you signed up with Bluehost, and click the login button. And again, it may take a few seconds to load, so just sit tight real quick. And there we go. This is the beginning of your adventure. So next, you'll be presented with Bluehost's new onboarding process. And depending on when you're watching this video, these steps may have changed, just FYI, but either way, they're pretty straightforward. Okay, so since we're starting from scratch, we'll be creating a brand new blog. However, if for any reason you have an existing site, Bluehost offers a free migration service that you can use by clicking this link. And they'll migrate your existing site to Bluehost for free. But like I said, we're starting from scratch with a brand new blog, so to begin, click the Create Your Website button. And then the first onboarding question is asking you how much help you'll need with your new blog. Thankfully, you'll be using this tutorial, so you shouldn't need any additional help, but feel free to choose the one that best suits your situation. However, for this tutorial, we're going to skip this step. Next, Bluehost wants to know what kind of site you're creating. And we're creating a blog, so go ahead and select Blog. Next, they want to know how comfy you are with creating websites. And again, don't worry about what you put here. I'm going to walk you through everything you need to know step by step in this video. So just put what best suits you and click the Continue to Theme Selection button. Next, and this is a new feature, but Bluehost wants to know how you would like to build your blog. Do you want to use WordPress or their new Bluehost website builder? And again, I'm walking you through everything you need to know, and we'll be using WordPress in this tutorial. So go ahead and click the Get Started button within the WordPress section. Next question is what type of site you're creating. For this video, we're creating a food blog, so select Food and Drinks from the dropdown. Then who are you creating a site for? And for this video, I'm assuming you're creating the blog for yourself, so select Myself. And click the Continue button. Next, Bluehost has a few more questions and will ask you to create your site title and tagline. And your site title and tagline are used in a few different places on your blog, one being in the tab of the browser. This helps the reader distinguish which tab is what, and it creates a good user experience. Next, it's used in the search engine snippets for your search results. This is important when it comes to SEO, and it also creates a good user experience. So, Bluehost has conveniently taken care of this step by making it a part of the onboarding process. You used to have to change the title and tagline in the backend of WordPress, but now, where it says, what do you want to name your site? Go ahead and enter the name of your blog. And for this tutorial, we're creating a food blog, so I'll name it Kale and Croutons. And I recommend naming your site something that coincides with your blog's content. Then directly below that, just add a catchy tagline. And I'm going to say, Best of Both Worlds. There we go. And click the Continue button. Next, you'll be presented with some WordPress themes that you could choose from. But go ahead and click the Skip This Step link since we'll be installing our own theme a little later on in the video. And then that will start the WordPress installation process, which usually takes a few seconds. And congratulations, you're in. What you're looking at right now is Bluehost's new user experience. This is what you'll see every time you log into your account. And Bluehost has really streamlined the entire onboarding WordPress experience, making things easy to find and understand for anyone who is new to managing a blog. Take a look at this. There are companies out there that are charging nearly $300 per month. That's almost $4,000 per year to do what I'm going to teach you in this very video. Again, this is one of the many reasons why I love the partnership that Bluehost and WordPress have created, and it's also why I'm a huge fan of their new backend interface. And speaking of the new interface, this is what you'll see every time you log in, and this is also how you'll access your WordPress blog, which has automatically been installed. Now, the first thing I want to address is the domain. You're probably wondering why it's looking all weird and funky. Well, that's because this is a temporary domain, and in order for your new domain to display correctly, you'll need to verify your email address and activate your domain. And Bluehost makes this process super simple and sends you an email where all you have to do is click a button. However, please be aware that you'll only have to do this if you registered your domain with Bluehost. If you registered your domain with a service like GoDaddy, then you'll need to follow a few additional steps in order for your domain to work with Bluehost. Again, luckily I've created a video that walks you through that process, and the link is in the show notes of this tutorial titled Point Domain to Bluehost. Anyways, keep your eye out for this email from Bluehost. You'll need to verify your email with Bluehost within 14 days or your domain will be deactivated. So I'm going to click the Verify Your Email button. And as you can see, the email has been verified with the Whois directory, and your new domain should show up in about 24 to 48 hours. And if you revisit your Bluehost customer portal, you'll be able to see that new domain here. And again, this should show up in about 24 to 48 hours. Okay, another thing I want to point out before we get started is Bluehost's list to launch. And I can appreciate what they're trying to do here. Essentially, they're trying to streamline the blog setup process by presenting you with a checklist of tasks. And this is where you can complete each task before you launch your blog. However, my only issue with this is that there isn't really any context, and lists can seem a little overwhelming to someone who is just starting out. And that's why I recommend that you don't really worry about it and just follow my steps in this video. I can assure you that by the end of this tutorial, you'll have a beautiful, professional, and secure WordPress blog. All right, with that being said, let's start building your blog. So like I previously mentioned, one of the many reasons why I use and recommend Bluehost is that they streamline your blog setup process and automatically install WordPress for you. So to get started with WordPress and access the back end of your blog, click the Log into WordPress button on the upper right-hand side of the screen. And once again, it may take a few seconds to load, so let's just sit tight real quick. Almost there. And congratulations, you're in. You now have one of the most powerful and robust blogging platforms available. What you're looking at is the back end of WordPress, and this is where the magic happens. This is where you'll make most of your changes, and it's where your blogging journey begins. Now, before we start making changes, I want to give you a quick tour of your dashboards. And again, depending on when you're viewing this video, some things may have changed, but as of August in 2021, when you log into WordPress through Bluehost, it will automatically take you to your Bluehost dashboard within your WordPress dashboard. I know it can seem confusing at first, but once you get familiar with where everything is, it will become second nature to you. Okay, so first things first, the back end of WordPress is pretty basic, but that's great because it makes it easy to learn and get around. For example, you'll always be able to tell that you're logged into WordPress if you could see this toolbar and sidebar menu items. And we'll be using these a lot, so don't worry, you're going to get very familiar with them a little later on in the video. Then towards the center of the screen will be your dashboards, or blog, depending on what you have selected. And we're currently at our Bluehost dashboard, so that's what you should be seeing here. But like I said earlier, when you initially log into WordPress through Bluehost, it will take you to your Bluehost dashboard within WordPress. But you can always access it by hovering your mouse over Bluehost and clicking on Home. Now, we honestly won't be spending too much time here at the Bluehost dashboard, but I can appreciate what Bluehost is trying to do with this dashboard, so let me give you a quick tour of it. So as you can see, they have a navigation menu where you could check out things like themes, plugins, additional services, staging site, settings, and help. But again, I'm going to be walking you through everything you need to know, so we won't be using this dashboard too much. Now, if you need to get back to your Bluehost account for any reason, you can do so here. And if you find that you want some full service help from Bluehost, you can learn more about that here. But this is a paid service, just FYI. You can also get some additional help here as well and get back to your Bluehost account by clicking on that little astronaut icon. And once again, Bluehost has listed out some steps to help you build your site. And it's a good point of reference, but like I said, we're not going to be using it in this video. Okay, so that's the Bluehost dashboard in a nutshell. Next, let's take a look at your WordPress dashboard. So within the sidebar, hover your mouse over Dashboard and click on Home. And this will take you to your actual WordPress dashboard. And just like before, you have your toolbar and sidebar menu items. And since we have the WordPress dashboard selected, this is what you'll see here. I like to think of this as home base for building your blog because along with your customization menu, which we'll cover in a few moments, this is where we'll be making most of our changes. All right, awesome work so far. You should be proud and pumped that your blog is built on such a strong foundation. Moving on, next, let's make some adjustments to your blog so that you can set yourself up for success. All right, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to actually learn our way around the WordPress dashboard and set up a strong foundation before we start putting content online. It's easy to get excited once you finally get set up, but a lot of people jump the gun and start publishing content without getting their digital foundation set up properly. That's why I always do and recommend these 5 things before I start any type of blog. It's extremely important that we set ourselves up for success before we publish our first blog post. So with that being said, let's make some important adjustments to our WordPress settings that will set a strong foundation for our blog. And the first thing we're going to do is reconfigure the permalink settings. Now, if you're brand new to blogging, you're probably unfamiliar with what a permalink is, so let me give you a quick rundown of what permalinks are and why they're important. By definition, a permalink is a static hyperlink to a particular web page or blog post. All it really is, though, is it's the URL of the content that you're publishing on your WordPress blog. These are the links that you're going to be sharing with the world whenever you want to share your content online, and these are also the URLs that people will enter into their browsers whenever they want to view one of your pages. That's why it's very important for these links to be set up properly. Now, the WordPress default permalink settings look like this. This is not very user-friendly as it includes a question mark and the page or post number within the URL. And I recommend removing that so that your links are clean and optimized for the search engines. And the best way to do that is to have a URL structure that contains keywords only. And I'll show you how to do that right now. So in order to change the permalink settings, simply hover your mouse over Settings on the left-hand side of the screen and click on Permalinks. And this will bring you to the permalink settings menu. And as you can see, WordPress offers you the ability to create a custom URL structure for your permalink. Now, the permalink setting I highly recommend you use is post name. This generates a short, memorable, and SEO-friendly URL that's based off of the title of each of your blog posts. For example, if your blog post is called 10 Quick and Easy Recipes, the URL for that post will be bensdemoblog.com 10 Quick and Easy Recipes. That's much better than the default setting that WordPress starts you out with. So to change the permalink settings, simply click on the post name circle to select it. There we go. And then at the bottom of the screen, click the Save Changes button. And the permalink structure has been updated, as you can see from the notification at the top of the screen. And then let's take a quick look at the change we made so that you can see what your permalinks will look like from here on out. So WordPress always starts you off with the sample post. So let's visit that post really quick. And you can see that the post title, Hello World, is now in the permalink structure. So the new link to this blog post is now bensdemoblog.com/hello world. Again, this creates a better user experience for your audience and also bodes well for your SEO. All right, now that we've set up our permalink structure, let's move on to tip number 2, which is to update your gravatar. All right, so if you're new to gravatars, let me break it down for you. Your gravatar is a globally recognized avatar. It's basically an image that follows you from site to site, appearing beside your name whenever you do things like comment or post on a blog. Even if you turned your comments off, it's always a good idea to have a gravatar to enhance your online presence and increase your brand recognition. Here is a quick example of my gravatar. As you can see, the gravatar displays my image next to my comment. And simply put, gravatars help identify your comments on blogs and web forums. Here's how it works. Basically, all you do is you upload an image and create your profile just once, and then whenever you participate in any gravatar-enabled site, your gravatar image will automatically follow you there. It's a free service for site owners, developers, and users, and it's automatically included in every WordPress account. Now, to see if you already have a gravatar, within your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over Users on the left-hand side of the screen and click on Profile. And this brings you to the user profile settings. Then scroll down to where it says Profile Picture. And if your actual picture is showing, then you have a gravatar. But chances are that you don't and you're just seeing a silhouette, especially if this is your first WordPress blog. But setting up gravatars in your site is very easy to do. You sign up once, upload a picture, and anytime you comment on any gravatar-supported blog or website, your gravatar comes along for the ride. So to get started, head over to gravatar.com you can just go ahead and click on that Gravatar link, and that should take you to the Gravatar homepage. Then to get started, click on the Create Your Gravatar button. And one thing I want to point out is that you'll need to sign up for a free WordPress.com account. And without getting into the weeds, WordPress.com is completely separate from WordPress.org, which is what your food blog will be. However, you'll still need a WordPress.com account in order to create your Gravatar. Again, don't worry, it's free, and this is the only time we'll be using WordPress.com. So, simply follow the steps to create your free WordPress.com account. So go ahead and enter the email address you want to associate with this account and choose a username and password, and then click the Create Your Account button. And in a few short moments, you'll be prompted to sign into WordPress.com. So go ahead and click the Sign In with WordPress.com button. Next, you'll need to confirm your email address. So head over to your email, and you should see an email from WordPress.com. Go ahead and open it and click the Activate Account button. And in a few short seconds, your email will be confirmed and you'll be taken to your WordPress.com dashboard, which looks very similar to your WordPress.org dashboard, but this is where we'll create our Gravatar. And I know that all these accounts and dashboards can be somewhat overwhelming, but this is the only time we're going to be using the WordPress.com platform. Everything else we do in this video will be through our food blog and Bluehost. Okay, so to create your Gravatar, in the upper right-hand side of the screen, click on the little gray avatar. And this will open your Gravatar profile, where configuring it should be somewhat straightforward. So first things first, go ahead and enter your first and last name here, followed by what you want your Gravatar's display name to be, as well as a little bit about yourself. Then go ahead and click the Save Profile Details button. And you should get a notification letting you know that the settings have been saved. And next, it's time to upload your Gravatar photo. So click the Click to Change Photo icon and upload the photo you want to use. I'm using a simple headshot, but it can basically be anything you want. Just try to keep it around 300 by 300 pixels in size, and remember that this photo will be used next to the comments you leave online, so I recommend using a somewhat professional image. Okay, next you have the option of cropping the photo after it's been uploaded, but I like it as is, so click the Change My Photo button, and your new Gravatar photo is good to go, and your profile has been successfully updated. Finally, I recommend linking your new blog to your Gravatar profile. So under the profile links, click the Add icon and select Add URL from that pop-up menu. Then enter the URL of your food blog, followed by a brief description of your site. And when entering the URL of your site, I recommend putting the full URL and domain. So I'm using the HTTPS prefix and then bensdemoblog.com. And then below that, a brief description. You'll obviously want to put more than just my food blog here within the description box, but you get the idea. And then finally, click the Add Site button. And in a few seconds, your site will be successfully linked to your Gravatar profile. Then, if you want to see your Gravatar profile, simply click on the Gravatar profile link, and you'll be taken to your new Gravatar profile. Now, I know it doesn't look like much, but your Gravatar is a great way to promote your blog and brand online. And when you're interacting online, your Gravatar will follow you, and it's a great way to engage while also linking out to your new blog. Additionally, if we head back to our WordPress.org food blog, remember not WordPress.com, but our Bluehost and WordPress.org blog, and hover your mouse over Users and click on Profile, under the About Yourself section, you should see your new Gravatar image being used as your profile picture. Now, if you don't see it, no worries. It usually takes about 24 to maybe 48 hours to show up, but either way, you now have a professional Gravatar profile ready for the world. All right, next, we're going to change how your name is displayed on your site. And what I mean by this is that whenever you first installed WordPress, Bluehost automatically created your profile's username using the email address that you signed up with. This username is also used for your display name, which is the name that's shown whenever you author a blog post. And using your default username as your display name isn't very professional, and it kind of looks like you don't know what you're doing to your audience. So let's fix that. Okay, in order to change the display name, simply hover your mouse over User on the left-hand side of the screen and click on Profile. And this will bring you to your profile settings page where you have the ability to customize certain aspects of your profile, one of them being how your name is publicly displayed. And there are two things I always change. First, I change the nickname and then the display name. So on the left-hand side of the screen next to where it says nickname, I'm going to enter the name that I want to use for my display name. And remember, this is going to be used for the byline of all your blog posts. So try to keep it professional. And then directly below that, where it says display name publicly as, simply select the nickname that you just created from the drop-down menu. Then scroll down to the bottom of the screen and click the Update Profile button. And as you can see, the display name has been changed. And then if we visit our sample post real quick, you can see that every time you author a blog post, the new display name will be used instead of your email address. Next, we're going to clean up our plugins by deleting the pre-installed plugins that we don't need. And first things first, let's head back to our WordPress dashboard. So anytime you need to get back to your WordPress dashboard, simply hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and click on Dashboard. All right, next we want to delete some of the plugins that come pre-installed with your WordPress blog. Now, that's not to say that the pre-installed plugins aren't useful, but for the purpose of this video, these plugins will just take up valuable space that could be better utilized for other aspects of your blog. So, on the left-hand side of your screen in the dashboard, hover your mouse over Plugins and click on Installed Plugins. And this will bring you to your plugin manager. This is where you can add, delete, and deactivate plugins on your WordPress blog. Now, like I previously mentioned, WordPress starts you off with some pretty unnecessary plugins that we're not going to be using. So to get rid of these plugins and free up some space, the first thing you need to do is deactivate the active plugins that you want to get rid of by checking the box next to them. So we're going to deactivate the All-in-One SEO, Creative Mail by Constant Contact, Google Analytics for WordPress by Monster Insights, Jetpack, and Opt-in Monster. Then once you've selected the plugins you want to deactivate, click on the Bulk Actions drop-down and select Deactivate from that menu. Then press the Apply button. And you'll get a notification once those plugins have been successfully deactivated. Then, to completely remove the plugins, check the boxes next to the plugins that you deactivated, along with the others that we're not going to use. And for this video, we'll be getting rid of the Akismet Anti-Spam plugin, All-in-One SEO, Creative Mail, Monster Insights, Hello Dolly, Jetpack, and Opt-in Monster. Then towards the top of the screen, click on the Bulk Actions drop-down menu again and select Delete. Then click the Apply button. And you may get a final notice asking you if you're sure you want to delete them. Go ahead and click OK. And our plugins will disappear one by one. Perfect. All right, next we're going to install the recommended plugins. Now, like I said in the intro, I always try to stay away from adding too many plugins to my blogs, but there are a few plugins that I always recommend adding when starting a food blog. Now, if you're new to the idea of plugins, WordPress plugins are bits of software that can be uploaded to your blog. And their purpose is to extend and expand the functionality of your WordPress site. And there are literally thousands of plugins to choose from, but to help you along in the process, I've created a Google Doc that lists out and links to each plugin that is recommended for starting a food blog. You can also access this Google Doc in the show notes below the video titled Recommended Plugins, and that way you can always come back to the video and easily access the plugins. Now, we're only going to be adding a handful of additional plugins. Like I said, I try to limit the number of plugins I use on my blog because the more plugins you have, the more data you're using, and it also opens you up to the possibility that some plugins may not play nice with one another, and that could potentially break your site. However, the following plugins are essential to running a fast and secure food blog and have been tested, and they all work seamlessly with one another. I should also mention that all of these plugins are free and will help you become a better blogger. Alright, so to start adding plugins, go to the Plugin Management menu if you're not there already by clicking on Plugins in the WordPress dashboard. Then within the Plugin Management page, to add a new plugin, we're going to want to click on the Add New button at the top of the screen. And this will bring you to where you can search through the available plugins. Now, if you look towards the top of the screen, you can see that you have the option of filtering your search by featured, popular, recommended, favorites, and premium. If you have some extra time, I recommend browsing through the different plugins to get a better idea of what's available. But for this tutorial, we already know the plugins that we want to install. So, towards the upper right-hand side of the screen, where it says Search Plugins, let's type in the name of the first plugin we're going to install. And before you start typing, make sure that keyword is selected from the drop-down. This ensures that our search results are accurate. So the first plugin we're going to look for is the Yoast SEO plugin. So go ahead and type Yoast in the search field there. And once the search results populate, it should be the very first plugin listed. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Yoast SEO plugin is my #1 recommended plugin when it comes to SEO. It's an essential component to building a strong SEO foundation and will help take care of a lot of the technical aspects of SEO so that you could focus on what's important, your blog. So, to install and activate this plugin, simply click the Install Now button. And in a few seconds, once it's installed, you'll be able to activate it from the same screen. So go ahead and click on the Activate button. And then you'll be taken back to your Plugin Management menu, where you can see that the plugin has been successfully added to your list and is activated. Now, once the Yoast SEO plugin is activated, you may get a notification from Yoast telling you that there are issues concerning your SEO. You can go ahead and ignore this for now because we'll address it when we configure the plugin a little later on in the tutorial. Okay, nice work. You added your first plugin. Let's add our next one. So follow the same steps as before and click the Add New button. Then this time, type Kirki in the search bar. That's Kirki. And I know it sounds kind of funny, but this is an essential plugin for this video because it will give you the same customization options that I use in the tutorial. I can't tell you how many emails I've gotten from people in the past asking me why they don't have the same customization features as I do in this tutorial. Well, that's because they didn't install and activate this plugin. So, to ensure that you have all of the right customization features for your food blog, install this plugin by clicking the Install Now button. And then go ahead and activate it by clicking the Activate button. And there we go. All right, let's add our next plugin. So once again, click the Add New button. And this time we're adding the Titan Anti-Spam plugin. So type Titan in the search field. And there it is. And this is actually my replacement for the Akismet plugin because the Akismet plugin started charging you $5 per month if you ran ads or promoted things on your blog. However, the Titan Anti-Spam plugin does the same thing, and the free version will still protect the comments on your blog from spammers. So let's go ahead and install it. So click the Install Now button. and then activate it by clicking the Activate button. There we go. And then this particular plugin will take you to their settings page, but we're not going to configure it just yet. We'll do that a little later on in the tutorial. So let's add our next plugin by hovering your mouse over Plugins and click on Add New. Then this time in the search bar, type Child Theme. And what we're looking for is the Child Theme Wizard. And this plugin is going to let you create a child theme. If you're new to the child theme concept and you're scratching your head right now, no worries. I'm going to cover and explain it in greater detail a little later on. But having a child theme is something I highly, highly recommend. So for now, let's install the plugin. So click the Install Now button and then activate it by clicking the Activate button. Perfect. And moving right along, let's add our next plugin. So once again, click the Add New button. Then type Recent Posts with Thumbnails in the search bar. And this particular plugin lets you list your most recent posts with titles, thumbnails, author info, etc. and is a great tool that will allow you to show off your posts in the sidebar and footer of your blog. It's super easy to use, and it lets you display your content in some cool and unique ways. So go ahead and install and then activate the plugin. And so far so good. Then follow the same steps as before and let's add our next plugin. This time you're going to search for Easy Index, all one word. That's very important. Make sure that when you search for this plugin, you type Easy Index as one word. And there it is. And we're going to be using this plugin to create our recipe index page. Now it's an older plugin, but it gets the job done. So let's go ahead and install and activate it. And then you'll notice that it takes you to their settings page. Again, we're going to configure this plugin a little later on, so let's go back to our plugin management menu by hovering your mouse over Plugins and click on Add New. Next, we're going to install the WP Recipe Maker plugin. And this is really cool. It's going to let us create great looking recipes within our blog posts, and you'll see what I mean whenever we use the plugin a little later on. So let's go ahead and install and activate it. And once again, click the Install Now button, followed by the Activate button. Beautiful. Next, let's add another plugin. So once again, follow the same steps as before. Click the Add New button at the top of the screen. And this time in the search field, type Shared Count. And this plugin is going to allow us to add social media sharing buttons to our blog posts. So once again, go ahead and install and activate the plugin by clicking the Install Now button, followed by Activate. And the Share Counts plugin has been activated. Moving on to our next plugin, Smush. So once again, follow the same steps to add a new plugin. And I know this is repetitive, but hopefully these steps are starting to become somewhat familiar to you. And this time in the search field, type Smush, S-M-U-S-H. And we want the Smush Lazy Load Images Optimize and Compress Images plugin. It's a long name, I know, but this plugin is going to allow you to automatically compress images on your blog. And this will ultimately help speed up your site. And a fast blog is good for user experience and SEO. So let's install and activate this plugin. So click the Install Now button and then click Activate. And there we go, plugin has been installed. All right, let's move on to our next plugin, which is the GDPR Cookies plugin. So once again, click the Add button at the top of the screen. And this time search for GDPR cookie. And the plugin is called Cookie Yes. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what GDPR is, it's basically a new European law stating that if you have web traffic coming to your site from the European Union and you're collecting their data like their email address, their IP address, and so on, then you need to disclose to the visitor any data collection you may be doing. And I realize data collection sounds kind of scary, but the majority of sites on the internet do it, and if you're going to have traffic to your blog from the EU, then I recommend you add this GDPR cookie compliance plugin. It's free and will help your blog stay GDPR compliant. So go ahead and follow the same steps to install and activate the plugin. And we're moving right along. We're almost done. We're coming up to the last plugin. So there we go. Looks good. And then follow the same steps to add this final plugin. And this time, search for Classic Widgets. So this plugin enables the previous Classic Widget settings screen in the customization menu. I know that may sound like a foreign language to you right now, but we're going to cover that in a few moments in this video. But due to some recent WordPress updates, I've decided to install this plugin so that you can have the Classic Widget editing experience when making changes to your site. And in my opinion, the Classic Widget version is much better than what they have now. No offense to WordPress, but that's just how I feel. So let's go ahead and install and activate this plugin. And then one thing I will say about this plugin is that if for any reason you don't like it and you want to try the new experience, you could always deactivate it and uninstall it. All right, we've now installed and activated all of the essential plugins that we'll be using for your site. Next, let's configure these plugins so that you'll get the most out of them for your food blog. Okay, in this part of the tutorial, we're going to configure some of the plugins. This is an important step because they play a big part in how your blog is presented online. Plus, by configuring your plugins, it will allow you to have a much more efficient and secure digital platform for starting a food blog. I should mention that we're not going to configure all of the plugins right now. Some of them we're going to configure as we use them. However, there are a few that I want to touch on right now. Okay, the first plugin we're going to configure is the Easy Index plugin. And as you get more familiar with WordPress, you're going to find that there are multiple ways to access and accomplish things on your blog, like configuring your plugins. For example, you can easily access your plugin settings within the plugin management menu. So let's go there real quick if you're not there already by hovering your mouse over plugins and clicking on installed plugins. Then from here, we're going to be configuring the Easy Index plugin. So find it within the list and click on the settings link. Then the only thing we're concerned with right now are the thumbnail directory and thumbnail base URL fields. And you can find them both under the General Settings tab. And the reason these are important is because these two things determine whether or not your recipe thumbnails show up on your recipe index page. So you'll want to make sure that these two fields look something like this. Now, if they don't, and they look like they're using a temporary domain, then clear these two fields out, click the Save Settings button, and the plugin should update the fields automatically. If they don't, then feel free to reach out to me in the comments and I'd be happy to fix it for you. However, odds are that these two fields are either filled out correctly or they'll update when you clear them out. But like I said, feel free to reach out and I'd be more than happy to check it out for you. All right, moving on to our next plugin. So let's go back to the plugin management menu by hovering your mouse over plugins and clicking on installed plugins. The next plugin we're going to configure is the Cookie Yes GDPR Cookie Consent plugin. And before we dive in, a quick disclaimer. I'm not a lawyer, and the information provided in this video does not and is not intended to constitute legal advice. Instead, all information, content, and materials available in this video and my blog are for general informational purposes only. If you have any legal concerns regarding your website and compliance, then I highly recommend you reach out to an attorney to obtain advice with respect to any particular legal matter. Okay, now that that's out of the way, in this section of the tutorial, we're going to configure the Cookie Yes GDPR compliance plugin so that you're notifying your visitors about your cookie policy. And if we fast forward to our finished blog, you can see that plugin in action. So this will give your site's visitors the option to accept or change their cookie settings. Additionally, we're also going to change the colors of the plugin so that it matches the color scheme of your website. And one more thing before we get started, if you're unfamiliar with what a cookie is, it's not the yummy cookie you're used to eating. In the tech industry, a cookie is a small piece of data stored on the user's computer by the web browser while they're browsing a website. And cookies were designed to be a reliable mechanism for websites to remember stateful information, such as items added in the shopping cart in an online store, or to record the user's browsing activity. However, due to this, it caused some privacy concerns, and the European Union created the GDPR, which is short for the General Data Protection Regulation, and it's a regulation in the EU law on data protection and privacy in the European Union and the European Economic Area. It also addresses the transfer of personal data outside the EU and EEA areas. So, in order to stay compliant, you have to notify your site's visitors that you're using cookies and give them the option to opt out. Now, there is more to the law than that, but that's the gist, and this plugin is the first step in you staying compliant with the law. One final thing, if you know that you won't have any traffic from the European Union, then you can disregard this and move on. However, chances are you're going to have traffic from one of the countries in the EU. So, let's get this plugin configured. Okay, first things first, let's access the plugin settings. So back at the WordPress dashboard, another way to do that is hover your mouse over GDPR cookie consent and click on Settings. And this is yet another way to access the plugin settings where you can begin to configure it. Now, one of the reasons I really love this plugin is because it comes enabled and ready to use out of the box. There's not much that we have to do in order for it to work properly. However, there are a few things I want to show you before you start using it. First, if you take a look under the General tab, next to the Select the Type of Law section, you'll notice that there are three separate types of compliance options. There's GDPR, CCPA, and CCPA and GDPR together. And without getting into the weeds, GDPR compliance is used if some of your blog's audience is from the European Union. CCPA compliance is used if some of your audience will be from California. And then CCPA and GDPR together is obviously for audiences that come from the European Union and California. Bottom line, if you think that you're going to have people from the EU and California visit your blog, then select CCPA and GDPR. Next, under the CCPA settings, we're going to turn on the Show CCPA Notice. This displays CCPA Notice on the consent bar of your site and records prior consent from the user. Moving on to the Customize Cookie Bar settings. Here you can edit things like the message heading, the message itself, the cookie bar color, the text color, font, and so on. However, for this example, I'm leaving everything as is. Next, you can customize the button the user clicks on within the consent bar. Simply open the Customized Button tab, and here you'll have the ability to customize the various buttons of the plugin. For example, you can customize the colors and styles or show it as a link or button within the consent bar. And without getting into the weeds, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, and this shouldn't be taken as legal advice, but in this example, whenever the user clicks on the button within the consent plugin, that's going to notify me that they accept all tracking cookies being used on the site. I'm also leaving the background color of the button as the color green because it's going to match my blog's color palette, but you can easily change the color of the button here if you need to. Okay, so that's all the configuring we're going to do for this plugin, so head back to the General tab, and once you've made all of your changes, go ahead and click the Update Settings button. And you should get a notification letting you know that the settings have been saved and updated. Then let's take a look at the plugin really quick. So let's visit our site by hovering your mouse over Site Title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and click on Visit Site. And you can see that the cookie notice banner is displaying on your blog. Now, we obviously have some work to do on building our blog, but this gives it a much more professional look and feel and helps to ensure that you're remaining compliant with the new GDPR law. The user even has the ability to configure their cookie settings by clicking on the Cookie Settings button within the consent bar. That's a pretty cool feature, and again, is helping you stay compliant with the GDPR and CCPA laws. Okay, moving on to our next plugin, Smush. So let's head back to the WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over the blog's title on the upper left-hand side of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. And once again, just a quick tip, if you're having trouble finding information about a particular plugin, one quick workaround is to simply go to your plugin management menu. So on the left-hand side of the screen, if you hover your mouse over Plugins and click on Installed Plugins, that will take you to your plugin management page where you can typically find the settings of most of your plugins. And once again, we're going to be configuring the Smush plugin, so simply click on the settings link underneath that plugin. And then the Smush plugin has some automatic onboarding steps. This is great because it'll let you start choosing how you want to use the plugin and then allows Smush to do all of the heavy lifting. So to get started, click the Begin Setup button. And the first setting is automatic compression. And this is the main reason we're installing this plugin, so that whenever you upload images to your blog, Smush will automatically optimize and compress those images so you don't have to do it manually. And this ultimately speeds up your site. So go ahead and make sure that the switch is turned on and click the Next button. Next, they want to know if you want to strip the image metadata. And no, this is not stripping the SEO metadata, just the image metadata. So I recommend keeping this turned on and click the Next button. Next is lazy load. And this feature stops off-screen images from loading until the visitor scrolls to that image. And this helps with site speed as well and makes your pages load faster. So again, I recommend enabling lazy loading and clicking the Next button. And finally, the plugin wants to know if they can track your usage data. I'm going to keep this turned off, but you can turn it on if you want, and click the Finish Setup Wizard button. And we're good to go. Now, we obviously don't have any images uploaded to our site just yet, but as we start uploading images, the Smush plugin will automatically compress those images, helping our site speed and allowing your blog's pages to load faster. Now, you can also manually upload images through the plugin, but this plugin should automatically compress images as we upload them to our media library. Then if we scroll down, there are also some additional settings. And again, if you have some extra time, feel free to check them out, but I'm going to leave everything as is. Okay, moving on to our next plugin. So let's go back to our plugin management menu by hovering your mouse over Plugins and clicking on Installed Plugins. Then the next plugin we're going to configure is the Titan Anti-Spam plugin. So find that within the list of plugins and click on Settings. And this will bring you to the plugins settings page, which looks a little overwhelming because there is a lot going on. However, we're only going to be making a few small changes. Also, the good news is that the plugin is already automatically blocking spam from your comments, so you don't have to do anything there. However, there are a few small security tweaks I recommend making. So go ahead and click on the Tweaks tab. And the first change we're making is under the Base Settings section. So go ahead and turn the Hide Author Login on, as well as the Hide Errors when logging in. Turning these features on will help guard you from bad actors and hackers trying to access your WordPress login credentials. And yes, unfortunately, they are out there. Then below that, within the Hide WordPress versions, go ahead and turn on those three recommended features. Remove metadata generator, remove version from script, and remove version from style sheet. Turning these on will make it more difficult for people to hack your blog as well. Then once you've made all your changes, go ahead and click the Save button on the upper right-hand side of the screen, and you should get a notification letting you know that the settings have been updated successfully. Okay, moving on to the last plugin we're going to configure within this section of the tutorial. So let's head back to our plugin management menu by hovering your mouse over Plugins and clicking on Installed Plugins. Then find the Yoast SEO plugin and click on the Settings link. And this will bring you to the settings page. And if this is your first time using the plugin, you may see a few notifications. The first asking you if you want to build your index so that Yoast can process your content to help speed up your site. It's not displaying for me in this example, but if you see it, you could skip that for now and do it after we configure the plugin. There might also be a few other notifications that have to do with allowing the search engines to crawl your site, but we'll take care of both of those a little later on in the video. So you could skip these for now, and we'll just worry about configuring the plugin. So to get started, click the Configuration Wizard link. And this will bring you to the Yoast SEO Configuration Wizard, where the following steps will help you configure your SEO settings to match your blog's needs. Alright, so the first step is determining which environment your blog is in. Reason being, the plugin wants to know if your site should be indexed by the search engines. And when they say environment, all they want to know is whether or not your blog is live or under construction. So since we're in the process of building our blog, we'll select option B. But if your site is already live, then go ahead and select option A. Either way, I'm going to show you how to activate it once your blog is ready to publish. Additionally, once your blog's ready to launch, we're going to come back to the Yoast Configuration Wizard and select option A. But as I said, since we're in the beginning phase of building our blog, we don't want it to be indexed. So we'll select option B and click the next button. Next is site type, and I'm selecting blog since this site will have blogging capabilities. And let's keep going, so click the next button. Next, Yoast is trying to determine whether or not you're an organization or a person. So if you're an organization, type in the name of your organization, upload your logo, and add your social network's URL. But if you're a person, aka a blogger, select person, and then the drop-down will pull whatever you've set your display name to be. So if you want to change how the search engines display your name, you'll need to create a new display name within your WordPress profile. However, I'm going to use the display name that we created a little earlier and select it from the drop-down. And then moving on, so click the next button. Next is the search engine visibility. And this is where you can configure what content types you'd like the search engines to index. And unless you have specific requirements, I recommend leaving this as is and click the next button. Next is the multiple authors section. And if you're going to have multiple people writing blog posts, select yes. But if it's just you, select no and click the next button. And now we're at the title settings. This is where you can change the website name that host will display to the search engines and the symbol it will use as your title separator. I'm actually going to leave the default settings alone. I like this site title and the separator. However, if you want to change it, feel free to update it here. But I'm also going to show you another way you can update these title settings outside of the configuration wizard. Either way, go ahead and update them here if you'd like and click the next button. Next, they want to know if they can track your site data to help improve the plugin. By default, no is selected, but if you're okay with them tracking you, select yes and click the next button. Then Yoast wants to know if you'd like to subscribe to their newsletter. I actually recommend signing up. It's a super helpful newsletter and it keeps you up to date with everything that's going on in the world of SEO. They also have some upgrade options and further trainings if you're interested. But we can skip this for now and click Next at the bottom of the screen. And congrats, your Yoast SEO plugin has been configured, and now Yoast will take care of a lot of the technical aspects of SEO for your blog. This is going to improve your blog's overall performance in the search results and give you some peace of mind when it comes to SEO. Alright, so go ahead and click the Close Link button. And you'll probably see a notification for a huge SEO problem after you configure the Yoast SEO settings. Now don't worry about that now, we're going to fix that when our blog is ready to launch. I also want to point out that Yoast offers some free resources to help boost your SEO even more. You can extend Yoast with some additional plugins, as well as learn SEO through their Yoast SEO Academy. So if you have some extra time, I highly recommend checking those out. All right, the next thing we're going to configure for the plugin is the search appearance of our homepage. And what I mean by this is that we're going to edit how the search engines and social media channels display our blog when people either search for it online or share it on social media. So on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over SEO and click on Search Appearance. And the first two things we can configure are the title separator and the homepage. And if we take a look at our blog really quick, you can see what the SEO title and title separator will look like on your homepage. And as you can see, it's currently using our site title and then a title separator followed by the tagline Best of Both Worlds. This will also be used in the search results as well. So if we head back to the Yoast search appearance settings, you can change what the SEO title looks like on your homepage tab and the search results within the SEO title section. Now by default, Yoast is using what they call variables, but you can easily delete these out and simply type in what you want the title and title separator to be. Then below that is the meta description. This is a brief description that's going to be shown in the search results that you can edit within this text box here as well. And when creating your meta description, try to use keywords that you're wanting to rank for and try to keep it within 155 characters. All right, moving on to the social settings. And this is where you can modify the image title and description used when someone links to your homepage and shares it via social media. Now, we're going to skip uploading the social image right now because we're going to revisit this in a few moments whenever I show you how to create your logo. But you could always remove the site title variable like so, and then simply type in your desired site title and tagline, as well as the social description. Next, we have the knowledge graph and schema settings. And without getting into the weeds, I recommend leaving this as is. And then once we create our logo, I'll show you how to update this image as well. All right, so that's the Yoast SEO homepage settings in a nutshell. So let's go ahead and click the Save Change button to push these changes live. And we're good to go. Now there is one final piece we want to address for SEO before we move on, and that's adding our social accounts to our profile. And this will help the search engine bots know what social networks your blog is associated with. Again, this is important because when the search engines crawl your site and see that you're connected to multiple popular social networks with followings, it can give you more authority and help to boost your search engine ranking. So, in order to let the search engines know about your social profiles, you'll need to update your WordPress user profile. So on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over Users and click on Profile. Then scroll down a bit and you'll see multiple fields where you can enter your website's URL along with the links to your social profiles. Then once you've filled them out, click the Update Profile button and the search engines will now know what social networks you're associated with. Okay, moving on. Now it's time to install our free WordPress theme, Kale. In this section of the tutorial, we're going to go over how to install a free WordPress theme to your blog. Now, the right WordPress theme can go a long way in your blog's success, and this portion of the video will show you how to turn a boring layout into a sleek, innovative, and mobile responsive design. Then once you've installed your parent theme, I'm going to show you how to create a child theme. And if you're new to all this, I know it may sound somewhat confusing, but just know that having a parent and child theme is a necessity if you're going to have a professional WordPress blog. Okay, so first things first, let's install our free WordPress parent theme, Kale. So the first thing you want to do is hover your mouse over Appearance and then click on Themes. And this will bring you to your theme management menu. This is where you can add new themes, change your current theme, and search for additional themes all from this menu. Now we're going to be adding a new theme, so to get started, simply click on the Add New Theme icon. And this is going to bring us to the WordPress theme directory. And basically this is where we can browse through the thousands of different themes that WordPress has to offer. Now if you look in the upper left hand side of the screen, you can see that WordPress offers some filters to help you find that perfect theme. This lets you break the themes down by featured, popular, latest, and there's also a feature filter section. This is where you can get even more specific if you have a particular feature or requirement of your theme in mind. It's a great way to filter through the themes and find exactly what you're looking for. Another way to find a theme is to use their search function. And this works the same as any search bar and the same as our plugins. It's a great way to find a theme if you already know the name of it, like we do. So we'll just type in Kale, and that'll bring up the search results. And as you can see, our theme is the first one. But before you install any theme, I highly recommend that you preview the theme just so that you can get a better idea of how it functions. So to check out the demo, simply hover your mouse over the theme, and where it says Details and Preview, click on that, and that's going to bring you to the demo. Now keep in mind that this is just a basic demo of what the theme can do and some of its capabilities. But again, this gives you a good idea of how the theme behaves, and it gives you a good feel for the user experience as well. Then if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see that each theme displays their user ratings and a short description, which can help in the decision-making process. And as you can see, Kale has a 5-star rating, which is perfect, and that's great news for us. So let's go ahead and install this theme by clicking on the Install button at the top of the screen. And once it's installed, go ahead and click the Activate button. And this will officially activate the theme and make it visible on your blog. Then back at the Theme Management menu, WordPress will mark the Kale theme as active. Now a few things to note: after you activate the Kale theme, you'll probably get a welcome message. And if you click on that Get Started with Kale button, you'll be taken to the theme's welcome page. And they have some helpful tips and documentation listed here. But again, I'm going to be walking you through everything you need to know in this tutorial, so you don't really need to do much here. But if you have some extra time, it never hurts to check it out. Okay, now that the theme has been installed and activated, let's check it out really quick. So on the upper left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over your site's title and click on Visit Site. And check that out, our theme has been successfully installed. Now I know it doesn't look like much right now, but the Kale theme is a great foundation to build a beautiful food blog on, and we'll definitely be doing that very soon. But next, we need to create our Kale child theme. So let's head back to our WordPress dashboard really quick by hovering your mouse over your site title on the upper left-hand side of the screen and click on Dashboard. And let's create our child theme. Okay, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to create a child theme. And this is by far one of the most important aspects of building a WordPress blog because it can save you a ton of time and headaches due to the updates that are made to the parent theme. And if you're new to the concept, a child theme is a theme that inherits the functionality of the parent theme, which is the initial theme we just installed a few moments ago. That's the parent theme. Now the reason that a child theme is so important is because it allows you to modify or add to the functionality of a parent theme. It's hands down the best, fastest, and easiest way to modify an existing theme because instead of modifying the parent theme files directly, you can create a child theme and override them within. Here's a quick example of why you should have a child theme. If you don't have a child theme, every change you make could potentially be lost when there's an update to the parent theme. But with a child theme, your changes are safe and you'll still inherit the functionality of the parent theme. Basically, if you're going to be customizing your theme like we are, then you need a child theme. Now, there are a few ways to go about creating a child theme, but for this video, we're going to be using our trusty plugin, the Child Theme Wizard. this super light plugin makes creating a child theme super simple. I'd also like to add that out of all of the child theme plugins that I've used in the past, this plugin is the easiest and quickest to use. Okay, so to get started, in your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over Tools and click on Child Theme Wizard. And that will bring you to the setup process, which is pretty straightforward, but let me walk you through it real quick. First things first, you want to make sure you have the correct parent theme selected, which should be Kale. Next, you'll be asked to fill out the title, description, and child theme URL. So for the title, I'm just going to call this Kale Child Theme. Then for the description, you're just adding a few notes about your child theme. This can literally be anything you want. And finally, the child theme URL, which I'm just going to be using the URL of my blog. Then we can leave everything else as is. And when you're ready to create your child theme, click the Create Child Theme button. And after a few seconds, your child theme will be successfully created. See? Told you that was easy. Then if we go to the theme management page by hovering your mouse over Appearance and clicking on Themes, you can see that we now have our new Kale child theme. Then I always recommend previewing the theme before you activate it, but I've already tested everything and we should be good to go. So let's go ahead and activate this theme. So go ahead and hover your mouse over it and click the Activate button. And your child theme is now active and ready to go. Next, let's check it out real quick. So go ahead and hover your mouse over your site title and click Visit Site. And you're probably noticing that the layout and text look a lot different than what we started out with. And that's because we need to make one quick change to the child theme code. But don't worry, it's super simple, and the only requirement is that you know how to copy and paste. Long story short, what we need to do is update the Kale child theme functions.php file with some new code. This is a one-time thing, and once we add the new code, our child theme will behave like our original parent theme. So you can get the code a few different ways, but for this video, we're going to use GitHub. This is a free resource for sharing code, notes, and snippets online. And I've put a link to this code in the Important Links Google Doc titled Kale Child Theme GitHub Code. But if you need some extra help with it, just leave a comment or reach out via email, and I'd be happy to help. Okay, so once you're at GitHub, the first step in this process is to copy the code. So simply highlight it, and again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then back at our food blog, we'll need to go to our WordPress dashboard, so hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and click on Dashboard. Next, we need to add this code that we just copied to our child theme. So we'll need to access the theme editor by hovering your mouse over Appearance and clicking on Theme Editor. And this will take you to the theme editor. Now you may get a pop-up warning you about making edits directly to your theme within the dashboard. You can go ahead and click the I understand button because I do understand their concern, but we're making one simple quick edit. And then if this is your first time at the theme editor, let me give you a quick rundown. The built-in theme editor allows you to view and change code within your WordPress theme. The file contents are displayed on the left within this large text box. Then the name of the theme that's being edited will be displayed at the top of the text box, as well as the drop-down menu on the right-hand side of the screen. So make sure you're editing the correct theme before you make any changes. So just make sure you have the Kale child theme selected here. Then next, on the right-hand side of the screen is a list of the theme templates and style sheet files that can be edited. And then if you want to edit a file, simply click on the file and make your changes within the text box on the left. Now, a word of caution, you'll want to be very careful when you're editing PHP files. The editor doesn't make backup copies, so if you introduce an error and it crashes your site, you can't use the editor to fix the problem. So be very careful as you're making these changes. But again, I'm walking you through this step by step, and we're making a very small change, so you'll be good to go. All right, so to fix our child theme so that it looks like the parent theme, you're going to want to paste the code that we just copied from GitHub within the theme functions file, which is named functions.php. So go ahead and click on the theme functions file on the right-hand side of the screen to open the file up. Then within the text box on the left, simply remove the current code and replace it with the code you copied from GitHub. And once again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pasting the code by pressing Command V on my keyboard. There we go. Finally, click the blue Update File button, and this will push the new code into production. And you should get a notification letting you know that the file has been edited successfully. And then let's check it out. So let's visit our site. And look at that, perfect. The code has worked. The child theme now mirrors the parent theme. Everything looks normal, and we have a clean foundation to start building our blog on. All right, moving on. Now the fun begins. Next, let's start to design our food blog. All right, now the fun begins. This is where we get to customize your blog and make it a unique work of digital art. I know I say this a lot, but this is one of the main reasons why I recommend WordPress over other companies like Squarespace or Weebly. WordPress gives you the freedom to customize and manipulate your site so that you can make it anything you want. For starters, let's begin by updating the logo to something that fits our brand. Now, what if you wanted to have a more custom logo? Something that stood out and drew attention to your blog. If we fast forward real quick, you could see the custom logo that I made for this blog has a unique feel and it looks a lot different than the standard site title of this theme. Now, you can either pay someone to create your logo for you, or you can do it yourself for free. I like saving money, so let's make it ourselves. So when it comes to designing your logo, you have a ton of options, but one quick, free, and easy option is to use canva.com. This website can help you create stunning graphics with their free design software, and I use them quite a bit, and you can get some high-quality design elements from them for free. However, if you want to access all of the features that they offer, I recommend taking advantage of the Canva Pro platform, which is only $9.99 per month. This is the plan that I personally use, and I honestly can't imagine using anything else when it comes to design. This has saved me a ton of time, and I'll show you what I mean in a few moments. But if you're interested in their Pro plan, I'll put my affiliate link in the show notes below the video so you can check it out. Okay, so after you sign up for a free Canva account, you can easily create custom graphics using their design software. You can choose from their library of photos, elements, text, even music and videos, and much, much more. And I'll quickly walk you through the design process to show you how easy it is to use. So let's say you want to create a new logo for your food blog. So to get started, click the Create a Design button, and then you'll be presented with some suggested templates. For this example, we're going to be creating a custom size design, so click the Custom Size icon, and then from here you can enter the custom pixels of the image. I'm going to make this logo 600 by 200 pixels, but feel free to play around with different sizes. Then click the Create New Design button, and you can begin creating. Now Canva will display some recommended designs here on the left, but we're going to be creating our own logo with some text and images. So on the left-hand menu, simply click the text icon, and this will give you various options of text to use. It's fairly straightforward. You just click on the text you want to use and begin typing. So I'm going to select this text to use within my logo. Then Canva will use some default text once you add it to your design, but you can easily change it the same way you would in a Word doc or an email. Just remove the text and start typing. You can also easily adjust the size of the text in this toolbar above the image. Pretty cool. And then I'm going to swap out the tagline real quick. Perfect. Next, I'm going to add some images. So if you click on the Elements tab, you can browse through the thousands of images that Canva has to offer. And since this is a food blog titled Kale and Croutons, I'm going to implement some imagery of kale and croutons within my logo. Now, for the sake of time, I'm going to speed this video up, but I just wanted to show you how quickly and easily you can make a professional looking logo with canva.com. And yes, I'm an affiliate for the company, but even if I wasn't, I would still be using this hands down for every single design element of my blog. And plus, you can get a lot done with their free version. It's just a great tool overall. Alright, so after you've created your beautiful new logo, it's time to download it. So click the download button. And I recommend using the PNG file type and then compress the file as well to help with the page load and site speed. And then click the download button. In a few seconds, your new logo will be ready to use on your blog. So back at your blog, to start customizing your logo, you'll need to access the customization menu. So at the top of the screen, towards the upper left-hand side, click on the paintbrush icon where it says Customize. And this will open your blog's customization menu. Anytime we need to make some tweaks to our theme, we'll more than likely do so through this menu. And the layout is pretty user-friendly. On the left is where you have all of your customizable sections of your blog, and then on the right is where you can see your changes in action. It's like a live action site builder where you can see your changes happen in real time. It's pretty cool. Finally, towards the bottom of the screen, you have the ability to toggle between the different device types that are used to view your blog. This is yet another way to preview your changes to ensure they look good across all devices. Okay, so we're going to be updating our brand new logo. So within the customization menu, click on the Site Identity tab. And this will give us the ability to change a few things within our blog. For now, we're only going to focus on changing the logo. As you can see, the theme starts you out with a default text logo. It also starts you out with the tagline that's also displayed with the logo. Now, I definitely want to change that. So the first thing you'll need to do is flip this switch on so that the image logo isn't hidden. This will give you the ability to add an image as your logo. Then you'll probably notice that the tagline is still showing. And if you recall, I used the tagline in my actual logo. So for this example, I'm going to remove the tagline here by unchecking this box next to where it says Display Site Title and Tagline. This removes it all together so that we have a blank canvas for our new logo. Next, go ahead and click on the Select Logo button, and this will bring us to our media library. This is where we'll upload and store the images that we're going to use on our blog. So to add the image of the new logo, simply click on the Select Files button to search for the logo on your computer. And once you've found the file and uploaded it to your media library, there are always a few things I recommend doing before you add it to your blog. If you look on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the attachment details. The first thing I recommend doing is adding the alt text. And without getting too technical, the alt text is what the search engines will see since they can't actually see the images. So you'll want to be descriptive when you're filling out the alt text. However, WordPress recommends that you leave this empty if the image is purely for decoration. And since our logo is considered decoration, I'm going to leave that blank for now. The next thing I recommend doing for all your images is to give it a title. By default, it will show the image's file name as the title, and this is what will show up when someone hovers their mouse over the image, as well as in the image metadata. So I recommend changing it to something more user and SEO friendly. So for this example, I'm going to type my site title and tagline. There we go. And then go ahead and click the select button. Then you'll have the option to crop the image. And you can go ahead and skip this since we're going to be using the full image for our logo. And our logo is ready to use. Looks great. Then if you recall, you could see what your logo will look like on a tablet and mobile device by clicking on these icons at the bottom of the customization menu. Again, this is a great feature that allows you to preview your work and make sure your blog's user experience is perfect across all devices. And again, our logo looks great. So let's go ahead and publish our changes. So click the Publish button at the top of the screen. And this will essentially save your changes and make them live on your blog. The next thing we want to do is add a favicon, or as WordPress calls it, a site icon. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what a favicon or site icon is, a favicon is the tiny image that web browsers use to help distinguish between web pages. And if we fast forward again to the end of the video and take a look at the top of the screen, you can see what I'm talking about. These images in the tabs are favicons, and they're great for branding efforts and they help people navigate online. Additionally, some browsers and mobile devices will display a larger image, like the Safari browser, which is what we're looking at right now. The site icon that we're going to create will also be used as a browser and app icon for your blog. So that's why it's important to have a site icon for your branding efforts. All right, back to the blog. Now, before you choose your site icon image, keep in mind that WordPress recommends you use an image that's at least 512 pixels wide and tall. And that's because the image will be used for your favicon and app icon. And you can easily create your own site icon with canva.com. Just use the same steps as we did to create the logo, but make sure your image is 512 by 512 pixels. Again, this is super simple and free. All right, so to add the image you're going to use for your site icon, simply click on the Select Site Icon button, and this will bring up your media library. Then we're adding a brand new image, so click the Upload Files link in the upper left-hand side of the screen. And then the Select Files button. And then find the image you want to use. And then once you've uploaded the image, I recommend at least updating the title within the attachment details. And then click the Select button. And then as you can see, the image I just uploaded is now being used for the favicon and site icon. Looks great and looks a lot more professional. So go ahead and click Publish to make your changes live. And then if we exit out of our customization menu, and take a look at the tab in our browser, you should see the image you just uploaded as the favicon. Now, if you're not seeing it right away, give it a few minutes and clear your browser's cache or history, refresh the page, and it'll show up. Okay, now that we have our new logo, I want to revisit the Yoast SEO plugin social settings. And if you recall, whenever we were configuring the plugin, there were two aspects of the search appearance that we skipped, and that was the social image and the logo avatar that's used within the knowledge graph. So let's update those real quick. So go ahead and visit the Yoast SEO search appearance section. You'll want to head back to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. So hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and click on Dashboard. Then hover your mouse over SEO and click on Search Appearance. Then scroll down a bit and you'll see the social and knowledge graph settings. So all we're going to do here is add the social image and logo to these two sections to help enhance our food blog's search appearance. And what this is doing is it's basically telling the search engines to use these images we're about to upload whenever our food blog's homepage is shared on social media and when our knowledge profile is displayed in Google search results. Having a professional image to represent your site on social and the search results is a best practice, but it's also great for brand recognition and brand loyalty. And the reason I waited until now to update this was because I wanted you to get used to using canva.com so that you could easily create images to use for this particular feature. And speaking of creating your image, here's a list of the recommended image sizes for Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And they have the image dimensions listed out based off of what type of image you're using and where you're using it. However, for this example, we're going to be using a landscape image that's 1200 by 630 pixels. This is the recommended image size for a landscape image on Facebook, but it will fit nicely with most social media channels. And then I'm not going to walk you through the entire process of me creating this image, but as you can see, I've used canva.com again, and I'm using the 1200 by 630 pixels for my dimensions, but the image is basically mimicking the logo we created a few moments ago. And I'm obviously speeding through this part of the video, but you get the idea. Canva is super easy to use. Then back at the blog, under the social settings section, click the Select Image button. And you should be pretty familiar with these steps by now. We're going to be uploading the image that we just created, so follow the same steps to upload and select the file you want to use. And then click the Select Files button. And then find the image that you want to use. Then once you have the image, don't forget to update the alt text and title within the attachment details. Then click the Select button. And we now have a beautiful social image that will be displayed across all social networks when our homepage is shared. Next, let's do the same thing for the knowledge graph. So follow the same steps to add the image. And then we're just using the exact same image that we just uploaded. And there we go, looks great. And don't forget to save your changes. And our settings have been saved. I know these things may seem trivial and somewhat tedious, but they can go a long way when it comes to your SEO and brand recognition. Okay, moving on. Next, let's create our blog's pages, categories, and primary navigation menu. The next thing we want to do is configure our blog by adding additional pages, additional categories, and creating a primary navigation menu. And if we fast forward to the end of this video again, you can see what I'm talking about. Having a primary menu with separate pages and categories allows you to diversify your content and helps your visitors navigate through your blog. This not only creates a better user experience, but it's great for SEO. So first things first, by default, WordPress starts you off with the sample page to help you visualize what your content will look like within the theme. But we want to get rid of this. So, to delete the sample page, head over to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. And then hover your mouse over where it says Pages and click on All Pages. And this will bring you to your Pages menu. This is where you can collectively review all of the pages that are on your blog, one of them being the sample page. So, to delete the page, simply hover your mouse over the sample page and click the red trash link. And the page will be sent to the trash. Then, to permanently delete the page, click the trash link at the top of the menu and follow the same steps you just performed. This will permanently delete the page altogether. Next, it's time to add the pages we want to use on our blog and our primary navigation menu. And I should point out that a page is different from a blog post, because a page is a static, standalone piece of content that is separate from your blog feed. I also want to point out that WordPress starts you off with the privacy policy page that's in draft mode, meaning it hasn't been published yet. But don't worry about that right now, we'll address it later on in the video. For now, let's add our About page and Contact page. So when it comes to adding new pages to your blog, WordPress gives you a few ways to accomplish that. The first way is within the Pages Management menu. Simply click on the Add New button at the top of the screen, and that will allow you to add a new page. You can also hover your mouse over Pages on the left sidebar and click on Add New as well. And finally, at the very top of the toolbar, you can hover your mouse over the plus new icon and click on Page from the drop-down menu. These will all take you to your WordPress editor and will allow you to create a brand new page on your blog. Okay, so what you're looking at right now is the visual editor, and this is a somewhat new WordPress editing experience. This was a major change in the WordPress 5.0 update, and it has a drastic effect on how you build and design your pages and blog posts. One of the major differences in this editor is that each section is broken down into a specific type of block. There are image blocks, paragraph blocks, column blocks, and much, much more. The blocks are a new experience that really give you a lot of creative control over what your blog looks like. And you'll get very familiar with the blocks as we begin creating content. But again, let me give you a quick rundown of the visual editor before we move on. So first we have a field for our title. Then there's the content section directly below that, and that's where you'll add your various blocks of content. Then on the right, you have the document and block settings and page attributes. Then you'll have access to the Yoast SEO plugin if you've installed it. Then towards the top of the screen, there are some additional settings that you can configure, as well as your publishing options. Then one final thing I want to go over before we create our pages is the visual editor layout. By default, WordPress starts you out with their full-width visual layout. This too is new and is meant to remove distractions, but I personally like the original setting where they displayed the dashboard menu items. So if you want to see what that looks like, you can change the layout of your visual editor by clicking on the three-dot icon in the upper right-hand side of the screen, and this will give you access to some more options. The first thing I'm going to change is to have the top toolbar. This will display some additional editing options for our blocks and will make us more efficient as we begin creating content. So go ahead and click it to turn that on. And then you should see some additional editing options appear within your editor. Next, I like having the WordPress dashboard menu items display. I feel like I can navigate a lot quicker through the back end of my blog when I can see them. So if you uncheck the full screen mode, you'll see that the WordPress menu items and toolbar reappear. Again, this is just a personal preference, but it helps me be more efficient. Okay, now that our visual editor settings are configured and you're familiar with the new visual editor, let's create our About page. So the first thing we want to do is give our page a title. And since this is our About page, go ahead and type About in the title section. And as you do that, the Yoast SEO plugin is already beginning to take care of our Google snippet for us by automatically adding the page title to the snippet, as well as the permalink. And keep in mind, this is the snippet that will show up when people search for your page in the search engines. And I'll show you how to edit this snippet when we start adding content to our pages, but editing your search engine snippet for each page and blog post is just a good habit to get into. And just to reiterate, we're not going to be adding content to these pages just yet. We're simply creating them so that we can add them to our primary navigation menu. Then once we've created all of our pages and added them to our nav, we'll worry about adding content to those pages. All right, so once you've named the page, go ahead and publish the page by clicking the Publish button. And don't worry about anyone seeing this page without any content on it. We haven't launched our blog yet. Then press the Publish button one more time to make the page live. And there we go. The page is live. Next, we'll just follow the exact same steps to add the contact page. So just like before, hover your mouse over the plus new link and click on page. Then let's create our contact page. So first things first, I'm going to title this Contact. And we'll add our contact form to this page a little later on. So let's go ahead and publish it. So click the Publish button twice. And there we go. Now, if you have more pages in mind that you want to create, by all means create those pages. I do want to point out though that we will be adding a privacy policy page to our footer, and we will also create a recipe index page as well, but that's later on in the tutorial. Okay, now that we have our two pages, let's create our menu. So let's visit our site really quick. And you'll notice that WordPress has already added the new pages to our primary nav, which is great. But let me show you how to configure this menu. Now, you have a few ways to go about building your menus, and I'll be showing you both ways in the tutorial. But for now, hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and click on Menus. And this will open up your blog's menu settings. And this is where we'll be creating our primary navigation menu. Okay, let me give you a quick introduction to how things are set up here. On the right is the menu structure, where you can name and edit your menu items. And on the left are the menu items you can add to your menu. So under the menu structure section, like I said, you have the option to name your menu, which you can do here, but I'm just going to leave it as is. Then below that are the actual menu items that will display on your blog. And by default, WordPress actually starts you out with a home menu item followed by 2 pages that we just created. This is super convenient because we no longer have to create a custom link home menu item, and WordPress will do that for you automatically. And then if you click on that drop-down arrow on the home custom link menu item, you'll see that it's linking to our home page. And then the navigation label is home, but you can change it here if you'd like. Then another cool feature is that you can drag and drop these menu items, situating them in any order that you'd like. And then I should mention that we're also going to be adding categories to this menu structure, which we'll do in a few moments. But once you have these particular menu items in order, you can go ahead and click the Create Menu button. And it may take a few seconds to load, so just sit tight real quick. Then after the menu has been created, if you look below there, you'll see the menu settings. And we want to set the display location as the main menu. So go ahead and check that box, and then click the Save Menu button. And in a few seconds, our new menu has been updated and saved. Then if we visit our site really quick, you can see that our new primary navigation menu is displaying, and the correct menu items are there as well. Nice work. Next, let's add some categories to our blog and navigation menu. So the remaining menu items are going to be categories. And if you're new to categories, a category is a group of related blog posts that are about similar subjects. And when you create a blog post, WordPress lets you add it to a particular category. For example, in this tutorial, I'm going to create a category called Meal Prep. Then when I write a blog post about meal prepping, I'll add that blog post to the Meal Prep category. Then what's even cooler is that I'm going to add that category to my primary navigation menu so that when someone clicks on it, it will take them to the page that lists all the blog posts that have been added to the Meal Prep category. Bottom line, whenever you create a category, it makes it easier for people to find your content. This is not only a cool feature, but it's great for user experience as well. Your readers will appreciate the convenience of not having to search through your entire blog to find relevant posts and content. So back at our blog, there are actually a couple different ways to add categories. You can do it in the back end of the blog post, or you can do it within the WordPress dashboard. We're going to cover both ways in this tutorial, but right now I'll show you how to add the categories within your WordPress dashboard. So let's head back to our WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. Then on the left-hand side, hover your mouse over Posts and click on Categories. And this will bring you to your category management page. And you'll see that WordPress starts you off with an uncategorized category by default, but you can easily create new categories here as well. Okay, since this is a food blog, I'm going to be creating categories that you usually associate with the food industry. And these are just examples, so don't feel that you're confined to the categories I make in the next few minutes. When you're making your categories, think about your content and your target audience. Your category should be like a topic bucket that can house various types of blog posts. For example, the first category I'm going to create is vegan. So to create the category, simply type vegan in the name field, and be sure to type this out the way you want it to look on your site. Then directly below that is the slug. And the slug is the URL-friendly version of the category name, and it's usually lowercase and contains only letters, numbers, and hyphens. So this slug is going to be vegan, but with a lowercase v. Then directly below that, you'll see a drop down for the parent category. And the reason for this is because categories are able to have a hierarchy. And WordPress's example of this is that you may have a jazz category, and then under that have children categories like bebop and big band. However, for this tutorial, we're not going to have a category hierarchy. So you can go ahead and skip that, as well as the description, and click the Add New Category button. Then on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that our new category vegan has been added to our blog. Super easy. All right, let's add our second category. So this one will be pasta. And then the slug is going to be pasta, but with a lowercase p. And again, we're going to skip the parent category option and description and click the Add New Category button. There we go. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to fast forward through me adding the rest of the categories. But now that we've successfully created all of our categories, it's time to add them to our primary navigation menu. So let's head back to our menu management page by hovering your mouse over Appearance and clicking on Menus. This is yet another way to get to your menu settings. Then this time around, we're going to be adding categories to our menu structure. So on the left-hand side of the screen, click the Categories tab, and then click the View All if you're not seeing all the categories you created. Then simply select the categories that you want to add to your primary navigation menu, and click the Add to Menu button. Then you should see the categories added to the menu structure on the right. So far, so good. Next, it's time to situate your menu items. And this is one of the reasons why I love WordPress. It makes things like this super simple with their drag and drop features. Simply drag and drop the menu items in the order that you want them to appear on your navigation menu. You can even indent them to create sub-menu items if you'd like as well. However, for this tutorial, I'm not going to be using sub-menu items. So let me situate these really quick. Okay, once you have the menu items in order, go ahead and click the Save Menu button. And you should get a notification letting you know that the menu has been updated. And we can take a look at it really quick, but I want to show you something before we do. If you look towards the top of the screen, you should see a Managed with Live Preview button. And if you click on that, it'll take you to your customization menu and allow you yet another way to edit and customize your menu, which looks great, I might add. But this is essentially letting you do the same thing we just did, but from the customization menu. And as I mentioned earlier, WordPress gives you multiple ways to accomplish certain tasks. Building your menus is one of them. And it really comes down to personal preference, but configuring your navigation menu through the customization menu allows you to get a live preview of your work. And I should also mention that we're going to be using the customization menu to create our footer menu a little later on in the tutorial. I just wanted to show you all the ways that you could build things in your WordPress dashboard, and this way you could find what works best for you and become a more efficient blogger. Okay, moving on. Next, let's start piecing together your sidebar. All right, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to start building your sidebar. And your blog sidebar is a great place to advertise and grow your email list because it's a global element, meaning that it stays the same on every page and post that has a sidebar. And if we fast forward real quick, you can see that each page and blog post has a 2-column layout that can easily be customized to your liking. On the left side is where we add the content, and on the right side is our sidebar. This is where we can add various widgets, links, images, and even earn money with affiliate campaigns and AdSense ads. Now keep in mind that the content on each page will be different, but the sidebar remains the same throughout your blog. Now by default, WordPress starts your sidebar off with some pretty basic widgets. These are bad and you may want to keep some of them, but for this video, we're going to be reconfiguring the sidebar quite a bit. So the first part of the sidebar we're going to build is an About Me section. We're going to have an image followed by a little intro blurb that links to your About page, and this is a great way to introduce yourself to your audience and drive traffic to your About page. So back at our blog, to start making changes to your sidebar, you'll need to access your customization menu. So the first thing is you'll need to go to the home page of your blog by visiting your site, and then click the Customize link at the top of the screen, and this will open the customization menu. And I'm going to scroll down a bit to get a better look at the sidebar, but as you can see, the Kale theme actually has two sections to their sidebar. There's a bordered section and a non-bordered section, which they call their default sidebar. Now for this particular part of the tutorial, we're going to focus on the bordered sidebar and add an About Me section. Then a little later on in the video, we'll address the non-bordered sidebar. First things first, let's clean up the bordered sidebar. So to access your sidebar within the customization menu, click on the Widgets tab, and then open the Sidebar Default Border tab. And you'll see that WordPress has automatically added the archives, category, and meta widgets within this particular sidebar. And I should point out that right now you're seeing the Classic Widgets version of the sidebar. And this is due to the Classic Widgets plugin that we installed earlier in the video. If you're seeing blocks and your sidebar is different than mine, I recommend pausing the video and installing and activating the Classic Widgets plugin. Okay, so this version of the sidebar is almost identical to how we built our primary nav and the way that you could drag and drop the widgets in the order that you want them to appear on your blog. Each widget represents a different section of the sidebar, and you can easily rearrange them by dragging and dropping the widgets in any order you'd like. It's pretty cool. However, I'm not going to use any of these widgets within the bordered sidebar, so I want to remove them, and this is how you'll do that. You simply click on the tab of the widget you want to remove, and that will open it up. And then click the red Remove link, and you'll see the widget disappear in real time from the sidebar. Then let me do that to the remaining two really quick. There we go. Now we have a blank canvas to build our About Me section within the sidebar. Okay, so for this section of our bordered sidebar, we're going to add an About Me intro that will include an image and a text blurb linking to your About page. This is yet another great way to introduce yourself to your audience and direct traffic to your About page. So first things first, we need to add a new widget. So click the Add a Widget button, and then you'll see all the widgets that you can add to your sidebar listed on the right. And we're going to be adding an image, so find and click the Image tab, and this will give you the ability to add an image to your sidebar. And let's give this a title. So in the title field, type out what you want to appear above your image, and I'm using About Me for this example. I should point out that the text won't show up until we actually add our image for some reason, so let's do that right now. So I'm going to be using an image that is 400 by 400 pixels, and once again, if we head over to canva.com, you can easily create and resize your custom image here if you need to. Okay, back at our blog, to add the image, simply click the Add Image button and follow the same steps to upload your new image. Again, hopefully these steps are starting to become somewhat familiar to you by now. So click the Upload Files link, and then the Select Files button, and find the image on your computer. There we go. Then don't forget about the title and alt text. Then another thing I want to point out is that under the attachment display settings, you can add a link to the image and change the size. So make sure you have custom URL selected, then directly under that, enter the URL you want the image to link to. For example, I'm going to link to our About page. There we go. And then WordPress has the size set to medium, but I want to use the full size 400 by 400 pixels. So select that, and then click the Add to Widget button. And beautiful, our image and About Me title are now displaying in our sidebar. Next, I want to add a quick little blurb of text below the image. So we're going to add a new custom HTML widget to our sidebar to accomplish this. And I'm going to close the image widget really quick, then click the Add a Widget button, and find a custom HTML widget. And feel free to add your own text here, but if you head over to my code cheat sheet, I've created some custom HTML that you could use for this blurb. And all you have to do is copy the code underneath the About Me section of the cheat sheet, then paste it to the custom HTML widget, and replace the purple text with anything you'd like. And let me show you how easy this is to do. So I'm going to copy this really quick. I'm on a Mac, so I'm clicking Command-C on my keyboard. Then back at the blog, simply paste the ready-made code within the content box of the custom HTML widget, and you'll see that the HTML is translating perfectly to our sidebar. Now, you'll obviously want to update the dummy text, so all you're going to do is within the custom HTML widget, swap out this dummy text in between the center opening and closing tags with your own personal intro. Then the final thing we're going to do is add an image of a signature. This is a cool way to add a little unique flair to this section of your sidebar. So go ahead and click the Add a Widget button. And then click on Image. And then like I said, we're going to be adding an image of a signature. And let me actually upload this image really quick so that you can get a better idea of what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to follow the steps to add and upload a new image. So click the Add Image button. And then we're uploading a new image to our media library, so click the Upload Files link. And then the Select Files button. And I know this stuff is repetitive, but I've found that the more you repeat it, the quicker you learn. So thanks for bearing with me. There we go. And then let me update the alt text and title really quick. And then I'm going to adjust the display settings and set the image to full size. And then click the Add to Widget button when you're done making your edits. And voila. We have a beautiful and unique way to personalize your About Me section and make it stand out. Now, if you're wondering how I made this signature, you guessed it, I made it with Canva.com. I simply created a custom dimension image and used their styled font to create this signature. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to take you through the entire design process, but you can easily create your own signature with Canva.com in a quick few minutes. And then back at our blog, once you're ready to make these changes permanent, click the Publish button at the top of the screen. And you now have a sleek and stylish About Me section on your sidebar that all of your audience will see when they visit your blog. Nice work. Next, let's clean up the remaining widgets within the sidebar default. And all this means is everything outside of our bordered sidebar. So as you can see, WordPress starts you off with the search, recent posts, and recent comments widgets within your default sidebar. So let's remove those widgets that we're not going to use. So just click the arrow in the upper left-hand side of the menu, and then open the Sidebar Default tab. And then for this example, I'm going to be removing the recent posts and recent comments widgets. So just follow the same steps as before by opening them up and clicking the red Remove link. And then let me do that one more time for the recent comments widget. So I'll open it up and click the red remove link. There we go. Then don't forget to click the publish button to save our changes. And our sidebar is starting to come together. Now, we're going to come back to the sidebar a little later on in the video because there are some aspects of our blog that still need to be created before we can add them to the sidebar. So we'll revisit the sidebar in a bit. But for now, let's move on and add our social sharing icons to our homepage. In this section of the tutorial, we're going to add social icons to our homepage that allow people to access your social channels when they click on them. And if we fast forward again really quick, you can see what that will look like. So the Kale theme gives you the ability to add social icons in the upper left or right hand side of your blog. And this is a great way to generate traffic to your social channels, boost your following, and expand your brand's reach. And it's super easy to set up. I should also point out that you'll need to have at least one social media account for your blog in order for these icons to work. You won't want to link to your personal Facebook or Twitter page from your blog. That's just not a best practice and it isn't very professional. Just a heads up on that before we move on. So back at our blog, we'll be adding our icons through the customization menu. So I'm currently in the sidebar section, so let me get out of here real quick. And then you'll need to click that arrow one more time to get back to the customization main menu. There we go. Then to add the social icons, you'll want to open the menu tab. And then we're going to be creating a new social menu, and the icons are actually going to serve as their own menu items. So click the Create New Menu button. And then in the menu name field, type social with a capital letter S. It's very important that the word social uses a capital S in the menu name or it won't work. Then go ahead and click the Next button. And now it's time to add our menu items, which will serve as our icons. So click the Add Items button. And then from there, you'll want to open the Custom Links tab. And then the idea here is that you'll create separate custom links, which will translate into the social icons. And let me show you what I mean. So the first icon is going to be for Facebook. So in the URL, type your Facebook URL. Then in the link text field, type Facebook with a capital F. Again, this is important, use a capital F. Then click the Add to Menu button. And you'll see that our custom link has been added to the menu. Now I should point out that you won't see the icons until we publish this menu and add it to our header. So in the meantime, let's add our next custom link for Twitter. So follow the same steps as before. Under the Custom Link tab in the URL field, type your Twitter URL. Then in the link text field, type Twitter with a capital T. And click the Add to Menu button. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to speed through the next one real quick, but I'm going to add YouTube. Perfect. Then let's publish this really quick, so click the Publish button. And now that we've created our social menu, it's time to add it to this header. And this will allow the icons to display. And if you're confused, no worries, it'll all make sense in a few seconds. So what we're going to do is actually add a menu widget to our header. So you'll need to go back and find the Widget tab. And then you'll need to click that arrow one more time to get back to the customization main menu. And then open the Widget tab. And then the Kale theme gives you the option of adding your social icons to the left or right hand side of your header. And for this example, we're going to be adding the social icons to the left header. So go ahead and open the Header Left tab. And then click the Add a Widget button. And find the navigation menu widget. Then from there, select the social menu that we just created from the dropdown. And boom, you now have your social icons displaying on your blog. Okay, so let's go ahead and publish these. So click the publish button. And then I'm going to exit out of the customization menu and take a look at our new social icons. And they look great. I love the minimalist look and feel to them, and I like how they aren't too overbearing. They're perfectly placed to draw the reader's attention without taking away from your blog's content. Plus, this is a great way to boost your social following, grow your audience, and extend your brand's reach. Nice work. Okay, moving on. Next, let's craft your about page and start adding content to your blog. All right, so the first page we're going to configure is the About page. And if we fast forward real quick, you can get a better idea of what we're going to be designing. So your About page is not only a great place to introduce yourself, but it also serves as a way to communicate your mission and vision to your blog's readers. This theme presents your content with a cool minimalist look and feel, and I just love the way it looks, and it's super simple to do. So let's get started. All right, since we're editing our About page, let's access it first if you're not there already. So you can go ahead and click the About menu item in your primary nav. Then to edit it, at the top of the screen, click the Edit Page link, and this will bring you to the back end of the page and give you access to the WordPress editor. And I know we covered this a little earlier in the video, but just a quick refresher. Within the WordPress editor, you have your title section, your content area, the document and block settings, some additional editing options at the top of the screen, along with the Yoast settings, and finally the preview and publish buttons. All right, so now it's time to start writing. So right below the title, go ahead and start typing out your introduction. Now for this tutorial, I'm just pasting some dummy text here, but this is where you'll want to start writing about you and introducing yourself to your audience. And as you start writing, the new WordPress editor is automatically creating what is called a paragraph block. And these are blocks of content designed for your text. And each block comes with its own editing options and toolbar that gives you even more freedom whenever you want to edit the block. You can change things like the alignment, you can add bold font, italicize it, create a hyperlink, and much, much more. And we'll cover some of the other editing options a little later on, but the new blocks feature is a powerful editing tool that you could use as you create your page content. Okay, so for our intro paragraphs, I'm just going to copy and paste a few more paragraphs of dummy text. But again, this is where you would be writing your intro and showcasing what you and your blog are all about. Next, I want to add a heading. And this will be a different sized and formatted font that stands apart from the rest of the text. Having different headings within your content is good for SEO, content structure, and readability. Headings help people skim through the content and quickly find what they want as well. So to achieve this, we'll need to add a heading block after the paragraph block. And to add a completely new block, you can simply press Enter on your keyboard like you're going to start a new paragraph, and this will give you additional space to add a new block. Then you can click either one of these plus icons, and that will bring up the block menu. This is where the building blocks of your content is housed, and it's what you'll use to add various blocks to your blog posts and pages. By default, it will display 6 blocks within this menu, but you can always search for specific blocks by using the search bar or by clicking the Browse All button. And as you can see, you have a wealth of resources when it comes to the different type of blocks you can use to create content. And when you have some extra time, I recommend browsing and exploring the different types of blocks, but for this particular part of the video, we're going to be adding a new heading. So find the heading block and click on it. Then to add your heading, simply start typing. So this heading is going to be about the mission of the blog, so I'll title this My Mission. And there we go, our first heading looks great. Next, I'm going to add some more text. So again, I'm just pasting some dummy text below this heading, but this is where you'd start writing again. Next, let me show you another way to add blocks to your posts and pages. So if you hover your mouse over the three-dot icon within the toolbar, this will give you some additional options. One of them being adding a block before or after a particular block. And to determine where you're adding the block, it will use the location of your cursor. So our cursor is currently on the last paragraph, and if we click the three-dot icon and select Insert After, this will give us the ability to add a new block after that paragraph block. And I realize that you could have easily clicked Enter on your keyboard to create the space for the new block, but this feature comes in handy if you want to place a new block above or below content that's already been created. Okay, so let's add our next heading. So click the plus icon, and from the block menu, find the heading block. And then this is going to be the vision of my blog, so I'll title it My Vision. And again, these headings are just examples. You don't have to use the same ones as me. Feel free to get creative and use what best fits you and your food blog. And then I pasted some more dummy text below that heading, but again, this is where you would want to write out your own content. Next, let's add some images to the page. So the first image I want to go over is the featured image. Now, the featured image can be described as the image that visually represents either your blog post or page on social media. It's also the image that's above the content of our page. Now, one of the really cool features of the Kale theme is that it gives you multiple ways to implement and display your featured image. So first, let me show you how to add the image to your page. So within your WordPress editor on the right-hand side of your screen, make sure you have the Page Settings tab opened and click on the Featured Image tab. And then click the Set Featured Image button, and this will take you to your media library where you can upload your new image. And it shouldn't be any surprise that I used canva.com to create my custom-sized image for my featured image, but I will say that one question I get quite a bit is what size of image should I use for my featured image? And all that can vary from theme to theme, and it also depends on what social channel you're sharing your blog post or blog page on. But the Kale theme developers recommend that all featured images are at least 760 by 400 pixels. So keep that in mind whenever you're choosing and creating your featured image. All right, so back to our blog. I'm going to upload my featured image. And again, these steps should start becoming very familiar to you. So click the Upload Files link, and then the Select Files button, and find the image on your computer. Then once we've uploaded our featured image, don't forget about the alt text and title. Then click the Set Featured Image button, and our featured image has been successfully added to our page. But, like I said, there are a few ways that you can display your featured image within the Kale theme. But first, let's take a look at the default setting by previewing the page. And this is a really cool WordPress feature that allows you to preview what your content will look like before it's published. It's a great resource to have because sometimes what we build in the back end of WordPress doesn't always translate exactly to the front end of our blog. So that's why it's important to always preview your edits before publishing them and making them live on your site. So to preview the About page, simply click the Preview button at the upper right-hand side of the screen. And then you'll have some additional options as to how you'd like to preview the page. We're going to select Desktop, and then click the Preview in the New Tab link. And this will open a separate browser tab with the preview environment where you can see what things will look like before you make them live. And as you can see, the default page layout settings has our featured image displaying above our content, and it's using the two-column layout where the content is on the left and the sidebar is on the right. Now, it doesn't look terrible, but there are some changes that I'd like to make now that I'm previewing it and seeing what it will look like on our site. For starters, the content seems a bit smushed together and stacked on top of one another, and I'd like to create some more space between my heading and paragraphs. I also want to add some more images within our content. So let's head back to our WordPress editor, and I'm sure you're starting to notice that what we create here doesn't necessarily look exactly like that on the front end of our food blog. So again, that's why it's important to preview our work so we can make the necessary changes. So like I said, I want to add some images within the content, and the way we'll do that is with an image block. So for this example, I'm going to add an image in between my heading and the first paragraph. So I'll place my cursor within that paragraph there, and then I'm going to insert an image block above it. And if you recall, we'll do that by opening the More Options within the toolbar, and then click Insert Before. And this will allow us to add the image block in between our heading and paragraph. There we go, then click the plus icon to add the block. And then find the image block. There it is. Then from here, I'm going to add my images that I created and designed using Canva. So to add the image, click the upload button within the block. Then find the image you want to use on your computer. And then it may take a few seconds to load. There we go. And the WordPress editor gives you a ton of flexibility in terms of how your images are displayed. For example, let's say we want to shrink this image and align it to the left so that the text wraps around the image. Well, in the toolbar at the top of the screen, if you click on the alignment icon, you can change how the image is aligned by selecting Align Left. And I realize that it doesn't look like we did anything to the image. However, we can shrink it by dragging and dropping these two blue dots like so. You can also edit the image size within the block settings on the right-hand side of the screen. This will let you achieve the exact same thing that we just did with those blue dots. Then they even have a space for a caption below the image, and I'll just type a quick and easy meals caption. There we go, looks good. And then let's add another image. So this time I'm going to add an image in between my vision heading and paragraph. So I'll place the cursor within that paragraph and then follow the same steps as before to open the More Options tab and select Insert Before. And we're adding an image block, so click the Add Block icon. And then from the pop-up menu, find the image block. There we go. Then click the Upload button and select the image you want to use. And once you find your image that you want to use, it may take a few seconds to load, so let's just sit tight for a few seconds. And this time I'm going to align the image to the right. So click the Change Alignment icon and select Align Right. And then I'll use the blue dots to resize the image again. And then real quick, I'll add a caption to this one that says Healthy Living. There we go. Next, I want to add some space between my headings and paragraphs. And I realize that the spacing we see in the WordPress visual editor right now looks good, and our heading and paragraphs look like they're spaced correctly. However, sometimes the CSS of a theme translates the code differently on the front end, and things look a little different. Hence, that's the reason why I want to add some additional space between my headings and paragraphs. Now, another thing I want to point out before we do anything is that you would think that you could accomplish this by just pressing Enter to add more space like you would whenever you're writing an email or typing a Word doc. However, the theme doesn't view this as a space. In order to actually add space between our headings and paragraphs, you have to do that through a spacer block. So, just follow the same steps as before to add a new block. And then this time we're searching for the spacer block. There it is. And then it starts you off with 100 pixels of space, but you can easily change that by either using the blue dot to drag and drop, or change the pixels within the spacer settings on the right-hand side of your screen. And for this example, I'm going to change this to 25 pixels of space. And I know it looks kind of odd right now, but this gray box represents space in between the heading and paragraph blocks. Then let me show you a quick tip that will save you some time. So if you know you're going to use an identical block, WordPress gives you the ability to duplicate that block. So I want to duplicate this spacer block. And all you have to do is make sure that you have that block selected, and then click the three-dot icon to open up the more options, and then click on duplicate. And this will duplicate the spacer block, and I know it's kind of hard to see, but we now have two identical spacer blocks using 25 pixels of space. Then I want to move this spacer block above the My Vision heading. So check this out. All you have to do is click the move down arrow at the top of the screen, and check that out. Let me scroll up a little bit real quick, and you can see that we now have 25 pixels of space in between our headings and paragraph blocks. All right, so let's go ahead and preview our work really quick. So click the preview button, and then preview in a new tab. And look at that, our content is spaced a lot better. We have some images that are aligned to the left and right of our content, kind of switches things up and adds a unique look and feel to our About page. Next, I want to show you some of the flexibility that you have with your featured image and layout of this page. Now, you don't have to do what I'm about to show you, but I wanted to give you some more options whenever it came to the layout of your pages. So if we head back to our WordPress editor, there's one thing I want to point out before we get started, and that's that while I was recording this tutorial, there was a WordPress update. And what that means is that the core team of WordPress developers deployed either security patches or new versions of WordPress. And like I said, during this tutorial, there was a new version of WordPress deployed during the most recent update. Now, if you have a child theme installed, it won't affect the front end of your site. However, there are times where some slight changes may take place in the back end, like the style of the font used in the WordPress editor. It's not a huge deal, but as you gain more experience with WordPress, you'll see that these changes happen from time to time. And at the end of the day, it is highly recommended that you keep your WordPress blog up to date and install new versions as soon as they're available, which you do because they're installed automatically. Okay, now that that's addressed, let's move on and let me show you the template features for your pages. So all pages and blog posts will start you out with a default template. And this is the layout of your page. That is the two-column layout that uses the sidebar. However, you can change that here within your page settings. Under the template tab, if you open that up, you'll see that they start you out with the default template. However, if you select full width from that drop-down, this will remove the sidebar and stretch your content across the entire screen. And I'll show you how that looks in a few seconds. But next, I want to show you how to change the layout of your featured image. So we just changed the content layout, so let's change the featured image layout. So staying within the page settings, if you scroll down to the Kale page options, you can change the featured image so that it displays like a banner by selecting Banner. And when it comes to template changes, you can't preview them, unfortunately. You have to publish the changes. So let's go ahead and click the Update button to push these changes live. And then let's view the page. And as you can see, we've removed the sidebar, our content is full width, and the featured image is now positioned like a banner across the page. Again, this is just another way to change up the layout of your blog and try new things, but I don't particularly like the full width content on this page without the sidebar. So I'm going to head back to the WordPress editor by clicking the edit page link at the top of the screen. And then on the right-hand side of the screen under the page settings, I'm going to change that template back to the default template layout. And then let's push these changes live by clicking the update button. And then let's view the page. And that's much better in my opinion. The spacing looks more uniform, and I like having the sidebar included within the About page. And that's why I love WordPress and the Kale theme. It gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of how you present your content to your audience. Also, if you see that opt-in form in the sidebar, ignore that for now. We're going to add that a little later on in the video. Like I said, I had to re-record this portion of the video due to the WordPress update. Alright, we have a few more things we need to do to this page before we move on. And the last thing we want to configure are the Yoast SEO settings for the page. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the editor, you'll see the Yoast settings if you've installed and activated that plugin. And you can also access the Yoast SEO settings in the upper right-hand side of the screen here as well. Both will help you optimize your pages and posts for the search engines. Okay, so the Yoast SEO plugin is a powerful tool and should be used every time you create a page or post on your blog. And if you look towards the top of the plugin, you'll see some of the features available, like setting your focus keyword, creating your Google snippet, schema and social settings, as well as a readability analysis, which we'll cover in a few moments. Okay, so now that you have a brief overview of the plugin, let's take a closer look at how to use it. So the first thing that you can do is set your focus keyword or key phrase. This is where you can tell Yoast the keyword or key phrase that you're trying to rank for. And once you've set your keyword, the plugin analyzes the content to determine whether or not you're using that focus keyword in a way that benefits your SEO. Plus, after adding the keyword, you'll be given an SEO grade that helps you optimize your content for the search engines. Below that is the Google Snippet Editor. And this is where you can configure how the search engines see your Google snippet. And the cool thing about this is that Google gives you a mobile and desktop preview of what that snippet will look like as you edit it. And you can toggle between the two previews here. But again, this is super helpful when it comes to optimizing your snippet for the search engines. Then below the preview is where you can edit the snippet. And first is the SEO title. Now by default, Yoast starts you off with what is called snippet variables of the title and the page dash separator followed by the site title. And you can easily add or remove the variables, or you can remove them completely and just type out your SEO title. And one thing I want to point out is that this is only changing how your title looks in the search engines, not the actual title on your page or blog post. Now you'll also probably notice the orange line moving below your text as you type. And this feature helps you stay within the character limit set forth by Google and other search engines and lets you know when you should stop adding content to the snippet by turning green. Next is the slug. And the slug is just your permalink. So whatever comes after the .com of your page will show up here. Below that is the meta description. And this is the preview text that people see when they search for your blog post on a search engine. So to change it within the meta description box, simply start typing a preview of your post. And you'll want to be sure to use keywords and make it enticing to help improve your click-through rate. And you'll probably notice the orange line moving below your text as you type. This is the same feature as the SEO title field, and it helps you stay within the character limit set forth by Google and other search engines, and also lets you know when you should stop adding content to the snippet by turning green. And there we go. Then below that we have the SEO analysis. And once you've entered your focus keyword, the SEO analysis checks the presence of your focus key phrase or keywords throughout the content of your page. The plugin will then reward you with a colored bullet based off of its findings and tell you what is good and what needs to be worked on. Now, Yoast states that when you follow the instructions and craft your pages and posts so that they get green bullets, they have a better chance of ranking higher on the search results. However, you don't need a green bullet every time, so don't stress too much if it's not green. Next, we have the Cornerstone Content feature. This is a new feature of the plugin that lets you mark the most important and extensive articles or pages on your blog. This is important because it's telling the search engines which places of content are the most important. And providing the correct internal link structure between your posts and pages tells Google which content is the most important and has a positive impact on your ranking. So, if this page is a cornerstone piece, which it is, go ahead and flip the switch to mark it as a cornerstone piece of content. Next, there are some advanced settings where you could tell the search engines not to show this page in the search results. You could set the meta robots, breadcrumb titles, and canonical URL, but for this tutorial, we aren't going to worry about those features, so you can go ahead and skip those. Next, if we close this and then scroll up and click on the Readability tab, this will show you the readability analysis. And this uses an algorithm to determine how readable your page or post is. And Yoast has carefully crafted this algorithm to make it as accurate as possible without being too strict. It features several checks that'll give you advice when to write your post. In other words, by following the advice, you can make your text easier to read and understand, which is good for the overall user experience and SEO. Now, you'll probably notice that Yoast gives you a score on your readability and SEO analysis, resulting in a colored smiley face. Red is bad, green is good, and I'm using dummy text in the post, so it obviously isn't going to be good. However, should all of your bullets be green? Well, Yoast says no, not every bullet and smiley face should be green, but you should aim for a green, happy bullet overall. Having an orange bullet for one of the checks is okay. Your article will still be able to rank even if it doesn't pass all the tests. This is merely an indication, not a necessity. Next, we have the Schema tab. And this is a somewhat advanced and technical aspect of SEO, but schema is markup. And it's found at schema.org, and it's a form of microdata. And once added to a web page, schema markup creates an enhanced description which appears in search results. And top search engines like Google, Yahoo, and Bing all collaborated to create schema.org back in 2011. So it is important to your SEO, but Yoast does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. So I recommend leaving these alone for now, but you have the option to configure them if you'd like. And last but not least, we have the Social tab. And this allows you to fill out the social data for the page. This means that you could tell social media channels like Facebook and Twitter what to show whenever you share this page on their platform. You can add a social description, title, and an image here as well. Again, for the sake of time, I'm skipping past this, but if you know you're going to be sharing these pages and posts across Facebook and Twitter, then it makes sense to update this social data here. Okay, so that's the Yoast SEO plugin in a nutshell. But one final thing I want to point out is that within the page settings on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that the Yoast SEO tab gives you a quick snapshot of the readability and SEO analysis of the page. Just a heads up on that. All right, so we've created our content. We have set our featured image and layout and configured the Yoast SEO settings. It's now time to republish the page. So go ahead and click the update button to push those changes live. And then let's view the page real quick. And it looks awesome. You now have a sleek About page that will introduce you to your blog's visitors in a creative and unique way. And I know I say this a lot, but I love the Kale theme. It does a great job of displaying the content in a way that draws the reader in and keeps them engaged. Nice work. Now, before we move on, I want to show you a quick CSS tip. Now, over the years, I've gotten a ton of emails and comments asking me how to change the size of the font. Some people like the default font a little larger than what Kale starts you out with. And there are some plugins that you could use to change the font size, but a quicker and easier way to change the font is with CSS. Okay, to accomplish this, we're going to need to access our additional CSS widget, which is located in the customization menu. So go ahead and click Customize at the top of the screen. And open the additional CSS tab. And this is where you can quickly add CSS snippets of code whenever you make a change that requires some additional coding. This is an amazing new feature that WordPress added a few updates ago, and it really comes in handy whenever you want to make design changes that require CSS. And again, I've made this super simple for you so that all you have to do is copy and paste the ready-made code within this CSS module. So to change the font size, head over to my code cheat sheet and find the change body font size code. Then highlight it and copy it. Again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command C on my keyboard to copy it. And I should point out that anything that is red within the code is what you can change. So after you paste this code, you'll want to swap out the number 16 with whatever size font you want. And let me show you what I mean. So let's head back to our blog and simply paste that code from the code cheat sheet within the CSS widget like so. And then you can see the CSS go to work. It's increased the size of the font so that it's 16 pixels. This spreads things out a bit and makes the font a little easier to read. Then if you recall, the 16 within the code was red. So remember, you can swap out that and test different sizes of font if you'd like. So let's take a closer look at that CSS real quick. And for the sake of this example, let me change this to 20 pixels. And 40 pixels. And you can see what that does to the size of the font. However, I like 16 pixels, so I'll set it back to that. And then click the Publish button to make these changes live. And there we go. And then let's exit out of the customization menu really quick and take a closer look at our font. And it looks great. And again, this is yet another reason why I love WordPress. You have access to not only the back end of your site, but you can edit and reconfigure the code, literally giving you creative control over every aspect of your blog. All right, moving on. Next, let's add a contact form to your blog. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to add a contact form to your blog, giving your audience a way to get in touch with you. And if we fast forward real quick and visit the contact page, you'll get a better idea of what we're going to be making. As you can see, we're going to be using the full width page layout, but we'll be adding a contact form from the WP Forms plugin. And having a contact form is a great way to keep a line of communication open between you and your audience, and it's also a great way to build your email list. So to add a contact form, let's go back to our WordPress dashboard. So hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard in the upper left-hand side of the screen. And like I said, we're going to be using the WP Forms plugin. And this plugin came pre-installed when we initially set up our blog, but if you don't have the WP Forms plugin, be sure to install and activate it for this part of the video. Okay, so the first thing we need to do before we even create our form is make sure that it's GDPR compliant. And we'll only have to do this once, but after we make this quick change, all of the forms that we create with the plugin will be GDPR compliant. So within your WordPress dashboard on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on Settings. And this will bring you to the general settings of the plugin where you can change things like the license key, the CAPTCHA, integrations, and much, much more. I should also point out that we'll be using the free version of this plugin, but I have a full-length tutorial on how to upgrade and use the pro version of the plugin if you're interested. And I'll have a link to that video in the show notes, but you can also find it on my YouTube channel as well. Okay, like I said, what we're concerned with right now are the GDPR enhancements. So under the GDPR section, all you're going to do is check that box next to GDPR enhancements, and this will enable the GDPR features for all of your web forms moving forward. Now, if you know that your audience isn't going to be coming from the European Union, then you don't need to worry about this. However, I am, so I'm checking that box and clicking the Save Settings button to save our changes. Okay, now that our changes have been successfully saved, it's time to create our contact form. And we're going to build this form using the WP Forms plugin Form Builder. And having a contact form is a great way to keep a line of communication open between you and your audience. It helps build your email list and it generates leads. Okay, the first step is to create the form. So on the left-hand side of the screen in your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on Add New. And this will bring you to the various form templates that you can use to build your form. And these pre-made templates can speed up the creation process and help you quickly get your forms up and running. And WP Forms has also added a quick search feature that allows you to browse their templates to find one that best suits your needs. And the free version of the plugin comes with some great templates to get you started, but if you decide to upgrade to the Pro version, you'll get access to some of the more intricate and specialized web forms. However, for this tutorial, we're using the free version of the plugin, and this contact form will be using the GDPR contact form template. And if you hover your mouse over that template section, you have the ability to view a demo of that form before you start using it. This is a new feature that allows you to get a better idea of what the form will look like before you spend time building it and adding it to your blog. It's pretty cool. And this looks great, so back at the plugin, go ahead and click the Use Template button, and that will take you to the form builder. So this is the form builder. And if you look towards the upper left-hand side of the screen, you can see that WP Forms has done a good job of breaking the form creation process down into 4 sections. First, there are fields. This is where you set up the various fields you want to display within your form. Next are the settings. This is where you configure things like your thank you message and notifications. Then we have marketing. This is where you'll connect your email marketing service to the form if needed. And then payments. This is where you can set up a payment processor and collect payments from your forms. Okay, so let's create our form. So the first thing we want to focus on are the fields of our form. And this is where you'll edit and configure the fields of the form that you're building. Starting at the top, we have the standard fields that comes with the free version. These are your typical form fields you see like name, email, phone number, etc. Then below that are the fancy fields and payment fields. And these are only available with the Pro version of the plugin and are some of your more intricate form fields. However, for this tutorial, the standard fields will do everything we need them to do and more. Next, on the right-hand side of the screen is the form preview and builder. And this is where you can see what your form fields will look like as well as build it. This is also where you can drag and drop the fields and edit them as you create your forms. And I'll show you how that's done right now. So within the form builder, you'll notice that each form field is like a block of content. You can tell as I hover my mouse over each field. You can also drag and drop the form fields within the form builder, giving you even more control and flexibility over how your forms are displayed. That's a pretty cool feature for a free plugin. Okay, so for this example, we're creating a contact form that's GDPR compliant. And this form template is pretty much ready to go out of the box. However, there are a few small changes I want to make to the form. So the first thing I want to change are the name fields. Now, I don't particularly need the user's last name for this contact form, so to edit the fields, simply click on the field you want to edit, and this will open the field options where you'll have the ability to configure some of the settings of the field. And as you can see, for the name field, you have the ability to change the label, format, add a description, change whether or not it's a required field, and even add some advanced options or conditions to the field. And you can play around and experiment with all these settings, but right now, I just want to remove the last name field. I don't necessarily need it for this form, and I've found that fewer fields the user has to fill out leads to higher conversions. So keep that in mind whenever you're building your forms. Okay, so under the Format section, click on that drop-down menu and select Simple, and the form will update and only require one name instead of the first and last. Next, and this is a personal preference, but I want to change the actual length of the name and email fields. And you can see in the form preview that they currently don't span across the length of the entire form, so I want them to be flush with the comment box. Again, this is a personal preference, but it's also good to know how to change the length of your form fields. So you can achieve this change under the Advanced Options tab. Then under the field size, select Large. And you'll see the name field span across the entire form. Then I'm going to do that for the email field as well. So click on the email field in the preview to bring up the field options. and then follow the exact same steps. Open the Advanced Options tab and change the field size to large. Perfect. And I'll do the same thing for the comment box as well really quick. And there we go. Now I realize that my form fields are longer than my comment box. However, you'll notice that once we publish this to our blog, the form fields and comment box will be aligned and will look a lot cleaner on the front end of your blog. Okay, next, it's time to configure the form settings. So go ahead and click on the Settings tab on the left-hand side of the screen. And then from here, you have the ability to configure the general, notification, and confirmation settings. All other settings are only available in the Pro version. But these three things still give us a lot of control over our form. So the first tab are the general settings, which we're at right now. And this is where you can change things like the form name, the description, the form CSS, the submit button text, as well as some additional spam and privacy settings. However, for this video, I'm leaving the general settings as is, so let's move on to the notifications. So go ahead and click the Notifications tab. And then this gives you the ability to send out an email every time a user fills out and submits the form. For example, we're building a contact form that will live on a WordPress blog. Then when someone fills out the contact form, this notification feature sends me an email letting me know that someone has filled out the form. This is important if you're trying to drum up business or have people inquiring about coaching sessions or product info, or they want to partner with you, whatever it is, you'll want to know when people fill out the form so that you can quickly reply to them. And the notification settings lets you do just that by automatically sending you an email and notifying you that someone filled out the form. So to keep it simple, I'm actually leaving the default notification settings on and as is. However, you can configure settings like the send to and from email addresses, and by default, they're set to send the notification to your WordPress admin email. But if you want to change that email, just remove the admin email smart tag and replace it with your desired email address. And a quick tip, if you're going to add more than one email, make sure you place a comma in between each email. Then you can also edit things like the email subject line, the from name, email message, etc. And like I said, for the sake of time, I'm leaving the default notification settings as is, but feel free to test them out to see what works best for you. Okay, moving on to the confirmation. So go ahead and click that confirmation tab. And this is where you can customize what the user sees after they submit the form. Here you can easily adjust the confirmation settings to display a success message, or take them to another page on your site, or redirect them completely to a different domain. Simply select the confirmation type you want to use from this dropdown. However, for this contact form, we're going to use the default confirmation success message, so leave the confirmation type as message. Then below that is a text box where you can edit the actual message the user will see after they submit the form. And I'm leaving the default message as is, but you can get creative here and have some fun with different messages if you'd like. Finally is the option to automatically scroll to the confirmation message. I recommend keeping this checked just for a good user experience. And that's pretty much going to do it for this form. Now, we're not going to worry about the marketing or payment tabs because this is a contact form. However, whenever we create our opt-in form a little later on in the video, I'll introduce you to the marketing tab. But for now, we have everything in place, so go ahead and click the Save button in the upper right-hand side of the screen. After the form is saved, it's time to embed the form on your site. So go ahead and click the Embed button, and you'll be presented with a few more options on how to achieve this. Now, to be honest, they're all super easy and convenient, but I'm going to use the shortcode option. So click the Use a Shortcode link, and you'll be presented with the code. So go ahead and copy it by clicking that copy icon towards the right of the code. Then let's add it to our site. So I'll close this out and exit the plugin really quick by clicking that X in the upper right-hand side of the screen. Then we're going to be embedding this form on our contact page. So head over to your Pages menu And you can get there by hovering your mouse over pages and clicking on all pages. Then find the contact page and click the edit link. Then from here, the first thing I'm going to do is add some intro text. This could be a few quick sentences explaining your contact policy, office hours, etc. And then directly below that, we'll add the shortcode by using a shortcode block. So follow the same steps to add a new block. And then search for shortcode. There it is. Then all you're going to do is paste the shortcode from WP Forms within the block like so. Now I know it might not look like much right now, but let's add a featured image really quick. So open up the featured image tab and click the Set Featured Image button. And follow the steps to upload an image, so click the Upload File link. And then the Select Files button. And find the image that you want to use. And don't forget about the alt text and title. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And we're good to go there. Finally, I want to use the full width template for this page and remove the sidebar. So remember, open the template tab under the page settings and select full width from the drop-down. Then staying within the page settings, scroll down to the Kale page options and select banner. There we go. Then let's update this page and make these changes live, so click the update button. And then let's view the page and check out our form. And look at that, we now have a beautiful and functional contact form that not only looks professional, but will help you collect and capitalize on leads, as well as open up a line of communication between you and your audience. So I'm going to fill out the contact form to demonstrate the form logic, as well as test the functionality and user journey to make sure everything is firing correctly and that leads are being processed. And as I fill this out, you can get a feel for how the form operates. Now, I don't have too many fields to fill out, but you can get a good idea of how things will work from this example. And just for the sake of the example, I'm going to try and submit the form without checking the GDPR agreement. And as you can see, the form logic won't let me proceed without filling out all of the required fields. This is great because we know our form is behaving correctly and keeping us compliant with GDPR. Okay, now the form is completely filled out, so I'll submit it again. And success. Now, if you recall, we have a confirmation message that will pop up once the user submits their info. Then let me show you the notification email that you'll receive. Remember, we set up the notification email to go to my WordPress admin email. And when I check my email, you can see that the notification contains all the info from the form that was filled out. This is great because you can reply to this notification, and due to how we set up our notifications in WP Forms, the reply will go directly to the email address that was submitted through the form. This is super convenient because it gives you a way to strike while the iron is hot and capitalize on the potential leads and business inquiries, since that is what's typically coming through a contact form. Now, one thing to note is that you may need to whitelist these emails, so be sure to check your spam to see if the notifications from WP Forms are going there, and then whitelist them so that they'll hit your inbox going forward. All right, moving on. Next, let's set up your email marketing funnel and create an opt-in form so that you could start growing your email list. Now it's time to build your following and grow your email list with email marketing. And the way we'll accomplish this is by adding and configuring an email opt-in form on your blog. And if you're new to the concept, here are the basics. We'll create an opt-in form using WP Forms. We'll then connect it to an email marketing platform called Constant Contact. We'll then add that opt-in form to various locations on your blog. And then once your blog's visitors fill out that opt-in form, their information will be stored in Constant Contact, and you'll be able to begin your email marketing relationship with them via professional email marketing software. But the first thing you need to do is sign up with an email marketing company. And as I previously mentioned, for this tutorial, we'll be using Constant Contact. And I've been a customer of Constant Contact for quite a while now, and I absolutely love their platform and their free integration with WP Forms. That's one of the main reasons why I use them and why I recommend them. Now, before we jump in, you may be asking yourself, why do I need email marketing software? Why can't I just use my normal email provider like Gmail? Well, email marketing software like Constant Contact allows you to do so many more things while also staying compliant with the Canned Spam Act. Now, as you can see with Constant Contact versus Gmail, you have so many more features with Constant Contact that will allow you to efficiently collect, grow, and market to your audience. Because that's what this is all about. The goal here is to grow your email list so that you can expand your blog's reach and have a larger audience to monetize. They always say the money is in the list, and Constant Contact gives you everything you need to effectively grow your email list. Plus, Constant Contact is offering a 60-day free trial with no credit card required. And if you use my affiliate link within the important links doc in the show notes, you can test drive their email marketing platform for 2 whole months to see if it's a good fit for you and your audience. Just enter your email address here at the landing page, and you'll gain access to the free trial, and you can begin to grow your email list with Constant Contact. And again, I highly recommend them and encourage you to take advantage of their 60-day free trial. If after the 60 days you find that you want to keep using them, then you can easily get started for only $20 per month. They do offer an Email Plus package, which is what I'll be using in this tutorial, and that's $45 per month. But if you're just starting out, the basic email package can help you grow your email list and get started with email marketing. So with that being said, let's build our opt-in form and set up our email marketing funnel so that we could start building and growing your email list. Okay, so I'm going to log into my account really quick. And I should point out that I'm using a test account, so some of the features may look a little different than yours depending on when you're viewing this video. However, the steps to create your form and connect it to your blog will be the exact same. Now, for the sake of time, I'm not going to do a deep dive into setting up your Constant Contact account, but once you sign up for the free trial plan and you verify your email address, you'll need to create your first email list and welcome email. And I'll show you how to do that right now. So the first thing we want to do is create our email list. This is essentially where we will store all of the emails that are submitted through our opt-in form. So to create your list, click on the Contacts tab in the primary nav. And then we're creating a brand new list. So click the Create List button. Then this list is going to be attached to an opt-in form that will live on our sidebar. So I'm going to title this list Food Blog Sidebar. And click the Save button, and we have our first list. Next, it's time to create our opt-in form that will connect to this list. So let's head back to our blog, and as I previously mentioned, we're going to be using the WP Forms plugin to create our opt-in form that we will then embed within our sidebar, and then that will be connected to the list that we just created in Constant Contact. I know it may sound confusing if you're brand new to all this, but once we get going, it'll become much easier to understand once you see the process and how everything is connected. All right, so next we're going to be creating our opt-in form. So we'll need to access the WP Forms plugin. So let's head back to our WordPress dashboard. And again, we're adding a new form. So on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on Add New. And this process is going to be very similar to how we created our contact form, but there are a few additional steps that we'll need to take in order to connect it to Constant Contact. So first, I'm going to name this form, and this is just so that I can keep track of it in the back end of WordPress. And I'm going to name this Sidebar Form, since we're going to be embedding this form within the sidebar of our blog. Then you have multiple ways to create an opt-in form, and I recommend testing different templates to see what works best for you. But for this example, we're going to be using the GDPR contact form, and then we're going to be making a few slight edits to it in order for it to be used as our constant contact opt-in form. So find the GDPR contact form template and click the Use Template button. And I realize that this is a contact form, but we are going to be editing it and configuring it so that it's an opt-in form. So first, I'm going to be changing the first and last name fields so that it's just one name. So click on that field to open up the settings. And from the format dropdown, select Simple. Then open the Advanced tab and change the field size to large. Then I'm going to change the field size of the email field. So I'll follow the same steps to do that by clicking the Advanced tab and selecting large for the field size. And then since this is strictly an opt-in form, we're not going to be using the comment or message field, so I'll remove that completely by hovering your mouse over the field and click on the red trash icon. And it'll ask you if you're sure that you want to delete it, go ahead and click OK. And we now have our sidebar opt-in form. How easy was that? Now, for the sake of time, I'm leaving all of the default settings alone, but feel free to configure them to your liking if you need to. Next, it's time to connect this form to our constant contact list. But before we move on, be sure to save your form. WP Form requires you to save it before moving on to the marketing tab. So click the Save button, and after it's saved, let's connect the form to constant contact. Okay, so first things first, we'll need to open the marketing tab. And this is where you'll connect your email marketing service provider to your form. And WP Forms has made this process really straightforward, which is super convenient, and it saves you a ton of time and money, trust me. All right, so all you're gonna do is select your email marketing service provider from the list of options on the left-hand side of the screen. And again, the great thing about Constant Contact is that WP Forms allows you to connect to them using the free version of their plugin. So go ahead and click the Constant Contact button to select your marketing integration. Next, it's time to connect the plugin to your Constant Contact account. So click the Add New Connection button, and you'll be asked to name the connection. This is just how you'll be distinguishing between each connection within WP Forms. So I'm going to call this Sidebar Opt-in. Then click OK. Next, it's time to make the connection. So click where it says, click here to register with Constant Contact. And then a pop-up should appear where you'll be asked to log into your Constant Contact account. Then after logging in, you'll be asked whether or not you want to allow access to WP Forms, and we do. So go ahead and click the Allow button. Then after a few seconds, you'll be given your Constant Contact authorization code. So go ahead and copy this code, and I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then back at WP Forms, simply paste that authorization code in the first field there. Then below that, you'll give the Constant Contact account a nickname. And I'll name this Food Blog Constant Contact. Then click the Connect button. Next, you'll want to configure the connection by first selecting the account and list you want to connect the form to. So I'm using the Food Blog Constant Contact account and connecting this form to the Food Blog sidebar list. Next are the list fields, and this is telling WP Forms what information to send to Constant Contact. First is the email. So next to where it says email, click that drop-down menu and select email. Next is the full name. So click that drop-down and select name full. And there we go. Our opt-in form has been created and connected to our constant contact list and account. So let's save our form really quick. So click the Save button. And since this form will live in our sidebar, we're going to use a widget, so we won't be embedding this form. So go ahead and exit out of the plugin. Next, it's time to add the form to our sidebar. So we'll need to access our customization menu, so let's visit our site. And then click Customize at the top of the screen to open the customization menu. Then open the Widgets tab and open the Sidebar Default tab. And then we're adding a new widget, so click the Add a Widget button. And scroll down to the bottom and find the WP Forms widget. And then select your form from that drop-down, and we want the sidebar form. And check that out. The widget is working, and our opt-in form that we created in WP Forms is displaying beautifully within our sidebar. Then you can add a title to the form if you'd like. This would usually be something that will entice the reader to subscribe, like subscribe to the newsletter, or maybe you have free recipes or a free ebook. But whatever your lead magnet is, this opt-in form, combined with constant contact, is a great first step in growing your email list like a pro. Okay, so let's publish our changes really quick and make this form live. So click the Publish button. And then let's exit out of here really quick and give this opt-in form a test drive. So I gotta say, WP Forms not only simplifies the opt-in form creation process, but I love the minimalist look and feel to the forms as well. Okay, so let's test drive this form to make sure our leads are being captured within constant contact. So I'll fill this out really quick. And we got our confirmation message, nice. Then if we head over to Constant Contact and refresh our food blog sidebar list, ta-da! Our form submission has been captured and we are growing our email list with Constant Contact. Perfect. So our email marketing funnel works. The next step in this process is to create an automated welcome email that will be triggered every time someone signs up through this opt-in form and joins the list. Having a welcome email is not only a best practice, but it's a great way to build a strong and trusting relationship with your audience by introducing yourself and setting the expectations for what they'll get from you. Now, I'm not going to go into great detail when it comes to what the content of your welcome email should be, but I'll show you how to set it up and ensure that it will be sent every time that someone signs up for your list. Okay, so anytime you need to send any type of communication to your email list, it'll be done through a campaign. So within Constant Contact in the primary nav, click the Campaigns tab. And this will bring you to your campaign management page where you can store and create your various campaigns. So to get started, click the orange Create button. And then you'll have some options on what type of email campaign you want to implement. Now we're creating an automated welcome email, so click the Email Automation tab. And this is another reason why I love Constant Contact. They make email automation simple. As you can see, they have various ways to create an automated email series, one of them being a welcome email, so that every time someone signs up to your list, they receive an automated greeting. So we're creating our welcome email, obviously, so go ahead and click that there. And then you'll be taken to your welcome email template section. This is where you can pick and choose the template you want to use for your welcome email. Then you can preview each template before you start using them by clicking on the eye icon. And this will give you a preview of the email template where you can also toggle between desktop and mobile. to see what it will look like when viewed on different devices. Now I know it doesn't look like much, but these templates give you a great foundation to build off of and can help you create professional looking emails. Okay, so once you've landed on an email template that you want to use, go ahead and click the Select Template button. And this will bring you to the drag and drop email builder. I absolutely love this tool because it makes creating your emails super simple. And let me give you a quick overview of how this works. So on the left, you'll see the various elements that you can drag and drop within your template. You can add images, text, buttons, videos, different layouts, etc. This really gives you the ability to make each email unique and stand out with various elements that you can add to the content. Then on the right is where we'll build our emails. It's somewhat similar to the WP Forms plugin in the sense that we can drag and drop elements to this builder and basically create our email in real time within this template builder. Above that, we have our campaign title field, along with our save, check, and preview features. And if we take a closer look at the template builder, you can see that it's pretty straightforward. Each section of the template is broken down into blocks that are very similar to our WordPress editor blocks. And you can see as I hover my mouse over them, each one you can edit within the template, giving you a ton of control over the look and feel and layout of each email that you send. So like I said, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go into great detail in terms of what type of content you should add in your welcome email. However, I'll give you a quick demo on how easy it is to edit these templates. So let's take a look at this very first block. Looks like they have some filler text and it just says company name. And I'll go ahead and edit this. So just place your cursor within that text, and that will allow you to edit the text while also giving you an array of additional editing features within the toolbar above. And below that we have the image, and again it's super simple to replace this image and swap it out with something that's a little more on brand. Simply click the replace button and upload the image that you want to use. Then below that we have a heading, and again this is a text block that you can easily change and swap out the text like so. Then after the heading is where you can add your welcome message. This is a great time to thank your readers for subscribing and to set the expectation for what to expect from you. Here are some quick tips on what to include in your welcome email. You want to thank your subscribers for signing up. You want to set the expectation for what to expect. You also want to give access to your lead magnet. That's the reason they signed up in the first place. You want to tell them to whitelist your email address. That means so that it won't go to spam. Finally, you could direct them to your recipes page, which we'll build in a little bit, a sales funnel, or maybe affiliate offer if you have one in place. However, for the sake of time, I'm leaving this as is. Then next, let's say you want to add a button that links to your blog or website. And all you would do is on the left-hand side of the screen, find that button element and simply drag and drop it wherever you want it to display within the email. Then you can also easily change the call to action text, the color of the button, you can add a link to it, etc. And again, for the sake of time, I'm just using the default template, but once you've crafted your welcome email template, you'll always want to update the campaign title. Now, this will allow you to manage your campaigns in the back end of Constant Contact a lot easier. So I'm going to call this campaign my newsletter welcome email. And then click the save button. And you'll also notice that you have the from, reply, and subject line here as well, which you can edit, but you can also edit it before you send it out, which is what we're going to do. But I just wanted to let you know that you have the ability to edit these here as well. Then finally, before you activate and send any emails, I highly recommend that you always check and preview the email before sending out. Again, for the sake of time, we're not going to go through the whole preview process, but this is something that I always do every time I send out an email campaign or broadcast to my audience. You'll always want to double check the email and send a preview just to make sure everything looks good on your end. All right, so once everything is all set and ready to go ahead and click the continue button. And the next screen is where you have the ability to edit the subject and from name, as well as the physical address if needed. Next, you'll want to tell Constant Contact what list to send the welcome email to. So select a specific list, and then find the list you want this email to go to. And we're sending this to people who sign up in our food blog sidebar. So I'll go ahead and select that list. Then once the email template has been built and the funnel has been configured, go ahead and click the Activate button in the upper right-hand side of the screen. And congratulations, your welcome email is active, and now all new contacts who join your list through the sidebar opt-in form will receive this welcome email. Now, I'd also like to point out that as people begin to sign up for your list, Constant Contact keeps track of some key stats like the open rate, the emails sent, the clicks, bounces, spam reports, opt-outs, etc. All of these are key stats to monitor to make sure your emails and your email marketing strategy is working in your favor. And if something is off, like a low open rate or a click-through rate, then these stats can give you some insight as to what may need to be changed within your strategy. Okay, so let's test out our welcome email. So back at the blog, I'm going to submit a new lead to our sidebar opt-in form. And so far so good. We've received our confirmation message from WP Forms. Then in a few moments, when I check my email, I could see that the welcome email has been automatically sent, just like we designed. Then if we head back to Constant Contact and check on our food blog sidebar list, and anytime you need to access your lists within Constant Contact, simply click Contacts in the nav, and that'll take you to all the email lists that you've created. And then if we look at the food blog sidebar list, you can see that that second test lead that I sent through has been captured and is now part of that email list. Again, I realize there are a lot of moving parts to setting up email marketing and getting your funnel working properly, but hopefully this part of the tutorial has given you some insight on how you can begin to build your email list with WP Forms and Constant Contact. Okay, moving on. Next, let's build a landing page and create yet another way to build and grow your following through email marketing. So in this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to build a landing page. And if we fast forward real quick, you can see what that will look like. Now, the purpose of any landing page is to capture your visitor's email address. And in order to do that, you'll need some sort of lead magnet and opt-in form. The lead magnet being something that entices your visitors to sign up, like a free ebook, and then the opt-in form will obviously capture their email address and facilitate the exchange. So once they sign up, they'll receive the ebook, and then you gain a subscriber to your email list. It's a win-win and is one of the most popular and effective ways to grow your email list. Plus, you can configure the entire funnel within Constant Contact. Now, the first thing you'll need to do is to create your lead magnet. And if you're new to the concept, a lead magnet is basically what it sounds like. It's something that attracts a lead. And it could be anything. It could be a free course, a newsletter, a white paper, an ebook, etc. The lead magnet is what entices your audience to opt in and subscribe. So it needs to have a strong value proposition to your audience and should be easy to consume. And that's why I recommend creating an ebook. Now, before you freak out and think that you have to write an 800-page book, that's not the type of ebook I'm referring to. The ebook that we're going to be making is a simple recipe PDF. And luckily nowadays you have a ton of resources to help you quickly create a professional-looking ebook that will wow and attract your audience to your email list. And the way I create my ebooks is with the help of an ebook template. And you can find literally hundreds of ebook templates through a website called Graphic River. And I use and highly recommend this if you don't want to spend hours upon hours trying to design your ebook from scratch. The ebook templates on Graphic River are professionally made, and they save you a ton of time because you don't have to worry about designing the layout. You can focus on creating content for your ebook and get your product out to your audience much faster. Now, these templates come ready-made, and yes, there is a cost associated with them, but $18 to save a ton of time and to grow your email list is worth it in my opinion. Plus, after you purchase the template, all you have to do is swap out the content. You can even edit the colors and the images if you'd like as well. Then once you're done, you'll save it as a PDF, and then that PDF is what will serve as your lead magnet and is what you'll send to people when they opt in at your landing page. Again, this is all handled through Constant Contact, and it's super easy to configure. So let's get started. Okay, so back at Constant Contact, the first thing we want to do is create a brand new list. And the reason we're creating a new list is because we don't want our newsletter subscribers to get confused with our ebook subscribers. However, it really comes down to how you want to segment your audience. But for this example, I'm going to have two separate lists. One for that sidebar opt-in, and then one for our landing page opt-in. So let's create our new list. So go ahead and click on Contacts in the primary nav. Then click the Create List button. And again, this is going to be for our landing page. So I'm going to title this Food Blog Landing Page. And click Save to create the list. There we go. Next, I'm going to create the welcome email. So again, follow the same steps as before. Click the Campaigns tab. And then click the Create button in the upper right-hand side of the screen. And this will be an automated email, so select Email Automation. And then select Welcome Email Template. And again, for the sake of time, I'm using the simple Welcome Email Template again. And just like before, I'm not going into great detail in terms of what content should be included in this email. However, I do want to show you how you can add the ebook you created to this email so that whenever someone opts in at your landing page, it will automatically be sent this email that includes a link to the recipe ebook PDF. Okay, so here's a quick tip on how you can add the ebook to your welcome email. So for this example, I'm obviously assuming that you've already created the PDF of the recipe ebook. And then one thing I always recommend doing is adding an image of it within the email. And one way to do that is to use the image element, or you can simply drag and drop it within the email template like so. There we go. And we'll update the image here in a second, but next I'd like to add a button commonly referred to as a CTA or a call to action. And this is a great way to increase your click-through rate and ensure that people get their ebook. So adding a button is very similar to adding the image. Simply find the button element on the left-hand side of the screen and drag and drop it within the template like so. Then I want to add an image of the ebook to the email. So click the image block and that will open the editing toolbar. Then click the Replace button. And then we definitely don't want to use this placeholder image. So to add a new image, click the Library button. And from there, click the Upload File button. And then you have the option of dragging and dropping photos or browsing your computer to upload it. So I'm going to browse my computer and find the image that I want to use. And I should mention that I created this image in canva.com. Surprise, surprise. And there we go. Then once you have your image, go ahead and click the Upload Files button. And after a few seconds, we'll get a green check mark letting you know that it's been successfully uploaded. So go ahead and click the Done button. Then select the image you want to insert. So obviously click on the ebook image and click the Insert button. And we now have a beautiful image of our ebook within the email. Now, you'll obviously want to craft your welcome email thanking and welcoming the user to your list. And remember that you can edit the text like so directly from the template. That's pretty cool and convenient. Then once you're done crafting your email, you can click the Done button to move on to the next block. Then here's how you'll deliver the ebook to the subscriber. So all you're going to do is click on the button to open up the editor. And then I recommend changing the CTA text to something that says like download ebook or get your free copy here. Then from the toolbar, if you click the Link tab, you'll see that you have some options in terms of what this button will link to, one of them being a document. So essentially, all you would do is select Document from the dropdown and then upload the PDF that you created. This way, whenever your subscriber clicks this button, that will start the automatic download of the PDF, and it's how they'll access your free ebook. And that's going to do it for this email, so go ahead and click the Done button to exit this block. And then again, you'll obviously want to craft a more welcoming email, but thankfully, you can edit the content fairly easy within the template. Next, don't forget to name your campaign. So click on the campaign field at the top of the screen. And then I'm going to name this Food Blog Landing Page. And again, this is to help you distinguish which campaign is which in the back end of Constant Contact. Then click the Save button. And also don't forget to preview and test the email. You'll want to make sure that everything works properly before sending it out to the masses. Then once it's ready, go ahead and click the Continue button. And then next, it's time to determine what list to send this to. So select a specific list. And then this is going to our food blog landing page list. So go ahead and select that list. Then if you need to make any additional edits here, go ahead and do that. And then click the Activate button to push this live and turn it on. Now, I realize that my email stats are showing that we've already sent this email and that it's been opened, but that's because I tested this earlier to double check and make sure everything was firing correctly, which it was. All right, the next step in this process is we are going to create our landing page opt-in form. So let's head back to our blog. And then the way we'll build this form is with the WP Forms plugin. So we'll need to go to the WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. So hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard. And then hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on Add New. And first things first, let's name this form. So I'm going to name this Free eBook Landing Page. Next, you'll want to select the template. And I'm sure you're starting to see that you have multiple ways to create these opt-in forms. But for this example, I'm going to go a different route and use the simple opt-in form template. So go ahead and click the Use Template button there. Then you'll notice that this form only gives you the name and email fields and a Submit button. So we'll want to add the GDPR compliance piece in a second. But first, I'm not going to collect the first and last name, so let's change that. So once again, click the name field to open the field settings. And then open the format dropdown and select Simple. Then again, I'm going to change the field size, so open the Advanced tab. And within the field size dropdown, select Large. Then I'm going to do the same thing for the email field, so click on that. Then open the Advanced tab and select Large from the field size dropdown. Next, I want to add the GDPR compliance checkbox. And since we're using the simple opt-in form template, we'll need to manually add this piece. So open the Add Field tab, and then under the Standard Field section, drag and drop the GDPR agreement and place it underneath the email field like so. How cool is that? All right, so that's going to do it for this form. Next, let's connect it to Constant Contact. So go ahead and click the Save button to save the form and move on. Now let's connect it to Constant Contact. And you'll do so by clicking the Marketing tab. And this is going to be a brand new connection, so click the Add New Connection button. And then these are the exact same steps as when we connected our sidebar form. So you want to give this connection a nickname. I'm calling this the free ebook landing page. And make sure you have the correct list selected. And we want to connect this to our food blog landing page list. Then we're going to be collecting email and name info from the form. So set email to email. And full name to name full. And then this form is ready to go. So click the Save button again. And this time we're actually going to be embedding the form within our landing page. So click the Embed tab at the top of the screen. And then we're going to be using shortcode again. So click the Use a Shortcode link and copy the shortcode. Perfect. Then let's exit out of the plugin and create our landing page. Okay, so we're creating a brand new page. So at the top of the screen, hover your mouse over the plus new link and click on Page. And this is obviously a brand new page, so we'll want to add a title and give it some content before we add our form. So I'm going to title this Free Ebook. And then I'm going to add some text enticing people to opt in while also giving them information about what's in the ebook. Then remember, we're using shortcode. So follow the steps to add a new block and click the plus icon. And then within the block pop-up menu, search for shortcode. There it is. Then within the block, simply paste the shortcode from WP Forms. And our form has been embedded. Next, let's add our featured image. So within the page settings on the right-hand side of the screen, open the Featured Image tab, and then click on the Set Featured Image button. And follow the steps to upload a new image. Click the Upload Files link, and then the Select Files button. And find the image you want to use. And then don't forget about the alt text and title. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And we now have our featured image. Next, I want to make this page full width and remove the sidebar. This is a personal preference, but this way we'll only have one form on the page and won't confuse our visitors on which form to fill out. So within the page settings, open the Template tab and select full width from that dropdown. Then scroll down to the Scale Page options and select Banner. Then if you recall, we're unable to see our changes to the template until we publish the page. So let's go ahead and publish it by clicking the Publish button. And then click it one more time. And there we go. And then let's view our landing page. And look at that. We have a full width landing page displaying our banner featured image. Then below that is our opt-in form that is connected to Constant Contact. And again, this will serve as a way for you to not only build and grow your email list, but distribute your free recipe ebook. Now, before we move on, I'm going to show you one more thing you can do to this page to possibly increase your conversions, and that's add an image above the form. This is totally optional, and I'm pretty much doing this for fun, but it's cool to test new things to see if they have a positive influence on your conversions. So let's head back to our WordPress editor and click Edit at the top of the screen. And the process to add the image is going to be very similar to how we added the image to our email in Constant Contact. And all I'm doing is adding an image block in between the form and the paragraph. So follow the steps to add a new block. And find the image block. Then click the Upload button. And find the image you want to use. And once again, I created this image using canva.com. Surprise, surprise. Then by default, the image is aligned to the left, but I want to center that. So click the Change Alignment icon in the toolbar there and select Align Center from the dropdown. And that'll shift the image to the center of the content. And then I'm going to adjust the size a bit so you can drag and drop those blue dots. There we go. I like that. Looks good. Then, just for fun, I'm going to add a heading above the form. And this is totally optional, but I just want to show you different ways you can play around with the layout of your landing page. So follow the steps to insert a block after the image block. Click the plus icon. And then find the heading block. And I'll just have this say, sign up for your free copy. Then I want to center this as well, so follow the steps to align the heading. So we'll change the alignment and then align center. There we go, looking good. So let's go ahead and publish these changes. So click the Update button. And then let's view the page. And check that out. We've added a little flair to the landing page to hopefully give us a boost in conversions. Now, I'm not saying that just because you add an image and a new heading that you'll increase your conversions, but I wanted to show you some different ways that you could play around with the layout and test new things to potentially increase conversions in your email opt-ins. And as always, I highly recommend that you test your opt-in forms before you launch your blog. This just ensures that the funnel is set up correctly and that everything is behaving as expected. And as you can see, after I filled out this opt-in form, I did receive the welcome email that we created a few moments ago that gave me the ability to download the free recipe ebook. So there you have it. You now have a professional and functioning landing page. I love this because it's a standalone page that really limits distractions, and there isn't any confusion as to what you're supposed to do. The user will know that they're being asked to fill out the form in order to receive the free recipe ebook. Plus, now that you have a professional email marketing platform connected to this form, you can begin to build your email list and expand your blog's reach. Nice work. Okay, moving on. Next, let's configure your homepage and turn it into a digital work of art. Now it's time to configure one of the most important pages of your blog, your homepage. This is typically the first page people will see when they land on your blog, and it's by far one of the most visited pages overall. And that's why it's important to make sure you have a well-structured and professional-looking homepage. And luckily, the Kale WordPress theme makes it super easy to configure and edit your homepage so that you can make it a unique work of digital art. Okay, so first things first, you want to make sure that you're at your homepage, so let's go there really quick. Then the majority of our edits are going to be made through the customization menu. So click Customize at the top of the screen. And as we work through this part of the tutorial, you'll see that there are various tweaks you can implement to customize your homepage and make it unique. And one of those being the homepage header image. By default, the Kale theme gives you a stock image of some blueberries and displays your site title and tagline. However, you have the ability to change the image and text, and you can make it clickable, which allows you to direct traffic to specific pages of your blog. And let me show you what I mean. So first things first, within the customization menu, open the header image tab. And then this is where you can change the image, caption heading, caption description, and URL. Then I want to point out that WordPress suggests you use an image that's 1200 by 550 pixels. And don't worry about trying to find an image that will be the perfect fit. You'll be able to crop your image once you upload it, which is pretty convenient. Okay, so let's swap out this image. So click the Add New Image button, and then upload or select an image you want to use. I actually already uploaded the image, so I'll go ahead and click on it to select it, and then click the Select and Crop button. Next, in order to crop the image, you'll simply drag and drop the highlighted area, which will determine what part of the image will display on your header. There we go, I like that. Then click the Crop Image button, and you now have a custom image for your homepage header. Looks great. Now you can add multiple images and have the theme randomize which image is displayed. This is a cool way to switch things up and make your blog a different experience every time someone visits. However, for this tutorial, we're only going to use one header image. Next, you also have the ability to link your header image to any page or post that you would like. This is a great opportunity to link to your landing page and drive traffic to your opt-in form. You also have the ability to edit the caption and description heading, as well as the URL it points to. So watch this. All you'll do is change the default heading text to something like free recipe ebook, and then the description can say, get your free copy. And then add the URL to your landing page within the caption URL field. And then publish the changes to make them live. Then let's exit out of here. And when we visit our homepage and click on the new header, it takes us to the landing page. Nice work. Now I know it may not seem like a lot, but this is actually a very powerful growth strategy, and it's a great way to create a massive email list. Okay, we're going to come back to the homepage once we have some content on our blog feed. And speaking of your blog, next, let's publish your very first blog post recipe. In this section of the tutorial, we're going to create a recipe blog post. And as you can see, I'm going to show you how to create a post that utilizes our WP Recipe Maker plugin and will allow you to create professional and easy to follow recipes that can be added to all of your blog posts. This is when you start publishing your own original content, and it's when you officially become a food blogger. This is very exciting. So let's add your very first post. Okay, the process to add a blog post is very similar to adding a page. Simply hover your mouse over the plus new icon at the top of the screen and click on Post. And once again, this will bring you to the WordPress editor. And this is the exact same setup as creating a page, so you should be very familiar with how to get around. But a quick refresher never hurt anybody. So real quick, we have our title section. Then below that is where you'll add your various blocks of content. Then we have some additional document and block settings, as well as your editing toolbar and the publish and preview buttons, followed by the Yoast SEO plugin if you installed it. Okay, now that you know your way around the new editor, let's create our recipe blog post. And the first thing that we want to do is give our post a title. So where it says add title, type in the desired title of your blog post. And remember, your title is going to be your blog post's headline. And crafting an attention-grabbing headline can be challenging at times, but try to keep it under 70 characters and always implement keywords within each title. Plus, your title should tell the reader what they're going to get from reading your post. And recipes are pretty straightforward titles because your audience will know exactly what they're getting from this headline. Okay, next, it's time to start adding our content. And for this example, I'm going to start with a quick intro. So I'm just going to paste some dummy text here, but this would be where you would introduce the recipe or maybe have a quick story to draw the reader in. Nevertheless, it's a good idea to have some sort of intro before you dive into the recipe. Next, let's add the recipe. So, one of the main features of most successful food blogs is that they contain recipes. And you can easily just write down a recipe and post it to your blog, but we want to make this recipe visually appealing and shareable across your social networks. And the way we're going to accomplish this is through the WP Recipe Maker plugin, which is actually a block. So let's follow the steps to add the new block. And then we want the WPRM recipe block. So search for WPRM recipe. And there it is. Then within the block, click the Create New Recipe button to get started. And this will take you to the new and improved WP Recipe Builder. Now, if you look at the top of the screen, you'll notice that they've broken down each part of the recipe into various sections. This helps to organize your content, and it makes the process of adding a recipe super simple. Now, I know it may look like a lot at first, but once you get the hang of the plugin, you'll be a pro recipe builder in no time. So, let's get started. All right, the first thing I recommend adding is an image or video if you have one. But for this example, we're going to add an image. And this image is used within the recipe block in the upper right-hand side of the block. It's not required to add one, but I think it looks nice and helps improve the overall user experience. So to add an image, click the Select Image button. And this will bring you to your media gallery. And these are the same steps as before to add an image to your blog. And then once we have our image, it's time to start filling out the rest of the recipe details. So the first section is the general info. This is where you'll name the recipe, add a quick summary, set the author, serving size, and estimated cost. And so really quickly, I'll fill out the name. This is going to be a skinny cheeseburger in paradise. Summary, again, I'm just pasting some dummy text, but this is where you could write out a quick summary of the recipe. And for the author, if you click that, there's a drop down where you can choose to show it or use the post author. I'm going to use the name of the post author. And for the servings, we're just going to say this is for 2 people, but this is where you can add the servings for the recipe. And then estimated cost, I'm just guessing, but if you do know what the cost is, you can add that here. Next, you can set the recipe times. So for this particular recipe, I'm going to set the prep time, cook time, and total time. And for this example, I'm going to add a prep time of 15 minutes and then a cook time of 20 minutes, which would give us a total time of 35 minutes. Now you do have some other options here for different times, but for this example, we're just doing prep, cook, and total. There we go. All right, moving on to the categories. This is where you can set the recipe taxonomies like the courses, cuisines, and keywords. Now, you're not limited to use these defaults. You can just type in anything you want and press enter to confirm, and they'll show up. And there are multiple terms can be added for each section. And for courses, I'm going to have this be the main course. Cuisine, it will be American. And then keywords, I'm just going to type a couple keywords that I think would be associated with this recipe. There we go. And I'm going to skip the equipment section, but this is where you would list out any required equipment needed for the recipe. Next are the ingredients. And I'm going to start by adding my ingredients one by one. And the plugin makes this super simple to do by allowing you to enter the amount, unit, name, and even additional notes for each ingredient. And for this, I'm just going to have 1 pound of ground turkey, and I'm not going to add any notes. Then to add another ingredient, simply click the Add Ingredient button and just follow the same steps for each additional ingredient. And this next ingredient will be 2 wheat buns. And then once again, click the Add Ingredient button to add another ingredient. And this one will be 1 red onion. And then I'm just going to add 1 more ingredient. There are obviously more ingredients, but we're just going to add 4 for the sake of time. And for the last one, we're going to add 1 head of romaine lettuce. There we go. Next, let's add the instructions. And you'll notice that I'm creating each instruction so that it coincides with the above ingredients. You don't need to do that, but The first instruction will be for the first ingredient, and so on. And you'll simply type out the instructions in the text box here. And I'm just simply pasting dummy text for the sake of time, but you get the idea. Then to add an image with the instruction, click the Select Image button, and you'll be taken to your media gallery where you can add your image for each recipe instruction. And since our first instruction has to do with the turkey meat, I'm going to select an image of the ground turkey. There we go, and then let's add another instruction, an image. And again, it's just the same exact steps. So to add our next instruction, click the Add Instruction button. And then you'll type in your next instruction. Again, I'm just copying and pasting some dummy text. And then to add an image, click the Select Image button. And this will take you to your media gallery where you'll select the corresponding image. This will be the lettuce. Once you find your image, click Select to add it to the instruction. There we go. And we'll do this a couple more times for each step of the recipe. And again, it's just the exact same steps as before. Click Add Instruction, and then we're going to insert an image for each instruction of the recipe as well. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to skip past making you watch me add another instruction, but hopefully you get the idea. This is super easy to add multiple instructions for your recipes, and it's one of the main reasons why I recommend this plugin for a food blog. Alright, now that we have all the ingredients and instructions, you can also enter some nutritional facts by adding the calorie count here if you want. There we go. And finally, if you have any additional notes to add, you can do so through the recipe notes section. And this gives you a text box where you can add some additional steps and whatnot. Alright, now that our recipe is good to go, click the Save and Close button to get back to the WordPress editor. And look at that. You now have a beautiful recipe within your blog post. And I gotta say, I really like the updates that the WP Recipe Maker has made to the layout of this block. It didn't used to look like this, and the new version really adds a nice touch and looks super professional. I honestly can't believe that this is a free plugin. Okay, so we have a few more things to do before we publish this post. Next, let's add our featured image. And again, these are the same steps as when we added a featured image to our blog pages. So under the post settings, open the Featured Image tab and click on the Set Featured Image button. Then you'll want to either select an image from your media library or upload a new image. I've already uploaded one, so I'll select it here. And don't forget about the alt text and title of the image whenever you add it. And then click the Set Featured Image button. Perfect. The next thing we want to configure are the categories. And a quick refresher, a category is a group of related blog posts that are about similar subjects. And whenever you create a category, it makes it easier for people to find your content. So to set the category for this blog post, click the Categories tab. And then as you can see, by default, WordPress places every blog post in the uncategorized category until you manually set the category. Then all you do is unselect the uncategorized category and select the new category you want this post to be associated with. Then you also have the ability to add a new category here as well. Simply click on the Add New Category link, and then within the new category name field, you'll want to type in the name of your new category. And since this is a burger recipe, I'm going to title this category Burgers. And then click the Add New Category button. And we now have a new category, and the post has been successfully added to the meal prep and burgers categories. Next, let's add some tags. So tags are a bit similar to categories, but there isn't a hierarchy and they can't be used within the menu structure. But they're good for grouping content and helping your visitors find specific types of content. And I'll show you what I mean in a few seconds. So to add a tag, within the page settings, click the Tags tab. And then within the field there, you'll type in your keywords that you want the tags to be. And you can separate the tags by adding a comma in between them or just clicking enter on your keyboard. Then finally, let's configure our SEO settings and craft our search engine snippet with the Yoast SEO plugin. And again, this snippet is what will be shown in the search engine search results. And one of the main reasons I love this plugin is because it gives you the ability to strategically construct page titles and meta description tags within the WordPress editor. This also helps you craft an aesthetically pleasing or eye-catching listing in the Google organic search results. And by using this plugin, you can optimize the content of your titles and snippets to maximize your click-through rate from Google. Long story short, this is great for SEO. Okay, so I know we went over this whenever we were creating our page, but it never hurts to review. So first thing you want to do is enter your focus keyword. And for this post, I'm going to try and rank for cheeseburger recipe. Next, let's edit our Google snippet. So if you recall, the Yoast plugin gives you a preview of what your snippet will look like within the mobile results and desktop results, and you can toggle between the two here. It's a pretty cool feature. Then below that is where you can edit your SEO title and slug. And for the sake of time, I'm leaving them as is, but feel free to edit them here as you see fit. Next, we have the meta description. And remember, this is the preview text that people see when they search for your blog post on a search engine. So within the meta description box, start typing a preview of your post. You'll want to be sure to use keywords and make it enticing to help improve your click-through rate. Now, you'll probably notice the orange line moving below your text as you type. And I know we're reviewing this because, again, it's just like the page, but this feature helps you stay within the character limits set forth by Google and lets you know when you should stop adding content to the snippet by turning green. And there we go. Then below that, we have the SEO analysis, cornerstone content, and advanced settings. And we're going to gloss over this for now, but if you need a refresher, you can head back to the pages section of this tutorial. But I highly recommend that you review your SEO analysis to see if there's anything you can improve on within this blog post. Next, let's check out the readability analysis. Now, I'm using dummy text, so we won't have a good score, but this is a cool feature that can give you some valuable insight on how to improve your content for the search engines. Then finally, we have the schema settings, which I'm leaving as is, and then the social settings. And again, this is where you can set the images, titles, and descriptions that are used when the post is shared on Facebook and Twitter. But again, for the sake of time, I'm leaving this alone. And please know that if you don't use the social settings here and you don't fill anything out, Facebook and Twitter will still use your post's featured image and the Yoast SEO title and meta description that we just created a few moments ago. Okay, our post is ready to go and looking good. So let's preview it really quick. So click the preview button in the upper right-hand side of the screen. And then we're going to preview in a new tab. And it looks great. I love how the WP Recipe plugin presents the recipes. Gives your post a clean and minimalist look and feel, while also giving the reader clear instructions on how to use the recipe. This looks great, so let's go ahead and publish it. So back at the WordPress editor, click the Publish button. But before we finalize the post, I want to go over one feature of publishing. If you open the Publish Immediately tab, this opens a calendar widget that allows you to set the specific time and date that you'd like the post to publish. This can come in handy if you're creating multiple posts in one setting, or you don't want to publish them all at once. However, for this tutorial, we're going to publish it right now. So click the Publish button again. And this is the very first post, so it may take a few seconds to load. Sit tight real quick. And there we go. Our blog post is now live. And as you can see, you have the ability to view the post here, as well as grab the link if you need it. And then let's click the View Post button and check out our new post. And it looks amazing. We have our beautiful featured image, followed by some content, and finished off with our super clean and elegant WP Recipe Maker plugin. Awesome. And then if you look towards the bottom of the post, you can see the hyperlinked author, category, and tags, as well as a recipe ranking system. This is going to allow your blog's visitors to rank your recipe. This is a cool little feature that can boost the popularity of your recipes and increase user engagement on your blog. Really cool stuff. All right, now if we visit the homepage of our blog, and then if we scroll down a bit, you'll see that our new blog post is now displaying in the blog feed. And if you remember, we placed this recipe within the meal prep category, which is also a category that's used within our primary navigation. So if you click on that menu item, that recipe post will display there as well. And I gotta say, nice work and congratulations. You officially became a blogger. You published your first blog post. Next, I want to show you how to implement social share buttons on your blog posts. All right, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to add social sharing icons to your blog posts. And if we fast forward real quick, you can see what that will look like. So at the top of each blog post, we're going to have a few social icons displaying so that your audience can easily share your content through their personal social networks right here through your post. This is a great way to encourage social sharing and increase your audience. And the way we're going to achieve this feature is with the Shared Count plugin. And in order to do that, we'll need to make a few small adjustments to the plugin so that the icons will show up on your blog posts. So let's head back to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. So hover your mouse over your site title in the left-hand side of the screen and click on Dashboard. And then hover your mouse over Settings and click on Shared Counts. And I should point out that you have multiple options when it comes to social icon plugins, and some plugins offer more social channels than others. So if you think your post is going to be shared somewhere other than Facebook, Twitter, or Pinterest, then I recommend looking into another plugin. However, the Shared Counts plugin is a simple and effective way to let your audience share your blog content on 3 of the most popular social platforms in the world. Okay, so let's configure this plugin. First, you have the option of whether or not you want to display the share counts on the social icons by setting the count source. Now, if you want the share counts to display, I recommend selecting sharedcount.com from the dropdown. And there will be a few more steps if you want to do this, and you'll need to sign up for a free Shared Count account to get the API key. This will connect the plugin to your social channels and allow the share count to display on the icons. However, for this video, we're not going to be using the shared counts, so I'm leaving that alone. Next are the display settings. And here you could set the share buttons that you want to display on your post. As I previously mentioned, the buttons that support share counts are Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and also Yumly and email. And I have to be honest, I'm not familiar with Yumly, but if you think your posts are going to be shared on that network, go ahead and add it to the list. However, for this tutorial, we're using Facebook, Twitter, and Pinterest, and you can remove them or swap their order here if you'd like. Next is the button style. And if you click the drop-down menu, you have the ability to change how the icons look. I personally like the rounded icon, but feel free to experiment with each type to see what works best for you. Then we have the theme location, and this is where you'll determine where the icons display within your content. So once you open the drop-down, you can select before, after, or before and after the content. I'm placing the icons before the content, so I'll select that. And finally are the supported post types. And I'm just going to have this on my blog posts, so select posts. However, if you want the icons to show on your pages and indexes, then just check those boxes. All right, then once everything's set, go ahead and click the Save Changes button to push these changes live. And there we go. Then if we visit our site, and open up our most recent blog post, you'll see that we now have some beautiful social share icons placed above the blog content. This is a great way to encourage engagement and social sharing. Plus, it's become a best practice and is almost a requirement if you want your posts to be shared on social networks. Okay, moving on. Next, let's create a non-recipe blog post and get familiar with some of the other WordPress blocks that are available to create unique blog content. Okay, now that you have some experience creating a blog post, I want to show you a few different ways you can create diverse blog content. Now I realize that this is a food blog and most of your posts will contain recipes, but I want you to also get familiar with some of the other blocks that are available so that you can have the ability to make your posts unique and stand out from the crowd. And again, if we fast forward real quick, you'll see that we're going to be creating a blog post that uses various types of media within the post. The new WordPress editor makes it super simple to add Instagram posts, GIFs, and YouTube videos, which all have a positive impact on user experience and time people spend on your page and posts. Again, these are all very beneficial to your blog's SEO and overall success. Plus, this is yet another way to encourage engagement within your content and also increase brand recognition. Plus, with the new WordPress editor, the content creation process has been simplified and streamlined. But before we dive in, the first thing I want to do is get rid of this sample Hello World blog post. I should mention that this is a published post. So unless you want the search engines to index this post and have people visit it, we'll need to get rid of it. So let's trash it. Okay, so head over to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. And go to your post menu by hovering your mouse over posts and clicking on all posts. And this will bring you to your post management menu. This is where your blog posts that are published and unpublished will be stored. And you can see the Hello World post is there. So to get rid of it, simply hover your mouse over it and click on the trash link. This moves the post to the trash, but it doesn't completely delete it. If you want to permanently delete the post, you'll need to click on the trash link in that toolbar after you've put it in the trash. Then that'll give you the ability to permanently delete the post. I know it seems kind of redundant, but that's the process. However, if you only click that red trash link like we just did, that's enough to remove the post from the blog feed. I just wanted to point out that you don't have to permanently delete the post in order to remove it from the blog feed. All right, now it's time to create our new blog post. So hover your mouse over the plus new icon and click on Post. Then the first thing I'm going to do is give this post a title, and I'm going to title this Breakfast in Bed Recipes. And yes, I realize I titled this as a recipe, but we won't be adding the recipe plugin. I'm just going to show you how to use some popular blocks to diversify your content. Okay, next I'm going to add some intro text. And again, I'm using dummy text here as a placeholder, but this is where you'd want to introduce your blog post. And be sure to use keywords that you're trying to rank for while also drawing the reader in and encouraging them to keep reading. Next, I'm going to add a section that will include an embedded post from Instagram. And this is a great tactic to not only diversify your content, but to drive traffic to your social media accounts. And it's super easy to do. So first, I want to add a spacer block, and this is going to give us a little space in between the text and the heading that we're about to add. This makes the post easier to read and digest, in my opinion. So I'll quickly add the spacer block, so follow the steps to add a new block. Click the plus icon, and then find the spacer block. Then you can adjust the size of the space by changing the height in pixels. And I'm going to change it to 25 pixels. And again, I'm doing this in the spacer settings, but you could also do this with that blue dot there. Next, let's add our heading. So once again, follow the same steps to add a new block. And hopefully these steps are becoming familiar to you. I know it may seem repetitive, but the more that you repeat it, the quicker you'll learn. That's what I've found. And type out your desired heading. And this one is going to be breakfast sandwich. Then I'll quickly add some more dummy text as well as another spacer. And I've found that adding spacer blocks before major parts of your content like headings and social media blocks really helps even out the layout of your post. So once again, follow the same steps to add a block and select the spacer block. Then for this one, I'm only going to be using 10 pixels for the space. Next, it's time to embed the Instagram post. So the first thing you'll want to do is go to the Instagram page that has the post you want to use. And I'm going to go to the Food Network Instagram, but you'll more than likely be using one of your Instagram posts. Then once you find the post that you want to embed, click on it, and that will open up the post. Then click those three little dots, and that will bring up some sharing options for this post. And we're going to embed the code, so click the embed option. Then you also have the ability to include the caption of the post, but I'm going to remove it, so I'll uncheck the include caption box. Then go ahead and click the copy embed code button, and this will obviously copy the embed code that we're going to use on our blog post. Then go back to the WordPress editor and add the custom HTML block. So click the plus icon and then find the custom HTML block. And then one quick tip, I want to align the Instagram post so that it's centered. And in order to accomplish that with HTML, you need to use the center tag. So what I recommend doing is adding the center opening and closing tags like so. Then simply place your cursor in between the tags and paste the embed Instagram code that we just copied. Perfect. Now I know it doesn't look like much, but you do have the option of previewing the code within the WordPress editor by toggling between HTML and preview at the top of the screen within the toolbar. And when we click preview, you'll see that our Instagram embed code and the center tags are working properly, and we now have a beautifully embedded video Instagram post within our blog post. And if for any reason you need to switch back to the HTML version, you can do that within the toolbar like so. And this allows you to toggle between HTML and the preview. Then, as I previously mentioned, I always like to add some spacer blocks in between major blocks of content like this Instagram post. So if you recall, we added a 10 pixel spacer block above it. And so we'll do the exact same thing directly below that post as well. So follow the steps to add a new spacer block. And this one will be 10 pixels as well. There we go. And then I'll just paste some dummy text below it just to even everything out. And moving on to our next section of content, which will include a GIF. So first things first, let's add a heading. And you guessed it, I want to add a spacer block before the heading. And as I'm doing this, I just want to point out that you don't have to build your content exactly like I do in this tutorial, but my hope is that you'll use these instructions as a guide to help you find what works best for you as you create your blog posts. Okay, so next let's add our heading. So follow the steps to add the heading and find the heading block. And then I'll title this All About Presentation. And then I'll throw some dummy text to start this section out. And next, it's time to add our GIF. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what a GIF is, it stands for Graphics Interchange Format. And it's basically a short animated loop. And GIFs are a fun way to diversify your content and add some life to a blog post. Nowadays, you can literally find thousands of funny GIFs to add to your blog. And a popular site for GIFs is Giphy.com. And I'll put a link to that in the show notes, but this site is my go-to when I want to find a GIF. So once you find your GIF that you want to use, click on it, and that'll bring you to these sharing options that you're looking at right now. Then we want the link to this GIF. So click the copy link icon, and then highlight and copy the link marked GIF link. And after doing so, you'll get a notification that it's been copied. Then back at the WordPress editor, to add the GIF, we're going to use an image block. And this is kind of a pro hack tip. So follow the same steps to insert a block after the paragraph block. And then find the image block. Then within the image block, click the Insert from URL button and paste the link that we just copied from Giphy.com, and then click the Apply button. And boom, there's our GIF. Then let's center the GIF. So click Change Alignment in the toolbar. and select Align Center. And then you also have the option of adding a caption below the GIF if you'd like. So just type it out here in the space provided if you're going to do that. Then to resize the GIF, simply drag and drop either one of those blue dots or change the image dimensions within the block settings. Both of these features will allow you to change the size of the GIF if you want. And then I broke my rule of adding a spacer block before and after major blocks of content like this GIF block. So we'll need to insert spacer blocks above it and below it. So let's follow the steps to insert new blocks. So click the 3-dot icon and then select Insert Before and then add a spacer block. And I realize that it may seem somewhat tedious to continuously add these spacer blocks in order to add additional space in between these blocks, but as you become more familiar with how everything works and how these blocks are set up, it becomes second nature, goes much quicker, and it just becomes part of your normal process whenever you create a blog post. Then a quick way to add another spacer block is to duplicate this one. So make sure you have the spacer block selected, and then open the More Options menu and select Duplicate. Then click the move down arrow in the toolbar, and bam, we now have an even amount of space above and below the GIF block. Okay, then I'm going to add some dummy text to even this out again. And then next, let's add our final section, which will include an embedded YouTube video. So once again, since we're adding a new heading, I'm going to add a spacer block before the heading and find the spacer block. And then I'll make this one 25 pixels. Then let's add our heading. So click the plus icon and find the heading block. And I'm going to title this one 5 Breakfast Ideas. And let me add some dummy text real quick. Followed yet again by some more space. So don't forget about the spacer block. So once again, click the plus icon and then find the spacer block. And I'll make this guy 10 pixels. And then next, it's time to embed the YouTube video. Now, you have a few ways to go about this, but the most efficient and effective way I've discovered is to use a free tool called Embed Responsively. This way ensures that your post is responsive across multiple devices, and it just looks better in my opinion. All right, so first things first, we're going to be embedding some HTML. So let's add our custom HTML block. So click the plus icon and find the custom HTML block. Next, let's grab the YouTube video we're going to embed. So head over to YouTube and find a video you want to use. Then click the share icon and copy the YouTube link like so. Then head to embedresponsively.com, and I'll put a link to this free site in the important links doc in the show notes. But this is a free tool that will allow us to easily create responsive embed code that will make our YouTube videos look picture perfect on our blog, regardless of the device that's being used to view it. And all you're going to do is first make sure that you have YouTube selected, and then within the YouTube page URL field, paste that link that we just copied from YouTube and click the embed button. Then the tool goes to work and will spit out the embed code that you're going to copy and paste within the custom HTML block. So go ahead and highlight the code and copy it. So I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then back at the WordPress editor, simply paste that code within the custom HTML block like so. And then feel free to preview the code and make sure everything is behaving correctly. And so far, so good. then we're definitely going to test this on the front end of the blog post before we publish it, but it's always a good idea to test it on the back end as well. So clicking on the YouTube video allows us to test the functionality, and it's behaving correctly, and the code is working. That's good news. Then I want to show you another quick tip, and that's how to hyperlink your text. This is a great way to link out to different web pages and content, and is a best practice among bloggers. So all we're basically doing is changing selected text to a link commonly referred to as a hyperlink. And all this means is that the link will be clickable and will link out to a desired web page or blog post. And all you're going to do is highlight the text that you want to hyperlink. Then for this example, I'm going to bold and italicize this font, but you don't have to do that. However, in the toolbar, click the B and I icons, and that will allow you to change how the font is displayed. Then to hyperlink the font, click the link icon within the toolbar, and from there you'll want to enter the URL that you want the text to link to. And this could literally be anything, but you'll obviously want to link to a relevant web page or blog post. Then below that you have a few link options. First, you have the ability to open the link in a new tab. Next, you could tell the search engines to ignore the link altogether and mark it as no follow. This is helpful if you're linking to an affiliate product or sponsored content. And speaking of that, you also have the ability to mark the link as a sponsored link, meaning it's an affiliate link or an ad. However, for this example, we're just linking out to the Food Network, so none of these settings will apply, but they're there if you need them. Then once the link has been added and configured, click the arrow button to submit it. And you now have a clickable hyperlink within your content. And you can tell by the coloring of the text, but one thing to note is that depending on your theme, it won't always be this blue color whenever you publish the post. Just keep that in mind as you're adding hyperlinks. Okay, we're moving right along and our post is really coming together. Looks great so far. Next, let's set our category for the post. So make sure you're in the post settings and open the categories tab. Then I'm going to actually create a new category. So click the add new category link. And I'm naming this breakfast. Then click the add new category button. And we're good to go there. And then I'm skipping the tags, but feel free to add tags to this post if you'd like. And then directly below that, let's add our featured image. So click the Set Featured Image button and find the image you want to use or upload a new image. And I'm going to upload a new image from my computer, so click Upload Files and then the Select Files link and find the image you want to use. Then don't forget about the alt text and title. And click the Set Featured Image button. Perfect. Then also don't forget about your Yoast SEO settings, but again, to save some time, I'm going to skip through that. And then let's go ahead and preview this post. So click the preview button and then select preview in a new tab. And success. We now have a beautiful featured image followed by our evenly spaced headings and content. Thank you, spacers. We have our embedded Instagram video post. So far, so good. It's working properly. Below that, we have our GIF. I like how that turned out. However, it looks like our caption isn't centered for some reason, so we'll have to address that in a second. And moving on to our final section, which has the hyperlink and the YouTube video, but obviously the YouTube video isn't displaying. And what I've found is that the embed code we used doesn't display in preview mode for some reason. However, once you publish the post, it'll show up. Now, I'm not 100% sure why it does this, but every time I've tested it, the YouTube video will show up after the post has been published. So let's head back to our WordPress editor, and real quick, I noticed that the caption wasn't centered underneath our GIF whenever we previewed it, even though we have it centered within the WordPress editor. Now I assume that that's a bug and will be worked out by the WordPress developers, but for now, I'm just going to remove the caption underneath this GIF. All right, and our blog post is ready to go. So go ahead and click the Publish button. And then we want to publish this immediately, so click the Publish button again. And then click the View Post button to see the finished product. And boom! You now have a professional looking and media-rich blog post. Now, you obviously don't have to add various types of media to every single blog post that you create, but the new WordPress blocks give you the ability to really diversify your content and create some pretty unique blog posts. And then if we scroll down towards the bottom of the post, when you look at that, our embedded responsive YouTube video is displaying and playing. Again, I'm not sure why it behaves like that, but you'll just want to test and make sure it's working properly before you share your post with your audience. And also, if we do a quick mobile preview and scroll down and check out the post, our embedded Instagram post looks good, as well as our heading and content and the GIF. And then if we keep scrolling towards the bottom, you'll see that the embed code creates a responsive YouTube video for mobile devices as well. Looks great. All right, so that's how you create a media-rich blog post. Having different types of media within your blog content is a surefire way to increase user engagement and enhance the overall user experience. And the last thing I want to do is check our blog feed really quick. So I'm going to head over to our home page. And you'll notice that WordPress has automatically placed the published blog post within the most recent position of our blog feed. Looks amazing. Now, if you're just starting out, it'll take a little time for you to get your blog feed full of posts, but that's normal. You can launch with just one blog post in your feed or 10 blog posts in your feed. It's totally up to you. But I do recommend having at least a few posts live before your official launch. That way your homepage just looks somewhat full and more complete. And speaking of more complete, as you can see, after you start creating more blog posts and recipes, your homepage, which also serves as your blog feed, will fill up and your blog will start to look like a real food blog. Now, the Kale theme actually has a couple of different settings for how your blog posts can be displayed on your blog feed. I personally like this version the best. It has 2 thumbnails and excerpts side by side and evenly distributes the content throughout the feed. However, if your feed doesn't look like this, here's how you can edit it. All right, in this part of the tutorial, we're going to revisit the homepage and configure it so that it becomes a unique work of digital art. And hopefully by now you're starting to realize that the Kale theme is super flexible. It gives you a ton of control over how your blog feed is displayed. So let me show you a couple ways that you could change how your blog posts display on your feed. So let's head over to our customization menu. And then find and open the blog feed tab. And from here, you can customize a handful of features within your blog feed. First, you can choose whether or not you want to show the metadata for the post. You can hide it all, or you could pick and choose what you want to show by flipping the switches next to the metadata that you want to hide or show, like the date, category, author, and comments. Next, we have the post display format. And we're currently using the free Kale theme, so we only have 2 options. However, if you're using the Pro version, I believe they have more display options. But since we're using the free version, we can display our post format as 2 small posts followed by 1 full post, or small image and excerpts 2 in a row, which is what I'm using right now and is what I think looks better in my personal opinion. But feel free to play around with them and see what you like the best. Then you can even change the header of the blog feed. It currently says recent posts, but simply swap out the text with whatever you'd like in this field, and I'm going to call this yummy posts. That's a pretty cool feature that's small, but it's pretty significant in terms of making your blog unique. And finally, you have the ability to add a read more tag at the end of each excerpt. And you can literally make this anything you want, but it gives the reader the ability to click on it to read more of the post. And this is yet another enhancement to the user experience that you can add. However, for this example, I'm going to remove it. So I'll just clear out this field. And then once we have everything set, don't forget to publish your changes. And then I do want to point out that if for any reason you're not seeing your blog posts on your homepage, I recommend checking the homepage settings. So open that tab there and make sure you have your latest posts selected. In the past, I've received a lot of emails of people asking why their blog feed is blank, and this is typically the reason why. So double check your homepage settings to make sure your latest posts are set to display. All right, so let's exit out of the customization menu real quick. And moving on. Next, let's create your recipe index page. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create a recipe index page so that you can have a place to store and display all of your recipes. And if we fast forward to the end of the video real quick, you can get a better idea of what this will look like. Your recipe index page will help your readers browse and find specific recipes that you've posted on your blog, because we'll be storing them all in one centralized location. Additionally, we'll be adding the recipe index page to our primary navigation menu, which will give your readers easy access to all of your tasty recipes. This is by far one of the most requested items to be added to my food blog tutorial, and after doing some research, I've found a WordPress plugin that makes the process of creating a recipe index page super simple. So let's get started. Okay, first things first, you'll need to head to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. So hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard from the dropdown. Then real quick before we get started, we're going to be using the Easy Index plugin to create our recipe index page. So if you haven't installed and activated that plugin, pause the video, do that right now, and then come back. Then after you've installed and activated it, here's how to create your recipe index page. So back at the WordPress dashboard, after you've added the plugin, you'll see a menu item on the left-hand side of the screen titled Indexes. Go ahead and hover your mouse over that and click on Add New. And this will take you to the index editor. And you may see the Yoast SEO plugin first, but you can simply close that and move it towards the bottom of the screen by simply clicking on the arrow, the upper right-hand side of the screen, and then dragging that Yoast plugin to the bottom. There we go. This will make it easier to work. Now we can begin to craft our recipe index page. So the first thing you'll want to do is give it a title. This is what will be used in the permalink as well as the page title on the actual recipe index page. So where it says Add Title, type the desired title of the page and try to make it relevant. So I'm going to keep things simple and name this Recipe Index. Then below you'll see the index settings, and this is where you'll configure the specifics of how you want the page to be configured. So the first thing is the index slug. This is the string that gets inserted into the URL, so WordPress can identify this page as an easy index page. And I recommend leaving it as is, but you can change it here if you want. Then below that we have the page template sections, and we have the primary index and the secondary index. And without getting into the weeds, think of these as two separate pages. Let me show you what I mean real quick. If we fast forward to the final recipe index page again, the main index page is the primary index, which is what you're looking at right now. Then when you click on any given recipe category, you're taken to the secondary index. Each index page is customizable and can be built to look different and give the user a unique experience on each page. So back at the index settings, let's focus on the primary index first. So for the page template, I'm using the full width template. So go ahead and select that from the dropdown. Then for the index style, if you click on the button, you'll be presented with multiple styles to choose from. You can browse and choose what works best for you, but for this tutorial, I'm using the Calder style. Next is the thumbnail size. This too is a personal preference, but I'm using 380 by 200 pixels for the thumbnail size of each recipe. Now, you can play around with different sizes to see what works best for you in your blog by entering in different dimensions in this field. But again, I'm using 380 by 200 pixels for this tutorial. Next is the term and title tag size, and this is basically the size of the font being used as the recipe category title and then the title of the actual recipe. And I'm using the H2 and H4 headlines, and again, by default that's already selected, but you can choose the size of the font in these two drop-downs if you want to change them. Next is the number of recipes you want to show per each category. You can set it to 0 to show all of the posts if you want, but I'm only showing 3 for this tutorial, so I'm going to select 3. Then there's the more text. This is the text that displays when more posts are available. By default, it's set to see more ... I like that, so I'm going to leave it as is, but you can change it here in this field as well. Then you have the ability to show or hide duplicate recipes. This really depends on how your recipes are categorized. If some recipes cross over into different categories, then you may want to show duplicate recipes on the recipe index page. And since I do have some recipes crossing over into other categories, I'm going to select yes. Next are the formatting and custom CSS sections. You can leave these alone unless you have some specific formatting settings or CSS snippets of code you want to add. And that's going to do it for the primary index page. And let's move on to the secondary index page. And we're going to make this index page look a little different. If you recall, we're changing the index style, thumbnail size, and adding excerpts to each recipe. So for starters, we're using the full width page template. So select full width from the dropdown. Then for the index style, I'm using Fill More. So click the button next to index style. And select Fill More from the pop-up menu. Next is the thumbnail size. So for this secondary index page, I decreased the size and made them more of a square shape by using 150 by 150 pixels. But again, you can set this to whatever you see fit. Then I'm leaving the rest of the settings in their default settings, so I'm not touching them, but feel free to change them and play around with them here if you want. And finally, if you scroll to the bottom of the index settings plugin, you'll see that you have the ability to determine how the recipe index page is configured. Now, for this tutorial, I'm using categories as the way things are indexed. And these are the same categories that I showed you how to create when we were publishing our first recipe and blog posts a little while ago in the tutorial. So make sure categories is selected in that drop-down menu. Then below that, you have the option of picking and choosing which categories are included within the index page. And this is very helpful because not all blog post categories will be associated with your recipe categories. So you have the option of choosing which recipe categories will be displayed on the index page. And for this example, I'm going to be choosing all of the categories except for the uncategorized category. Perfect, we're almost done. Now the next step is to generate the thumbnails. And since we changed the thumbnail size of the indexed recipes, we'll need to click the Generate Thumbnails button so that the plugin can change how the thumbnail images look after we publish the page. And once you do that, you'll see a prompt asking you if you've taken all the necessary steps before changing the thumbnail size, and we have. So go ahead and check the box there, and then click the Start button. And the plugin will go to work. And then after it's done processing the new images, click the Close button. And then it's time to publish the page. So go ahead and click the Publish button. And then you'll get a notification that the post is live, even though it's a page. Don't worry that it's called a post. It won't show up in your blog feed. And then go ahead and click the View Post link to check it out. And voila, we now have a recipe index page that will automatically add additional recipes as we create them and add them to a specific category. Now, my index page is a little bare, but that's because I haven't created enough content yet to fill up the specific categories. But remember, I set my index settings to display 3 recipes on the primary index page, and then whenever you visit the secondary index page, you'll see the rest of the recipes. And like I said, this is one of the most requested features that I got from my original food blog tutorial, and the Easy Index plugin makes it super easy, no pun intended, to implement and add to your blog. I love it. Next, it's time to add this recipe index to our primary navigation menu. And we'll be doing that through our customization menu. So go ahead and open that up by clicking Customize at the top of the screen. Then we're editing one of our menus, so open the Menus tab. Then find your primary or main menu and open that tab. Then from here, you can edit and add the menu items. So since we're adding the index page, you want to click the Add Items button. And next, WordPress makes this super easy. Simply open the Index tab and select Recipe Index. And this will add the index menu item to our menu. Then, drag and drop the menu item to where you want it to be located within your nav, like so. And don't forget to publish your changes, so click the Publish button. And then our new recipe index menu item has been added to our navigation menu. Now, I actually want to change the name of it, so check this out. Within the customization menu, click on the recipe index menu item, and then you have the option of editing the navigation label. And I'm going to change this so that it says recipes. I think that sounds and looks a lot better than recipe index. And then we'll publish these changes again. And then exit out of the customization menu. And our primary nav is complete. This not only looks great, but it makes navigating your blog an enjoyable experience. Because whenever people can easily find what they want, they will definitely be more inclined to follow, share, subscribe, buy, etc. A good navigation almost always equates to a good user experience. Okay, moving on. Next, let's revisit our sidebar, clean it up, and add some more widgets to it. All right, now it's time to revisit our sidebar and add to it now that we have some content to play with. So as I previously mentioned, your sidebar is a prime piece of real estate on your blog because it's essentially on every page and post. And that's why it's important that you leverage it correctly and make it look as good as possible. So the first thing I'm going to do is rearrange some of the current widgets and move the sidebar opt-in form so that it's underneath the About Me section. So let's open our customization menu. And then open the Widgets tab. Then the newsletter opt-in form doesn't necessarily look bad here, and this is a personal preference, but I just like having it within the bordered sidebar. So to move it, we need to first remove it from the sidebar default section. So open that tab, and then open the WP Forms widget, and simply click the red remove link. There we go. Then let's add it to the bordered sidebar. So click the arrow to go back to the sidebar widgets and open the sidebar default bordered tab this time. And we're adding a widget, so click the Add a Widget button. Then find the WP Forms widget. Then from the drop-down, find the sidebar form. And then give it a title. There we go, looks great. Plus, by moving the form, we've also cleared out some space within the default sidebar below. So let's add our next widget, which will be the Recent Posts with Thumbnails widget. So this is yet another great way to showcase and promote your blog posts within your sidebar. And the Recent Posts with Thumbnail widget is a great accessory to any blog and is super easy to implement. So let's add it to our sidebar. All right, so once again, we'll need to access our default sidebar. So click that arrow to go back, and then open the Sidebar Default tab. Then click the Add a Widget button. And find the Recent Post with Thumbnails widget. And I know it may look like a lot, but we only need to make a few small configurations in order for it to work. So the first thing I'm going to edit is the title of the widget. Currently it says Recent Posts, but I'm going to swap that out so that it says Popular Posts. Next, I only want to show 2 posts. Anything more than that can almost be overkill in my opinion. So within the number of posts field, I'm going to change that to the number 2. Next, I want to show posts in random order. So right below that, check the box that says Show Posts in Random Order. And this will obviously switch up which posts are displayed whenever someone refreshes the page. This can come in handy if you want to expose your audience to different posts, because your most recent posts will always be at the top of your blog feed. This way you can show your audience more content. Then you actually have access to a lot of other features that you can configure within the plugin, but for this tutorial, the last thing we're going to do is change the size of the thumbnails. So if you scroll down a bit to the thumbnail settings and click on the size of the thumbnail dropdown and select Kale Thumbnail 760 by 400, that'll change the default square thumbnail to something that's more in line with the rest of the thumbnails on our blog. Again, this is a personal preference, but I think it flows better design-wise. And that's all we're going to do for this plugin. Again, if you have some extra time, I recommend playing around with the settings and see what works best for you. But I'm going to go ahead and publish these changes. And then let's exit out of the customization menu. And our sidebar is really coming together. We now have our recipe newsletter opt-in form that's within our bordered section of the sidebar. And then below that, we have the search feature and our recent post with thumbnails widget. Looks awesome. Next, I want to show you how to add your categories to your sidebar. This is another great way to help your audience quickly navigate your blog and find what they're looking for. So let's go back to our customization menu again really quick. And then open the widgets. And open the Sidebar Default tab. Then click the Add a Widget button. And we're adding a category widget. There we go. And then you have some options in terms of how these categories are displayed. And let me scroll down a bit so you can get a better idea of that. And by default, the categories are displayed as a list. But you can change that within the widget. And I like the display as drop-down look. This encourages some user engagement, and I like the functionality. However, one thing that I don't like about this is that it isn't centered. It's aligned to the left and kind of looks off when compared to the rest of the sidebar. So if you want to center the widgets within your sidebar, you'll need to add some CSS magic to make it happen. Luckily, I've included that CSS in my CSS cheat sheet. So first, let's go back a few slides and open the additional CSS widget. Then head over to my CSS cheat sheet. And again, I'll link to that in the show notes. And then within the cheat sheet, find the center sidebar code and highlight it like so, and copy it. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard. Then head back to your blog, and within the additional CSS widget, simply paste that code. And your categories widget, along with any other widget that you add to the sidebar, will now be centered. And let's take a quick look at the sidebar so far before we publish it. Really coming together. I'm liking it, looks good. All right, so I'm happy with it. So let's go ahead and publish these changes. So click the publish button. And then let's exit out of here and take a look at it. And it looks great. I actually like that a lot better. Now we still have one more monetization piece that I want to add to the sidebar, but we'll do that in the monetization section of the tutorial in a few minutes. Moving on, next, let's build your footer. All right, so now it's time to customize your footer. And this theme gives you a few options when it comes to how you want the content to be displayed along the footer. And let's fast forward real quick and take a look at the finished product. And as you can see, we're going to design the footer so that it displays 4 columns. We have a small About Me blurb, the categories of our blog posts, the pages of our blog, and our recent posts. And the footer is a great place to encourage engagement on your blog, and that's because once someone scrolls down to the bottom of your homepage, if there isn't anything to attract a click, chances are they'll bounce. So by having a footer that has a menu and clickable links, it'll help keep visitors on your blog and interacting with the content. All right, so let's customize the footer. So to make our changes, we'll do so through the customization menu. So click Customize at the top of the screen. Then we'll need to open up the Widgets tab. And then you'll notice that the theme separates the footer into 6 columns. This gives you some flexibility on how it will look, but for this tutorial, we're going to add 4 columns. So for the first column, we're going to add a small About Me blurb, and it's going to mimic the About Me blurb that we created earlier in the video for the sidebar. So first things first, let's open the Footer Secondary Column 1 tab. Next, we're going to be adding an image. So click the Add a Widget button and find the Image widget. Then I'm going to title this About Me. And then let's add our image. And I'm actually going to be using the same image as our sidebar, but we'll make a few slight adjustments to it. But first, if you haven't done so already, be sure to add the alt text and title. Then under the attachment display settings, I'm going to link the image to a custom URL, and that's going to be our About page. So I'll add the URL of our About page here. Next, you can edit the size of the image here as well, but they only offer 3 options. So I'm going to show you a way that gives you more control over the size in a few seconds. So let's leave the size as is and then add the image widget. So click the Add to Widget button. And our first footer column is starting to come together. However, the size of the image is a little large for my liking. So here's another way that you can customize the size of the image. So if you take a look at the image widget, and if you click on the Edit Image button, this will take you to the image details within the media library, and you could set a custom sized image here. Simply click the Size drop-down menu and select Custom Size. Then enter the dimensions you want. I like 200 by 200. And then click the Update button And check that out. The image is now a much more reasonable size in my opinion. All right, next, I want to add a quick blurb below the image. So let's add some text by adding a custom HTML widget. So click the Add a Widget button and find the custom HTML widget. Then I'm adding dummy text here, but this is where you would obviously add a great intro telling everyone how awesome you and your food are. And then you're probably noticing that the text isn't staying within the column. No worries though, we're going to sort that out in a few minutes. All right, next let's add our next column. So head back a slide. And then open the Footer Secondary Column 2 tab. And for this one, we're adding our categories to this column. So let's add a new widget. And then find the category widget. And then I actually like the default setting, so I'm going to leave it as is, but if you have a lot of categories, it might make sense to change how they're displayed. Either way, this looks good, so let's add our next footer column. So click the arrow to go back, and then find the Footer Secondary Column 3 tab. And this time we're adding our pages. So once again, let's add a new widget. And then find the Pages widget. And once again, I like the default setting as is, but feel free to edit the title and how they're sorted within the widget here if you'd like. And then finally, we're going to add our recent posts to the fourth column. So let's go back one more time and open the Footer Secondary Column 4 tab. And we're adding a new widget. And find the Recent Posts widget. And this is a simple widget that displays your recent posts in a list. It's not much to it, but I like the minimalist look and feel. All right, so that's going to do it for the footer. We have our 4 columns here, looking good. And again, you can add more columns if you'd like, but again, for this tutorial, we're adding 4. And then let's go ahead and publish these changes. And then we'll exit out of here and take a look at how our blog's coming along. And everything's really coming together nicely. Our food blog looks clean, professional, has a good flow of content on the homepage. And once again, the footer is a nice touch and really completes the layout. Looks great. All right, the next part of the footer that we're going to edit are the copyright and footer credits. And if you notice, the theme by default states the copyright is 2021 Kale. However, we want to change that so that the copyright is legally protecting your blog and your brand. So let's head back to the customization menu. And open the General Settings tab. Then from here, you'll have the ability to adjust the copyright HTML. And you'll want to change the text Kale to your own site title. So to change the credits, simply remove just the letters Kale and replace it with your blog's title or whatever you want. Then you'll definitely want to update the link. And I would link to an about page or a landing page, but this is where you'll change the URL to something that relates to your blog. And then that's it. That's how you edit the footer copyright. Next, I want to show you a quick tip on how to remove the Kale by lyrathemes.com that's directly below the copyright info. This is another frequently asked question I get quite a bit. So here's how you can easily remove that line of text with some CSS. So let's head back and open our additional CSS widget. And then click on the additional CSS tab. Next, head over to the code cheat sheet and copy the code underneath the Remove Footer Credits section. Then head back to your blog, and within the additional CSS widget, paste that code. And there we go, the CSS worked and that sentence has been removed. Okay, so let's publish these changes and make them live. So click the publish button. Then I'm going to exit out of the customization menu again and check out our blog real quick. And it's really coming together. We are almost there. Our food blog is nearing the finish line and it's starting to really look like a professional blog. Now, if you're still with me and you're watching this tutorial, I truly respect the work that you've put in up to this point. I know it's not easy and you should be proud of how far you've come, but we're not done just yet. There are still a few tweaks that we need to make to our blog before we can launch it and monetize it. So let's move on. Next, I'm going to show you how to add a featured post section to your homepage. In this part of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to configure the featured post section of your homepage. And if we fast forward again real quick, you can see what I'm talking about. So the Kale theme allows you to conveniently display 3 blog posts of your choosing right below the hero image on the homepage. This is a great way to generate traffic to specific posts, or you can feature your most popular posts. Either way, it's a cool feature. Okay, so to adjust the featured post section, you'll want to visit the customization menu, so click on Customize at the top of the screen. Then select the Front Page tab, and then open the Featured Post tab, and flip that switch on to unhide the featured posts. Then you'll notice that the theme will use demo content as a placeholder, but you can easily change those 3 posts. Alright, so the first thing you can change is the heading, and since we're creating a food blog, we'll adjust the messaging to something that speaks to the food niche. So I'm going to change featured posts to new treats. Next, let's switch out the 3 posts and change them to something more specific than the default Hello World posts. So it's pretty simple. Each post has its own drop-down menu where you could select from the posts that you've already published. So I'll go ahead and select my 3 posts that I want to display. Then for some reason, as you can see, the first post didn't switch over. So let's revisit it and reset that. There we go. Not sure why that happened, but sometimes technology has a mind of its own, but we're good to go. Then once you've set the 3 posts that will serve as your featured posts on the homepage, go ahead and click the Publish button to push those changes live. And perfect. And let's exit out of here and take a look at our live food blog. And it looks great. Having this featured post section is yet another way to showcase your content and expose your audience to specific posts. And I know I've said this time and time again, but I love the Kale theme. I love the simplicity of it, the minimalist look and feel, and the overall layout of the content. They do a great job, and I think this is the perfect theme for food bloggers. Okay, moving on. Next, I want to show you a cool way to add a little flavor to your food blog with background images. So one of the reasons why I love the Kale WordPress theme, and I keep making tutorials around it, is because of its flexibility. And one of those flexible features is adding a background image to your blog. And if we fast forward to the end of the video, you can get a better idea of how the background image can really impact the overall look and feel of your blog. These images are easily changeable, and you can switch them out all within the customization menu on your WordPress dashboard. So with that being said, let's change our background image. And you guessed it, we're going to be using our customization menu. So go ahead and click the Customize link. And then open the Background Image tab. Then from there, you'll add your image. So click the Select Image button and upload the image you want to use. And I actually already uploaded the image that I'm going to use for the background image, but I'm going to show you 2 examples. The first one is going to be a polka dot design, and then I'll switch that out to a more landscape slash actual image background. So let's go ahead and choose this image. And then you'll see the background image change right before your eyes. That's pretty cool. Then you'll notice that as you scroll, the image stays with your content. But if you uncheck this box next to scroll with page, it'll make the image stay in place and adds a different effect to the page. It's a pretty cool way to switch up the user experience. Then let me show you another quick example. So I'm going to change the image real quick, and this time I'm going to use a background image of a kitchen. And then let me grab that image real quick, and then we'll swap that out. There we go. Then you can even configure the position of the background image here by clicking on the arrows. And this gives you the ability to control what aspects of the image display within the background. And I like that a lot. That looks great. All right, so let's go ahead and publish this. So click the publish button. And then let's exit out of the customization menu and check it out. And very nice. I like the way that turned out. And then if we scroll down our blog feed, you can see the image position stay in place, which again is a cool effect, especially when you have a background image like this. It's just another way to switch up the user experience and is a great feature to include in a free theme. Love it. All right, moving on. Next, let's implement your first revenue stream so that you can start earning money with your blog. So I'm not gonna lie, this is my favorite part, and mainly because monetizing a blog changed my life and the lives of my family. And in this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to how I earn revenue with my blogs. And if we fast forward real quick, you'll see an example of how I do that. So what you're looking at right now is affiliate marketing. This is one of the most profitable marketing strategies, and this theme's sidebar offers some premier advertising space within your blog. I'm also going to show you how to leverage your blog posts so that you can implement relevant affiliate offers within your content. This is a great way to earn passive income, and like I said, affiliate marketing changed my life and allowed me to earn anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per month of passive income. Now, before we get started, I want to give you a quick rundown of how affiliate marketing works. At its core, affiliate marketing is a monetization strategy that lets you market other companies' products for a cut of the profits. There are a lot of ways to get started, but let me show you a quick way to start earning money with your food blog through affiliate marketing. Step 1 is you sign up for a reputable affiliate program like Green Chef. And as a food blogger, you'll want to make sure that you join an affiliate program that makes products that align with your audience's interests. Green Chef has a wide range of affiliate offers that would be attractive to people visiting a food blog, and you can easily apply to join their affiliate program from their website. Step 2 is you promote those affiliate offers on your blog through display advertising, affiliate links, and email campaigns. And Green Chef provides their affiliates with some great resources to help increase your conversions, which ultimately leads to more commissions. And this leads us to the final step, which is step 3, getting paid. So anytime someone clicks on your affiliate link and makes a purchase, you get money. And the Green Chef affiliate program gives you the opportunity to make some serious income by referring memberships to their site. There are people making thousands of dollars per month through affiliate marketing, and you can have a serious passive income stream whenever you set it up the way I'm going to show you in this video. Plus, whenever you set up your affiliate marketing strategy correctly, the food blogging industry offers some of the most reliable and high-converting affiliate programs around. Now, before we dive in, I do want to mention that I also offer a premium online course called the Affiliate Blogger Academy. It includes over 20 step-by-step video tutorials that show you the exact strategy and blueprint that I use to earn 6 figures in a year with affiliate marketing. So if you're interested in learning more about it, click the link in the show notes titled Affiliate Blogger Academy. Okay, with that being said, let me show you how to get started with affiliate marketing and how to implement your first revenue stream on your blog. So the first step in the process is you have to officially partner with the company before you can start promoting their products on your blog. And the way you do that is by applying and joining their affiliate program. Now, there are a few ways you can go about doing that. For example, I mentioned the Green Chef affiliate program a few moments ago. So if you know there's a particular company you want to partner with, you can try going directly to their website and applying to their affiliate program there. Now, you'll more than likely find their affiliate program listed within the footer of their website, but here you can find some great information about their affiliate program, like how much you can earn per sale, what type of creative they offer, cookie duration, etc. Then once you've determined that it's a good fit for you, your blog, and your audience, and you think that you'd make a great partner, go ahead and sign up, and more than likely you'll have to submit an application in order to be approved. And it looks like the Green Chef is part of the CJ Affiliate Network. And I'm glad that they set it up like this because this is a great introduction to affiliate networks. So if you're new to affiliate networks, they're basically a hub for companies to promote their affiliate programs. So whenever you sign up for the CJ Affiliate Network, you'll have the ability to apply and join the Green Chef Affiliate Program. Think of it like joining a club. Once you're in, you have access to all these different companies' affiliate programs. Plus, instead of going to the company directly, you can now access all of the information about their affiliate program from the affiliate network. Let me show you another example. Here we have the Thrive Market affiliate program. And this is yet another great company for food bloggers and influencers to partner with. Again, finding companies that align with your audience is a key component to this strategy. But let's say you want to join their affiliate program. You'll notice that they too are within the CJ Affiliate Network. And just like the Green Chef, they let you sign up to CJ Affiliate directly from their website. However, you can also sign up directly from cjaffiliate.com. And one thing I want to clarify is that when you sign up, you're signing up as a publisher. And think of a publisher as partnering with brands and publishing content that is promoting that brand's products. Then after you sign up, which is free by the way, you'll have access to literally thousands of companies or advertisers, as they're referred to within the CJ Affiliate, that you can then partner with and promote their products for a cut of the profits. Now, one thing I want to point out before we get started is that the reason I waited until the end of the video to go over affiliate marketing is because when you're applying to these affiliate programs and asking to partner with these companies, they'll want to see your blog to make sure that your content is aligned with their brand and that you'll be a good face, so to speak, of their brand. So that's why I wanted to wait until you had a solid foundation in place before you applied to these affiliate programs. All right, so let me show you how to apply to an affiliate program within CJ Affiliate and also how to add multiple affiliate marketing revenue streams to your food blog. Okay, so after you've joined the CJ Affiliate Network, you'll have access to multiple advertisers. And you can easily browse these companies' affiliate programs by clicking on the Advertisers tab at the top of the screen. Then within the search field, type in the name of the company. And for this example, we'll use Thrive Market. And then if the company is associated with the affiliate network, you'll be presented with their affiliate program profile. Now, as I previously mentioned, in my premium online course, the Affiliate Blogger Academy, I go into much greater detail about these profiles, what everything means, and how to get approved and negotiate higher payouts. But this is a great starting point that can give you some insight on whether or not you'd be a good fit for this brand's affiliate program. So once you've done your research and you're ready to apply, simply click the Apply to Program button and you'll go through their application process. Now, this could vary depending on the company you apply to partner with. Some have automatic approvals, and some will review your application and blog before approving you. However, most companies will manually review your application before approving you to join their affiliate program, so just be ready for that. Then, if the company thinks you're a good fit, they love your blog, and they love everything about you, which I'm sure they will, you will be approved to join their affiliate program, and you'll have access to the company's affiliate resources like their links and banners. And if you click the Get Links icon, you'll see everything that they have to offer. So what you're looking at right now are all of the links and banners that the Thrive Market affiliate program provides their affiliates to use in their promotions. So essentially, you can use these ads and links on your blog, and then if someone clicks on the ad or link and makes a purchase, you get a cut of the profits, which is $40 if they sign up for an annual membership and $5 if they sign up for a monthly membership. Either way, these are the display ads and affiliate links that you'll use on your blog to help drive traffic to these offers. And let me show you how that's done. Now, I'm not an affiliate for Thrive Markets, so I don't have access to these banners, but I am an affiliate for Grammarly. So let me show you how to access and embed the banners using a company that I'm an affiliate for. The steps will be exactly the same regardless of the company. So what I'm about to show you will still be relevant to any of the companies that you join within the CJ Affiliate Network. All right, so let me switch over to the Grammarly affiliate program real quick. As you can see, Grammarly has quite a few banners to choose from, and this is a good sign and is something to keep in mind whenever you're reviewing companies to partner with. You want to make sure that they have the tools to help you be successful as an affiliate. And then for this example, I'm going to show you how to embed an affiliate banner within the sidebar of your blog. So we'll want to use a banner that is a square in shape, like this one. And then you'll click the Get Code icon to access the HTML embed code. Then, under the HTML tab of the Get Code section, is the code that we're going to use on our blog's sidebar. However, if you just wanted to use the affiliate link, you can open the Click URL tab, and this will give you access to the affiliate link by itself. And this is typically used within blog content or within a hyperlink somewhere on your site, or if you share it on a social network. Either way, it's good to know where both of these live. However, for this example, we're going to be using the HTML embed code. So let's go back there. And then highlight the code and copy it. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C. And then let's head back to our blog. And from here, we'll want to access our sidebar. So let's open the customization menu. Then click on Widgets. And then we're adding this at the bottom of our sidebar, so open the Sidebar Default tab. And then we're adding a custom HTML widget, so click the Add a Widget button and find the custom HTML widget. There we go. Then within the content box, before you paste the code, I recommend adding the center opening and closing tags and then pasting the HTML code within those tags. This will center the banner image and make it look much more aligned within the sidebar. And check that out. You now have a professional looking display ad that is driving traffic to your affiliate offer. This is officially a revenue stream, and you could start earning passive income through these ads. Next, let's add our affiliate disclosure. And if we fast forward real quick, you can see what I'm referring to. So as you can see, I've created an affiliate disclosure below the affiliate offer. Now, I should start out by saying that I'm not a lawyer, and nothing in this tutorial should be considered legal advice. So with that being said, simply put, your affiliate disclosure is essentially written copy to ensure that you're following FTC guidelines, which protects you legally as an affiliate. So, back at the blog, we're simply going to add a custom HTML widget, and this will allow us to add some simple text within the sidebar. So, click the Add a Widget button, then select the custom HTML widget, and I'm going to title this Affiliate Disclosure. And then I'm adding my disclosure within the content section. And again, this is where you'd notify your visitors that there are affiliate links on your blog and that you'll earn a commission if they make a purchase through those affiliate links. Now, this is not only a best practice to be transparent with your audience, but it's the law. And if you need help crafting your disclosure, feel free to use this one. But again, this shouldn't be considered legal advice or even something that will protect you legally. I recommend visiting the link in the important links doc titled FTC Affiliate Disclosure, and there you'll find some guidelines on what you should include in your own affiliate disclosure. Okay, so now that we have our affiliate ad and disclosure within our sidebar, let's go ahead and publish our changes. So click the Publish button. And then let's exit out of here really quick and test it out. And then I'm going to scroll down to our affiliate banner ad in the sidebar. And click on it. And it should take us to the company's landing page or sales page. And then whenever someone makes a purchase through this ad, you'll get paid. Again, I know it sounds simple, but that's because it is. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I earned over 6 figures in 2020 with affiliate marketing alone, and it has literally changed my life and the life of my family. So starting with banner ads is a great way to get your foot in the door and learn how to implement affiliate marketing revenue streams on your blog. Okay, before we move on, there's one aesthetic edit that I want to make to the sidebar. I don't necessarily like these lines that the theme uses in between the custom HTML widgets. And I get why they do it, but I don't like the way it looks. So let's remove them with, you guessed it, a little bit of CSS magic. So first things first, let's head over to the CSS cheat sheet and find the Remove Sidebar Borderline section. Then highlight and copy the code. Again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard. Then back at the blog, access the additional CSS widget. So open your customization menu. Then click on Additional CSS and paste the code that we just copied from the cheat sheet. And look at that. The lines have been removed and the spacing just looks a little more appeasing in my opinion. And then real quick, if I remove the code and re-add it, you can get a better idea of what the CSS is doing, which again, makes it a little easier on the eyes. All right, so let's publish these changes. So click the Publish button. And then let's take a quick look at it again. And I gotta say, the blog is really coming together. I just love the Kale theme and the minimalist look and feel. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's just a clean design and I absolutely love it. And then check it out. Our CSS and our embedded HTML is transitioning correctly within the sidebar and looks great. Well done. Next, I want to show you how to add an affiliate banner within a blog post. And if we fast forward again, you can see what that will look like as well. So what we're going to do is embed another banner ad within the blog content. And this time the banner ad we'll use will be thinner and a little wider. And this is just another way to diversify your offers and potentially increase your click-through rate. Okay, so back at the blog, let's pick a blog post to add this banner to. And then go to our WordPress editor, so click Edit at the top of the screen. And then it's widely recommended to place banners towards the top of your content for optimal performance. So let's embed this ad before the first paragraph of this post. So follow the steps to insert a block before the paragraph. So click the 3-dot icon and select Insert Before. And then let's add a custom HTML block since we're going to be embedding some HTML. So click the plus icon and then find the custom HTML block. Then before we do anything, I'm going to head back to CJ Affiliate and find a thin banner to use. And that one looks good. Let's go with that. So let's click the Get Code icon. And once again, you'll want to highlight and copy the code within the HTML tab. Then back at the blog, within the custom HTML block, I'm going to add the center opening and closing tags again. And remember, this will align the ad so that it's centered within the content. And this time I'll add the opening tag first, and then I'll paste the HTML code that we just copied, and then add the center closing tag at the end of the snippet like so. Okay, so let's preview this real quick and make sure it looks good. and it's displaying correctly, but there isn't much space between the ad and the text. So let's change that with the spacer block. So let's go back to the WordPress editor, and I'm going to insert a spacer block after the custom HTML block. So follow the steps to insert a block after it. Again, click the three-dot icon, then select Insert After. And then we're adding a spacer block. So once again, click the plus icon, and then find the spacer block. And then I'll adjust the height of the spacer, and I'm going to be using 20 pixels for this one. Then let's preview our work again to make sure the space looks good. And it does. The spacer block has given us a little padding in between the ad and the text and makes it much easier on the eyes. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and make these changes live. So back at the editor, click the update button. And then let's just view the post one last time. And it looks great. This is yet another way to showcase the brands that you're partnered with and drive traffic to your affiliate offers. And one thing to keep in mind though is that you don't want to overdo it, meaning you don't want to overload your pages and your blog posts with affiliate links and affiliate banners. I always say use everything in moderation, and the same thing goes for your affiliate promotions. Try to promote things the way that you as a consumer would want to be marketed to. That's just a good rule of thumb to live by as an affiliate marketer. All right, so that's the gist of affiliate marketing, and I hope that you're starting to get some ideas as to how you can leverage this monetization strategy on your food blog. And just remember, if you want to go deeper and learn my blueprint that helped me earn 6 figures with affiliate marketing in 2020, be sure to visit the Affiliate Blogger Academy link in the show notes and enroll in the course. All right, moving on. Next, let's create your blog's privacy page. All right, so your privacy policy page is an aspect of your blog that can sometimes get overlooked. But due to the always changing privacy and data landscape, it's extremely important that you have a privacy policy page on your blog, regardless of what country your traffic is coming from. I want to clarify that the following information should not be perceived as legal advice. I am not a lawyer, and by no means should this tutorial be used as any type of legal consultation. I recommend that you reach out to a legal professional if you have any questions or concerns when it comes to how to move forward with your blog's privacy policy page. Now, with that being said, the new WordPress update makes it super simple to get started with your privacy policy page. All websites on the internet should have a privacy policy page because it protects your business from legal issues and also helps build consumer trust. All right, so to get started with your privacy policy page, we'll need to visit the WordPress dashboard. So hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard. Then we'll need to access your page management menu. So hover your mouse over Pages and click on All Pages. Then you'll notice that WordPress has already created a privacy policy page for you. However, WordPress does start you off with a template, so to speak, and if you hover your mouse over the privacy policy page and click Edit, you can get a better idea of what content they've added to your privacy policy page. Now, this is great, but it can get a little tricky, and that's because the content within it needs to match your blog's specific requirements. However, there are some resources for you when it comes to creating your privacy policy page. First, you can use a service like termsfeed.com. This is what I used for my personal blog, and they can help you create trusted legal agreements in a matter of a few minutes. Now, there is a cost associated with it. I think my privacy policy page cost me around $200, but I personally think it's worth it if you have the budget for it because this can help you stay compliant and give you peace of mind about the protection these policies can offer. Next, you have the option of using the WordPress policy guide, which I'll show you in a few minutes. But they've outlined some recommendations for your privacy policy based off of what software and plugins you've installed on your blog. That's pretty cool. Then finally, I recommend reaching out to a legal professional. This will probably be the most expensive option, but It too will give you peace of mind that you're legally protected when it comes to things like this. Okay, so after you've created your privacy policy page and published it, you'll need to set it in WordPress. So for the sake of this example, let me publish this page really quick. And then we'll need to officially set this page as our privacy policy page in WordPress. And to do that, hover your mouse over Settings and click on Policy. And this will bring you to your privacy settings where you'll set your privacy policy page. Now, as I previously mentioned, WordPress provides a policy guide that you can review and use as a guide when you're creating your privacy policy. Now, as you can see, WordPress has suggested the sections you will need, and under each section heading, you'll find a short summary of what information you should provide, which will help you get started. Now, as you can see, some sections include suggested policy content, and others will have to be completed with information from your theme and plugins. Either way, this is a great resource, but it's still your responsibility to create a comprehensive privacy policy. So that's why I recommend using either TermsFeed or talking to an attorney before you put this page on your blog. Okay, so once you have your privacy policy page, you'll want to set it in WordPress. And all this is doing is that it's signaling to WordPress, the search engines, and the rest of the internet that this particular page will be used as your privacy policy page. So first things first, head back to the settings page if you're not there already. Then where it says change your privacy policy page, choose the page that you want to set as your privacy policy page from that dropdown. And by default, it will probably have the pre-made privacy policy page selected. But once you've selected the page you want to use, click the Use This Page button. And then this makes it official and will be the first line of defense in the ongoing and ever-changing terrain of the privacy laws online. Then the final step in this process is that you should have it somewhere on your blog. Now, you'll get a notification reminding you to update your menus, but if we visit our site really quick and scroll down to the footer, you can see that the privacy policy page has automatically been added to our footer due to how we configured it earlier in the tutorial. And I recommend either having it in your primary nav or in your footer. Either way, in many countries, including the United States, websites are required by law to disclose the information they collect about their visitors and how the information is used. Your privacy policy page can protect you legally and is also good for SEO. Google looks for a privacy policy page and is a ranking metric they use when crawling your blog. All right, moving on. We have a few SEO house cleaning tasks to take care of, and then we can launch your food blog. All right, we're almost there. Your blog is a few minutes away from launching. But before we finish up, there are a few tips that I want to share with you. The first has to do with SEO. Now, by default, WordPress hides your blog from the search engines, and that's because your blog isn't optimized for the search engines when you're just starting to build it. However, now that you have a search engine-friendly blog that is structured correctly and has content, you're now ready for the search engine bots to crawl your site. So one way to let the search engines know that your blog is ready can be configured in your WordPress dashboard. So let's head over there if you're not there already. Then on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over Settings and click on Reading. Then towards the very bottom of the Reading settings, you'll see an option for search engine visibility. And like I said, by default, WordPress discourages search engines from indexing your blog whenever you're first starting out. So, to encourage them to crawl and index your site, simply uncheck that box and click the Save Changes button. And in a few seconds, our settings should be saved. There we go. Next, we need to update our Yoast SEO configuration wizard so that the plugin tells the search engines that we're ready to be indexed. So let's head over to the Yoast General settings by hovering your mouse over SEO and clicking on General. Then click on the Reopen Configuration Wizard link. And within the first step, Environment, select option A to let the search engines know that you're ready to be indexed. This basically means your blog will be viewable in the search results. And then click the Close the Wizard button. Now, I should mention that this doesn't necessarily guarantee that your blog will be indexed by the search engines. In order to be 100% sure that your site will be indexed, you'll want to submit a sitemap to all the major search engines in order for your blog to be properly indexed. Luckily, the Yoast SEO plugin takes care of a lot of the heavy lifting and automatically creates an XML sitemap for your site. And if you're unfamiliar with what a sitemap is, it's basically an easy way for you to inform search engines about the pages on your site that are available for crawling. A sitemap is essentially a file where you can list the web pages of your site to tell Google and other search engines about the organization of your site's content. And search engine web crawlers like Googlebot read this file to crawl your blog. So you can view your sitemap by going to the Features section of the Yoast SEO plugin. So within the General Settings, click on the Features tab. Then just make sure that the sitemap lever is switched to on, and it is. Another useful tip is to check and make sure the sitemap is configured correctly. And you can do that by viewing the sitemap URL and then copying it and pasting it on xmlsitemaps.com. So to access the sitemap URL, click on the little question mark icon, and then click on the See the XML sitemap link, and this will take you to your sitemap. And I know it doesn't look like much, but trust me, this is very important to your blog. So we want to check the validity of the sitemap. And to do that, you'll want to copy the sitemap URL in the browser. So highlight it and copy it. And then head over to xml-sitemaps.com, and I'll put a link to this tool in the important links doc within the show notes. And then once you're at the site, click on the SEO tool menu item, and then click the Validate XML Sitemap link. Then simply paste the sitemap URL in the field provided, click the Validate Sitemap button, and the tool will check if your sitemap is formatted correctly. And it is. No issues detected. Perfect. Now remember what I was saying, this doesn't automatically guarantee that your blog will be on the search engine results. You still have to submit the sitemap to the search engines. And this process will vary depending on which search engine you're submitting this to, but the most common search engine is by far Google, and the way to notify Google is through the Google Search Console, which is what you're looking at right now. And I'm not going to walk you through the entire process in this video, but all you need to do is sign up for a free Google Search Console account, verify your site, and submit your sitemap. It's a fairly straightforward process, and I actually have a video that walks you through that process that you can access in the show notes titled Verify Your Site with Search Console, and you can also find the tutorial on my YouTube channel as well. So what you're looking at right now is the dashboard of Google Search Console, and depending on when you're viewing this video, some things may have changed, but after you've signed up for Google Search Console and you have verified your site with Google, this is how you would submit your sitemap. So within the Google Search Console dashboard, you'd click on the Sitemaps tab on the left-hand side of the screen. Then where it says Add a new sitemap, simply paste the URL that we copied from Yoast a few moments ago, and click the Submit button. And this will ping Google and let their search engine bots know that your site is ready to be crawled. And I'll put a link in the important link doc within the show notes that will take you to the Google Search Console sign-up portal so that whenever you're ready to launch, you can get that process started. All right, moving on to the last step. It is time to launch your food blog. And here we are. It's finally time to launch your blog. This is it, the moment you've been waiting for. It's time to show the world what you've been working on, and it's time for you to shine. So, if you remember, Bluehost displays a coming soon page in place of your blog. But now that you're ready to launch, it's time to lift the curtain, remove the coming soon page, and showcase your hard work. So, to officially launch, click the Coming Soon Active button at the top of your screen in the toolbar, and this should bring you to your Bluehost dashboard. Then from here, you'll want to open the settings, and then under the Site Controls section, turn the Coming Soon page off. And that's it. Congratulations, your blog is now live. And just for good measure, when we visit our site, you can see that the Coming Soon active notification is no longer showing. And now when people visit your blog's domain, they will see this beautiful work of digital art that you have put your heart and soul into. And again, I can't thank you enough for allowing me to be a part of this journey, but it's only just the beginning. Now it's time for you to create blog content and implement the lessons that you've learned in this video to begin to grow your brand, your audience, and revenue. I wish you the best of luck with your new food blog, and please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or need some additional assistance with your blog. I'm always happy to help. So that's going to do it for this video. If you found it helpful, I'd greatly appreciate it if you would like, share, and subscribe to the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. As always, your support means a great deal to me and my family, and for that, I thank you. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.